went to our third shift poll at johnjeff.com with the Living Legends nominees, and apparently somebody from the Wayne Gretzky fan club is showing their strength, because right now Wayne Gretzky has 48% of the vote for Living Legends. And let me give you an idea of who's on the nominee list at johnjeff.com. And if you're just joining us, or if you're new to the show, last year we put 10 Living Legends on the list. And sadly, last week, George Carlin was one of them, and he passed away. So, of course, we needed to replace George Carlin.
Yeah.
And so we came up with 20 individuals at johnjeff.com to choose from. And here were some of the nominees. We had Paul Newman, Bill Cosby, Stephen King, Al Pacino, Clint Eastwood, Billy Graham, Bruce Springsteen, Bono, Stevie Wonder, Rush Limbaugh, Jerry Lewis, Mel Brooks, Tom Hanks, Elton John, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Tony Bennett, Michael Jackson, Nelson Mandela, Brett Favre, and Wayne Gretzky. And Wayne Gretzky is leading by a mile with about 48% of the vote. So who would ever have thought that Wayne Gretzky would be bigger than Bono or Tom Hanks or Bill Cosby?
Hey, we asked the question, so the third shift is stepping up and getting their vote on at johnjeff.com. So,
But, a lot of people say that hockey doesn't get enough credit. Well, it's getting a lot of credit at johnjeff.com. So sometime this week, make sure you go to johnjeff.com and vote for who you think is a living legend. And later on, at the end of July, we will formally announce who is going to replace the late, great George Carlin on our Living Legends list. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465. And Jeff, a lot of people are still talking about gas prices. As a result, a lot of kids go on school buses, and now these schools and their cities and towns, they don't have the money to buy the gas, because gas has gone up so much. And so a lot of, schools are cutting back on transportation for the kids, and the parents aren't happy about this. Hey, I got a quick solution for this. Listen, if you take the bus, it's going to cost you maybe, $10 a month to take the bus to and from school. I don't think that's a lot of money to pay. Listen, we live in the greatest country in this planet, and we have a free education. There's free transportation, but there comes a time, Jeff, where parents need to kick in a little bit of extra cash for their child's education. And if it happens to be $10 a month in order to take your little munchkin to and from school, then so be it. Why? I don't understand why parents are not charged a fee in order to provide transportation to their son or daughter to go to school. This whole idea that you have to cut out transportation, let's make these parents pay for it. $10 a month isn't going to kill any parent.
So if your little junior or juniorette gets on the bus, $10 a month.
Yeah. I mean, why is it that everyone wants everything for free in this country? I don't understand it. I don't get it. You're getting a free education. You've been getting free transportation, but now that gas is what it is, you got to kick in. You have to help defray the cost of the transportation for your kid. And I don't understand these people who say everything should be free, no matter what the costs are, no matter if there's a recession or inflation. My child should be able to go to school for free. Well, I don't want to spend one penny toward my child's education. Think about that.
It's a land of the free, home of the brave. Some people take that literally. So they want free transportation and free education.
Listen, we got to start charging people money for their education in this country. Everybody wants everything for free. Think about this. If you send your kids to a public school, how much do you actually spend out of your pocket on your kids' education?
Oh, well, you spend a lot now. I mean, because they've cut a lot of programs. So you know what used to be free is no longer free. For instance, sports, extracurricular activity, that used to be covered with the cost. And it was free. Now you got to pay. You got to pay for everything.
Right.
And you do have to actually. Even when I went, when I went to high school, I had to pay a transportation fee. So I think some school districts there is a transportation fee. If you're on sports or whatnot, you have to pay so much. That goes for the upkeep and the maintenance of the bus, the any fuel, the costs, things like that. And on top of that, then you got to pay. To be a member of the football team or the track team or in band.
But all these parents who say, I cannot afford to pay money for my kid to go to school every day is ridiculous. They have the money. They just don't want to pay for it. And I say these parents should be charged a fee if their kid is getting free transportation to and from school. At one point, it wasn't that expensive, but now it is. And these parents need to pay for it. Okay? You're getting a lot of things for free. It's time you pay up. And I'm tired of parents who are so cheap, they don't want to even spend a penny on their child's education. Think about that. I'm not talking about sports programs. I'm talking about just basic education. There are parents out there, Jeff, that don't want to spend a dime on their own child's education.
I think a lot of parents now have to pay for school supplies, things like that. That stuff's not free. So it's,
most parents don't pay a penny toward their kids' public school education.
Well, they're paying for supplies. They're paying for everything. They're not paying for the kid to sit in a classroom and be taught, but a lot of parents are paying for everything,
and
the
they
books
should.
And things like that. Paper,
whose responsibility is it?
Art supplies.
It's a parent's responsibility. Listen, the government is going to give you this government education, but you got to help pay for it. Everything's, been free all this time. And when you have parents complaining that you're cutting out the bus service, then why don't you start paying for it? This is the time in our country where you have to take some responsibility for your kid's education. And it starts with your kid getting to school. And a lot of people will say, well, that's what I'm paying taxes for. Well, guess what? Don't raise my taxes because some kid has to take the bus. Let's charge the parents. After all, they love their kids, right?
What about the kids that don't take the bus? Do they have to pay?
No.
Because if you charge, let's say 30 kids that ride the bus, $10, that's what, $300 a month? How much gas is that going to buy for the bus? This is a bus we're talking about.
Well, that'll at least help defray the cost.
That might be one trip, one day.
No, $300 a day for a school bus? No.
I don't know. I mean, think about I don't know what the gas mileage is. I don't know
whatever the cost
what
is.
It costs to fill up, a tank on the bus.
If it's $10 a month, so be it. People get really cheap when it comes to their kids' education. And this is a classic example of that. Nobody wants to pay anything toward their kids' education. Everything should be free. I pay my taxes. Give me that government education. Give me that fine public school education. And I will not spend a penny more because I love my kid. Imagine that. You love your kid so much, you don't want to spend a penny toward their education. It's amazing. 877-97-JOHN, Jeff, 877-975-6465. Andy, you're on the John and Jeff show. Hello.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm okay. I ran over to 7-Eleven to pick up a beer before they closed. Anyway, on this school thing with most school education comes out of what? Homeowners' property taxes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how many single, no kids, people own houses in California here? I did for years, and I paid for I don't know how many people's kids to go to school.
Right, but you actually benefited from possibly being in a good neighborhood that had good schools because that increases real estate values, by the way.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. In California, they take out the money out of your property tax to pay for the school teachers, to pay for the busing, to pay for all that junk. Right, and there's a lot of people that don't have kids that still have to pay.
Right, but you didn't hear what I said, did you?
I don't know if I might have missed part of that. I cut in on just the last.
Yeah, Andy, you got to work on being a better listener because.
Oh, no, I wasn't in my truck.
No, but just listen to me.
Okay.
Okay. Because a lot of, the price of real estate sometimes is determined by how good the school system is. So if you live in a decent area and you have decent schools, you get rewarded for that because your property is going to appreciate that much more because it's a desirable place for families to move to because the public schools are good. But my point is simply this. All these parents complaining that, you're cutting out my school bus schedule for my kid. It's time for parents to start paying for their kids' transportation to and from school. Gas was cheap for a long time. Now it isn't. So what are you going to do? Raise taxes on everybody else just because some parent doesn't want to spend a little bit of money toward their kids' transportation? And that's my point. So many people, they want that free government education. They don't want to spend a penny more. Not one penny more. Let's go to John. You're next on the third shift. Hello.
Yeah, I suggest walking groups with a cover officer to walk to school. These kids are obese, are getting diabetes and everything else under the sun. Let's get them walking.
What if they live 8 miles away? You're going to have them walk 8 miles?
Why not have one place like they commute in buses instead of hauling them all the way to the school?
Well, the problem is these school buses, they use a lot of gas.
Yeah.
I mean, these are not the most fuel efficient
Case in point.
vehicles. Yeah. So listen, something's got to happen because, they're going to be, hundreds of $1 million over budget just on fuel.
So if Waldo is morphing into little meatball boy, he's becoming rotund, you're saying make him walk to school.
Correct. People used to do that.
Think about that. I remember hearing stories, I used to walk to school 8 miles backwards in the snow with no shoes in a blizzard. Now,
When they only had one high school in the district.
Well, don't you think it's the parents' responsibility to take their kid to a school that's free to begin with?
Think of what the household would save, not just the school.
Well, listen, I know the bus drivers, want to stay employed, but
yeah.
But the problem here is that we have high gas prices. A lot of things are getting cut because of fuel. And I think these parents need to supplement their transportation for their little munchkin going to and from school.
Here's what you eliminate. I've just figured it out. You eliminate tuba lessons. Eliminate tubas in the band. So now you're not going to have to pay for the instruction. You're not going to have to pay for that tuba. Those things are expensive. And besides, people don't need tubas.
Yeah, but a lot of things are going to get cut out of school budgets. And I say the parents are responsible for bringing their kids to school. Let them find their way. And if they can't, they got to pay for a school bus. Anyway, John, thanks for the call. We'll take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to discuss, pick up the phone, give us a call. Or maybe there's something bugging you in your personal life or maybe at work and you need some free advice. We're warning you right now, Jeff and I, we're going to be brutally honest with our second and third opinions. So if you need some free advice, pick up the phone and give us a call. Toll free from across America, 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show. John and Jeff, rocking the third shift. The morning radio commute just got earlier. This is the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. What's worse than the gas mileage of an SUV? A school bus.
What's the MPG on a school bus?
Averaging about 6 to 7 miles per gallon on diesel. And we all know that diesel prices are so much higher.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at one of the budgets in North Carolina for a school district. They spent $5 million on fuel last year. This year, $7.2 million. So that's an extra $2 million just on fuel. So this is really going to impact a lot of people. School buses, businesses from FedEx to UPS to the average consumer.
Transportation, taxis, shuttles to the airport, buses.
So you can just see how gasoline prices affects every part of our lives here in America and throughout the world. Now, there was a guy in Germany, Jeff, that burned his BMW because he was protesting the gas prices in Germany. And I think in US dollars, it was like $10 a gallon there.
So he burned his car. So now what is he going to do now? I never understand these people that, light their cars on fire to protest or light themselves on fire. I don't get it.
But think about that. That's at least $10 US dollars in Germany for your gasoline. So if you think we have it bad, obviously we don't. But, a lot of parents are saying, oh, my little munchkin, I don't want to pay anything toward the child's transportation. I think we should make parents pay for transporting their kids to get their free education. I think it's only a reasonable fee that they should pay. Or how about this? Get rid of the morning service and have the school buses take them home. Have the parents drop their kids off at school before they go to work. We've been catering to kids.
But maybe they don't have cars. What I'm saying is a lot of these parents, maybe they don't have cars.
Well, then we got to get something going here because diesel prices, what they are, and getting 6 to 7 miles per gallon, something's got to give.
You just cut out pottery class. No one wants to learn how to make a pot anyway. Get rid of that. I just solved your problem.
877-97-JOHN, Jeff, 877-975-6465. All right, Manny, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hi, John and Jeff. How you doing, man?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, I called you about 2 months ago, and I told you about my wife. She was born when she got a trust fund and everything, and her mom and dad pretty much owned me for 21 years. And you guys chewed me out on the air, and I took your advice. I tried up until yesterday to work this out, but it's over, man. So I finally told her, that's it. I'm not going to dance with you anymore.
Okay, hold on a second. Recap what you discussed with us previously.
Okay, I was telling you, I called you 2 months ago, and I told you that my wife, when she turned 30, she got a trust fund, and she got a large trust fund. Mm-hmm. Okay, I didn't know that when I married her until she turned 30 and told me. Now, it didn't change anything at all. She thought her parents thought I was a gold digger and this and that, and I'm not. All I wanted was to be happily married, and she was raised a spoiled little brat. And so everything that's done there's got conditions put on my marriage. And I called you guys, and you said you need to grow balls and this and that, and you chewed me out. And I listened to what you said, and I've been working for 2 months trying to repair it, and I can't. There's just no way.
What did we tell you 2 months ago, though?
You told me that I need to dump her butt and grow some balls.
Okay, so why did it take you? You said you just did this yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so why didn't you do it immediately?
Well, hold on a second. Tell me what. When you say that she has conditions on everything in your marriage, give us an example of that.
Okay, the money, anything that I would want to do, or if I did, she would throw it back in my face. My money paid for this. My money paid for that. And I said, no, your dead grandmother put a set of trust fund. You didn't work for 1 cent of that.
Okay, so I think I recall now, because every time something was purchased, she basically reminded you that it was her money that paid for it.
Exactly.
Okay. And we suggested to you that you should communicate with her and tell her that you don't want to be reminded about where this money is coming from because you're married. You are one as a couple.
Exactly.
And so when you told her that, what was her response?
She turned into a 15-year-old kid, and she threw it in my face. She threw fits. It was beyond belief. And I tried to work it. I explained to her everything. I sat her down and talked to her, and she said, okay, I understand. But then the next day, the little green monster jumped in her head again, and there she goes barfing everything up to me again.
So does she want to remain married, or does she want you to leave now that she's come into all this money?
No, she wants to remain married, but she wants to control me. She wants to put my jewels in a little crystal box and display them to her family and friends.
Okay. And how long have you been married?
November will be 20 years.
Wow.
Well, maybe she'll be paying you alimony.
Yeah. Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I have 2 girls. Well, when I married her, she had a 1-year-old. I raised her like my own, but her my mother-in-law, her spoiled the crap out of her. Now she's a smart-mouthed little brat. She has a job, but she don't even pay for her own daughter's diapers or formula or nothing. The mother-in-law pays for it all.
All right. So do you think at this point you want to exit the relationship?
Yeah, I just did that yesterday.
So what is your plan now?
Well, I'm not going to leave because I feel like I put up with crap for 21 years. Before we got married, it's altogether 21 years. I'm not going to leave. She's not going to kick me out because I'm a drummer and I have a 12 by 12 drum room with my drums in her. I can't stick that in my back pocket and just up and move. So she's telling me maybe you should move in with your friend and this. And I'm like, no, maybe you should go live with your parents.
Whose house is it?
It's both of ours.
Oh, okay.
It's in both of your names?
Uh-huh.
So you want her out?
Yeah.
And she wants you out. Time to get an attorney.
Listen,
I know, but I don't want to pay $15,000.
Well, guess what? If you don't pay for legal counsel, you will be living in your car because she's got money. So she's going to get.
There's no prenuptial agreement or anything like that.
It doesn't matter.
So the
Seriously.
woman always wins?
Well, you know what?
Hold on. What is her income outside this trust fund?
Nothing. Zero.
How much money does she have in the bank? Are we talking about? How much money?
Well, she had 3 installments. The last one was 4 years ago. The 3 installments, she got $275,000 each installment. So over $500,000 altogether.
Okay.
But it's all gone. It's all gone. She spent it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
That's not that much money given. When you have that kind of liquidity, usually it goes pretty fast. So this woman is essentially broke, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And right now I'm at work. I'm security, and my checks are paying for everything, and she still barfs it up.
Well, listen, I believe in this particular case, she's unemployed and has blown all of her money, or maybe she has it stashed away somewhere in suitcases or a safety deposit box. But
oh no, I know for a fact it's gone.
Well,
what did she spend this money on?
Del Taco every day.
Wow.
Buying her daughter 4 cars, and she wrecked all 4 of them. You name it, she's blew it on everything.
Okay.
Well, here's what you should do. You should sit down with a family law attorney and look at your finances and hers and the house and all of your assets, and they will be able to give you a better idea as to how much in alimony or child support that you're going to probably be looking at. How old is your child with her?
I have 2 daughters. One's 19, and my youngest is going to be 17 in September.
Wow. Well, you'll probably have a couple of years of child support on.
That's no problem.
Yeah.
I love my kids.
All right. Well, you also have to look into the alimony part. But listen, obviously, you're in a dysfunctional marriage. This amount of money, the trust fund money, made your wife into a monster.
Yeah.
And this is what happens sometimes when you come into a lot of money and then she begins paying for a lot of the bills and then she thinks you're ungrateful. So she begins reminding you, Manny, where the money came from. Then you get sick and tired of being reminded about who paid for what or where the money came from. And this is what divides a lot of families is money. You would think that it would be the thing that brings people together. But in most cases, it really makes people, split apart.
Right.
Because of the greed. She is so greedy that she wants to remind you of every penny she spends on you. Like if she bought a pizza, well, you didn't pay for it, I did. Yeah. And anytime you keep score in a relationship, you're in the wrong relationship.
Yeah, she's throwing it in your face, and that's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you said about she thinks she spent all her money on the bills. The whole time, I still worked. I didn't take any time off. I didn't become a leech or nothing. And my drums, my drum room, my everything, my guitars, my amps, all my.
I know, but she looks at you as a freeloader.
Yeah, I know.
And she was the one that had a lot of the money, and she spent more money in the relationship than probably you did. And she's keeping score. She's keeping track.
Yeah.
And maybe she's not very happy with your income status. I think that's quite clear.
Yeah, she doesn't work at all.
I know, but she didn't need to work because she had the money.
Yeah.
And now when this money is dried up like it has, now the pressure is going to intensify with you to be the provider. Yeah. So talk to a family law attorney, get some good advice, because you're going to really have to look at how much it's going to cost you to leave this relationship. Think about that. I mean, if people don't think that marriage is a business, Manny's actually going to have to go to a few attorneys and figure out what it's going to cost to leave the relationship. And most people don't even have an idea of what the real cost is in getting married. He's got a house that may have to be cut in half or dissolved. Someone's going to have to move out. Chances are it's going to be him. So if you don't think marriage is a business, it definitely is, because divorce is all about business. Whose couch is it? Whose car is it? And it's unfortunate, but this is what happens sometimes. Manny, good luck. Give us an update in a couple months. Let us know what these attorneys suggest for you.
Hang in there.
877-97-JOHN Jeff. If you want to join us live and nationwide, call us 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show. John and Jeff, rocking the third shift. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back live, let's say a big what's up to David, rocking the third shift. David, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just got a comment about this school bus thing, about charging parents. I mean, I have no problem paying for my child's education, but I think it's a really bad call, because I think the management of the money to the public schools has really been poorly managed. I mean, we have an education lottery here in North Carolina, and they're talking about budget cuts. They're banking X amount of millions of dollars off this education lottery, but yet they're gonna cut some kids, education program because they're doing something else with the money.
Yeah, but just on the fuel alone, you just heard me say that some of these school districts are going to be $2 million in the hole because of rising gas prices. So where do you find that money?
Well, like I said, the education lottery. I mean, we were already paying. We're paying taxes, and we pay X amount of money for our education, anyways. For our children.
I know, but if you have a budget and you're $2 million over budget on fuel, how do you find the money?
Well, North Carolina does have a budget surplus at this point. So
yeah, but why not charge the parents to send their munchkins to school? Why can't they chip in cash? Why is it that everything has to be free?
Well, like I said, I don't have a problem paying for my child's education or even paying for their ride to school. But I think just the management of the money, because even before we had the education lottery, there was always a budget shortfall. Before gas prices were up in the air, we were still a budget shortfall in education. I think they always put the education on the back burner when it comes to funding other programs. Our senator just went on a trip to France, spending almost $500,000 to go to France to try to bring, more business over here, which, that's a good idea, but, I think that's a waste of money for him to take him and his whole entourage over to France and waste money like that.
Yeah, but they're trying to drum up business. I guarantee you that any of these new jobs that come to your state, you're going to appreciate them. You got to go out and get business, and I think that's a good thing when people travel abroad in order to bring business back to their state. That's a productive thing to do. But I understand what you're saying, that you don't think that that's money well spent, but it's time for taxpayers to spend a little bit of their own money with their child's education, because right now we're spending a lot of money and no one wants to spend a penny more. They want everything for free. I send my kid to a free school and I shouldn't have to pay for anything. I think it's short-sighted, but listen, David, we appreciate the call.
Thanks for your call, David.
All right, Jeff, a lot of people will be traveling this week.
Yeah.
And some suggestions on MSNBC.com about chatty passengers sitting next to you on a plane. People that are...
So they're sitting there, you're trying to go to sleep, put your headphones on, and all of a sudden, they're telling you their life story, and they're a complete stranger, and they're breathing on you. You smell their Cheetos breath.
Yeah, kind of like in a nutshell. But what they're suggesting here is, as soon as the person begins to talk, you have to get it out of the way early in the conversation. Excuse me, but I'll be reading my book, or I'm going to be listening to this, or I'm going to be doing that. And basically confront the person that's going to annoy you as soon as possible. So when you sit down on the plane, express to them that, oh, I have this book here and I'll be reading it on the flight, and it should last me a good 4 or 5 hours. So in other words, you're telling the person sitting next to you, I know you want to talk to me, but I don't want to talk to you. And I don't know about you, but I like a quiet ride on a commercial airline flight. I don't necessarily want to have idle chatter between a stranger and myself. The question is, what do you do? Where are you going? Why are you going where you're going? And, a good thing to do also is just to put some headphones on.
I do that. I was going to say, yeah, here's what you do. Put on the Bose audio headphones, little product placement there. You just put them on, and then even if you're not listening to anything, you put them on. You put them on. Now, John, what if it's an attractive lady? Then, of course, you're going to listen to her.
You know something? If
it's an attractive Asian lady and she starts talking to you about, I don't know, Thailand or something, you're probably going to, engage in conversation with her.
Let me tell you something. I've had zero luck talking to anybody.
Have you ever met
a commercial airline?
Have you ever met a hottie on a plane?
No.
Wow.
Every time you see a beautiful woman walking down the aisle, you're hoping, stop. And then she goes past you. It's like, oh.
And then some guy with a big beard with cheese puff shrapnel caught in it sits down next to you, and he's the one that starts talking to you.
Yeah, and again, granted, it's a public place. There are people from all walks of life on a commercial airliner. But have you ever noticed how some people are well-mannered and respectful and other people aren't? Usually the person coming in late on the plane, they're going to make a big deal about finding a place for their luggage. And they usually have the window seat, so 2 people have to get up.
It's a whole routine.
And that person has to sit down. And you know what I think the airline should do is really enforce that rule that you have to be seated by a certain time and kick these people off who come in, who are trying to disrupt everybody else, who are already sitting on the flight 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and if they have a window seat, guess what? They lost it. That person, you forfeited your seat. You were late.
But think about it. There's a lot of cultural differences. There are different languages out there. But, we're all human beings. And you would think that everyone would be respectful of each other on a commercial airliner when you're on, vacation. But there are some people that are loud. They're obnoxious. They make a big deal out of nothing. They don't realize that there are people. This is what really bugs me. People that are trying to find their seat. And these are U.S. citizens. These are Americans. Okay. Looking at, I'm in row 14. Okay. Where is it? People can't even count.
They keep stopping
on
at
a
every
commercial
seat.
airline. They don't know A, B, C, D, E, or F.
You're right, though. They're and they stop at every seat. A, okay, look up, look down. Stop at the next one. B, okay, look down. Okay, walk forward. C. It's like, dude, it's like you're like row W or whatever. Just keep going to the back of the plane.
Yeah, just keep walking as fast as you can.
But no, every seat, you're right. They stop and they look.
But doesn't it amaze you just how stupid people are when you're sitting there on your commercial airline flight? There are passengers still trying to find their seats. The pilot is saying, please take your seats. The sooner you sit down, the sooner we'll leave. You have the flight attendants closing the overhead compartments, and you still have people lost. They don't know where their seat is. 9, 10. Okay.
You're way back there.
There's
keep going.
11.
Yeah, keep going back. You're row 20
this is
and 9.
12.
29. Keep going back. Just don't stop.
13.
No, 29. Keep going.
Then they stop and say,
No,
can you help me find 29A? It's in the back. Okay.
I'll find your seat. Sit down. Keep
15,
walking. 29.
16. Okay, there's 17.
It's 29. Go.
Oh, there's 18.
No, 29. Go.
And it's amazing how you sit there and you look at yourself.
Sit down.
I got to tell you, I have this nonverbal communication with a lot of other passengers. Every time I fly, I look at the person next to me like, how can you be that age and be that stupid that you cannot locate your seat?
Row 22, 23. Sit down.
It's amazing how stupid people are when you travel.
You also have that look with the flight attendant. You don't say anything, but you just make that eyeball contact, and they know that this person's a doofus.
But we got to figure out a better way to penalize stupid people from flying. If you don't know your numbers from like 1 to 40, then you should not be allowed to fly. Maybe there should be some sort of test that you have to actually count 1 through 40 before you get on a plane, because I know they
could go through mock drills where you have to find your seat. I think they should have a simulator at every major airport.
But what really bothers me is something I said a little bit earlier, is when someone holds up the line, they don't move inside the row and let the people behind them pass. Oh no, they take a good minute to put everything in the overhead compartment. Then they take off their jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Then they have, I got to get my book. Oh, there's a pen I need. Let me get my pen. And then you have 30 people that are trying to move past this person. And you would think that they would say, oh, let me move in so you can get through.
It's all about them. And then meanwhile, the people in first class have to look at the parade of people walking by. You know, they're sitting there because some jackass where's my iPod? Okay, I got that here. Okay, I got my book. Okay, my Dr. Phil book. Okay, let me get this perfect here. And they can't cram the thing into the luggage compartment. And the flight attendant knows that it's too big and they're trying to stuff it and they're playing dumb.
But these airlines, they need to really crack down on this carry-on luggage. If they were really strict on it, we wouldn't have all of these inconveniences. Because, for instance, if you go on a bus or a train, usually you bring your carry-on and you immediately sit down. There is no, waiting a minute to sit down. There's no preparation to sit down when you're sitting on a bus.
It's like they're going on a picnic. Let me put the little mat down. Okay, get the basket. Okay, let me take out the wine. Sit in your seat, dude.
But when you're flying this week, notice how many stupid people there are that can't read the numbers. They don't know the alphabet. They take 5 minutes to find their seat. And you'll look at other passengers and everyone will kind of, give each other the same nod. Like, yeah, can you believe this idiot can't find their seat? 877-97-JOHN Jeff. Send us your emails at our website at johnjeff.com. And don't forget to vote for our living legends. Who you think is a living legend. We have some nominees at our website at johnjeff.com.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show. The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think if you lie about a crime, you gotta do the time. We're two guys who think vegetarians should just mind their own business. We're two guys who think the divorce rate would be 80% if a man didn't lose half. We're two guys who think anyone caught driving without car insurance should have their vehicle impounded.
The John and Jeff Show. The John and Jeff Show.
Waking you up live in AIM, America. It is the John and Jeff Show in the morning.
Call us now, 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-975-6465. We want to thank all of our third shifters, all you insomniacs, everybody working hard in the graveyard. Hey, thanks for staying up all night with us. We really do appreciate it. It's 7 minutes after the hour.
All right. Welcome to the show here. Totally open phones. More topics. Better variety as we jumpstart your morning live with your calls. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. As always, you can talk about anything. And to jump on Live America, it's easy. Pick up the phone and call now. Coming up, we will check out the news pile for news and nonsense. Plus, we're always standing by as a public service on a third shift. If you need relationship advice, or advice on almost anything, the free advice department is always open. And also, if you have a free advice update, let us know what you did with our free advice. Did you use it or did you say screw it? And if so, what happened? So there's a lot going on. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live. And John, I've got some stupid, useless trivia here.
All right.
It's time to go back in time and play Back in the Day. And here's the question. In 1993, there were only 623 of these in the world. What am I talking about? In 1993, there were only 623 of these in the world. What?
Trying to remember, where was I in 1993?
Got to rewind in history, do a little personal inventory.
And there were only 623 of these?
In the world.
Happily married men.
Oh, John,
Why? Why would you laugh at that, Jeff?
It was a funny answer, actually.
How do you know it's not true?
Because that's not the answer I have here. So now I will release it to the third shift. It's time to play Back in the Day. We're going to rewind in history. Here's the question. In 1993, there were only 623 of these in the world. What am I talking about? If you can unload the answer, I'll unload a John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt, and you can check out all of our gear at johnjeff.com.
All right, to join us live and nationwide, call us 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. That's 877-975-6465. And Jeff, last hour on the show, I was expressing my opinion about people who are just clueless when it comes to finding their seat on a commercial airliner.
Yes.
Stupid people who do stupid things in public, things that bug you about people. And here's just a few more things that bug me, and hopefully everyone can add to this list. We've talked extensively about people who don't hold the door open for you, or if you hold a door open for them, they don't say thank you. Usually a woman will walk through the door, not even say thank you, because many women think it's a man's job to hold the door open. That bugs me. People who take too much time paying for their things at a supermarket. They're trying to find their checkbook. They're trying to find their coupons. Everyone's waiting in line. Yet these people think, oh, it's no biggie. Who cares about everybody else in line? I think I have a coupon here. Hold on a second. It's here somewhere. I just know it is. People at a fast food restaurant like McDonald's, and they can't figure out what they want. They've only been to a McDonald's 300 times in their life, yet they still don't know if they want a quarter pounder, a hamburger, or fries. I don't understand why people at McDonald's don't know what they want to buy. They've been standing in line for 20 years, in some cases 30 or 40 years, and they still haven't figured out what they like and what they don't like. Jeff, people who take 2 parking spaces.
Oh, when they park their car sideways, kind of cocky. Like, look at me, look at my car, man. I got a sweet ride. I just took up 2 spaces at the mall.
This is someone who is defiant.
Oh, yeah.
This is someone who has a huge ego. Someone who thinks that their car is so precious that they don't want anyone near it.
Look at me, I parked it sideways. Screw you.
Another one that bugs me is when you're waiting for your change from the cashier and they don't even say thank you. I end up saying thank you and they end up saying nothing. They should be the one saying thank you, but in many cases they don't. And of course, we've talked about being on an airline when your eyes are closed, you're trying to get some sleep, and the person sitting next to you is asking you questions. They know your eyes are closed, yet they keep asking you questions. Who are these stupid people that don't get the hint? And so I suggest, and I think I'm going to try it, reading this on msnbc.com, telling people around your personal space, you're going to dictate to them how you want the ride. You want to tell the people sitting next to you that you'll be reading a book throughout the flight and that you don't want to talk to them about things that don't matter. And then, of course, there are people out there that will just not leave you alone. They'll constantly ask you stupid questions because they can't sleep. Oh, so have you ever been to Peoria? No, I'm trying to sleep. So if you want to add to some of the things that annoy you about the public, because I think it's this time of the year where a lot of people are flying. This is when you really get a dose of the general public. And in most cases, it's not good. So if you want to add to the list of things that annoy you about the public, pick up the phone and give us a call. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465. All right, let's go to Kevin. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, doing okay. Be so early in the morning, I guess. Jeff, my biggest thing, well, I dealt with a lot of stupid people in the retail. I was in the retail wireless business for many years, and I kind of came up with a little saying. It's called "stupid people doing stuff," and it fits in so much of what happens today. And I had one instance where a customer called and he asked, "Did we have free phones?" And of course, I replied, "Yes." And his next question was, "Well, how much are they?"
And how often do you get that on a given day?
Well, I mean, thankfully, that was the only time I ever had that question because, I really felt like that put him way down on the food chain. But, there was a lot of stupid things. People would ask you questions. You would answer them directly. Let's say, for instance, they would ask about the night and weekend minutes, and you would reply, it's unlimited nights and weekends. Well, they couldn't comprehend the word unlimited, so their next reply was, "So does it get a free weekend?"
Oh man.
Do you ever think that retailers should really dumb down their presentation? So rather than saying unlimited, free is what's going to sound better or resonates with customers. Do you feel that you have to dumb it down in order for people to get it the first time rather than explain it the second and third?
I do, and I feel like when you give them too many choices, it really confuses them. Let's say, for instance, when early in the business we used to have about 6 or 7 phones to choose from, and nowadays you walk in there, you may have 20 phones, and it's too much for the average person to comprehend. They get all concerned with the glitz and the glory and what will it do, and they forget what they're doing is they're buying a phone.
Yeah.
And is this phone actually going to pick up well? They're more worried, can it take a picture? Can it do a text? Can it do this or do that? Things that are...
Is it an MP3? Is it video? What is it? Can I watch TV on it?
Well,
exactly. What color does it come in? How does it look? And they're forgetting they're buying a phone. That's the key word in it.
But here's the issue, Kevin. The more choices you have, the more difficult your job is going to be. And that's why some of the best restaurants have a very small menu. Because if they put too many things on the menu, it takes people too long to order, which means that the table doesn't turn around as quickly. So if you keep it very, very short, the choices that are available, you get in and you get out. But, sometimes you go into any store and you see an entire aisle full of whatever you're looking for. You're going to start to try to figure it out. And that's the problem. Too many choices is usually not a good thing for consumers.
Yeah. How about this one? Hey, Waldo, what are you doing? I'm eating. What are you eating? I'm eating a hamburger.
Well,
it's like, hey,
people are socially awkward.
What are you doing? I'm tying my shoe. Oh, it's like, you're right. They don't know what to say. How about just, hey, what's going on? But instead, oh, what are you doing?
Well, you never ask how anyone is doing. All you want to say is hello when you meet somebody because they might end up telling you their life story. And that is the last thing you want to do with someone that has a lot of drama in their life. You always want to say hello rather than how's it going?
Here's what happens if you're sitting on the airline flight and you don't have your headphones with you and you say, hey, how's it going? Then you're right. You could be in for a long behind the music. They're going to tell you everything about their life. But here's something, John, that bugs me. It irks me. And it does happen at the airport. Those very long escalators?
Yeah, people who don't walk fast.
What they'll do is they'll double up. They'll be standing next to each other. So you're trying to pass them. They're going to enjoy, hey, I don't have to walk and I'm going to move real slow. And you want to kind of be moved a little bit, but you want to walk quicker.
Right.
And so then they're blocking you. So now you almost want to have an air horn saying, hey, get out of the way.
All right. We're talking about things that people do that annoy you. Usually when you're traveling, you're meeting people you don't know, and you really realize just how disrespectful and the lack of manners that people have, lack of consideration for other people. And it's amazing. It's, when I go on a plane, I just observe, and it's shocking, absolutely shocking how people act. In other words, they don't know you, so they don't have to be nice. They don't have to be respectful. They don't have to be courteous. You know, whether it's moving in the aisle so the other people behind you can find their seat. Oh no, everyone's got to wait for this guy because he's unpacking in front of everyone. Let's go to Anthony. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hi, Anthony.
How's it going, John, Jeff? Love your show.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for keeping me awake on this very long day for me, man.
What are you doing? Working?
Yep, I'm here working security.
All right. Well, we appreciate you guys listening, all you security guards. So thanks.
Cool. I want to answer your stupid question.
All right. It's time to play Back in the Day. We're going to rewind in history. The year is 1993, and there were only 623 of these in the world in that year. What am I talking about?
Is it African elephants?
African elephants. That is not the answer I have here.
Hey, John, Jeff, can I ask you guys a real quick question?
Yeah,
sure.
Are you guys prejudiced against fat people?
No.
Well, cause see, I won a couple of your John and Jeff Show T-shirts, and you guys only sent me a double X, and I need a 3.
Well, obviously we're discriminating against you.
That's a big order, man.
Yeah, man.
So you're a triple X.
I can't even support you guys' show. What the hell's up with that?
Wow. Well, maybe we can look into the triple X. I will say this. I'm going to put you on hold for a second. Double X is now exceeding extra large as the most popular size that is purchased at johnjeff.com.
Double X.
Yeah, double X.
Okay.
Then the ladies' baby T, and then the guys extra large. So should we look into a triple X? Yeah, look into it. See if we can locate it. I remember there was a guy that I used to work with at another radio station. He was 5X. That was his T-shirt size.
What was his weight? Oh,
he was 450 pounds.
5 double X.
Yeah, 5X.
So his shopping options were pretty limited. The big and tall place.
Yeah,
that's yeah.
But I found him 5X T-shirts.
There you go.
All right, let's go to Mike. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey, John, Jeff. How you guys doing?
Excellent. How are you?
Doing good. Two things. My guess for the trivia question is cable channels.
Okay, 1993, there were only 623 cable channels?
That's my guess.
You know what, Mike? That's a good guess, but that is not the answer I have here.
All right. Well, and the other thing, I remember this comedian years ago. He was talking about stupid people. And he's saying that when people are stupid, you should charge them a stupid tax of $5. And if they pay it, you charge them again for being stupid enough to pay it.
There you go.
Oh, so yeah, double your money.
Exactly. Well, thanks for being on the third shift, guys. I listen to you on the way home every single Sunday night.
Well, thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. We appreciate it.
How about this?
Later.
Stupid people that carry a sign saying we'll work for food, but they never get in a car and offer to do a day's worth of work.
Well, some people say that they're not stupid, they're a genius because
scam artists.
They're getting money from people who think they're willing to work when they're not.
So maybe the people who are stupid are the ones
giving the money. Exactly.
So a stupid reversal.
All right, more people that are annoying. People who think out loud. Where are my keys? Oh, I know it's here somewhere. I got to get this done.
This coffee's too hot.
And then when I get home, I got to make sure I mail this. Okay, here are my keys. All right, where's my wallet? All right, here's my phone here.
They're turning off the gas.
Oh, boy.
Oh, let me make sure I get lock it here. Okay, did I feed up Fluffy?
Thinking out loud might be the most annoying quality that a person could ever possess. Keep your thoughts to yourself.
I used to work with a waitress, John, that would think out loud. Back when I was washing dishes, coming home, smelling like Thousand Island dressing stinking, she would always think out loud. Okay, croutons. Okay, 1 cherry tomato. Okay, Diet Coke, beefeater platter, French dip. Okay, all right. Oh, table 2. Okay, I need croutons. Why are you?
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's why you write it down, honey. That's why you write the order down so you don't have to repeat it to yourself over and over again.
She made Rachel Ray seem like Silent Night.
All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show. We're talking about things that annoy you. People in airports, total strangers, people you work with, people that you come in contact with that you don't know, things that people do that just absolutely annoy you. So give us a call and tell us what bugs you about strangers. Give us a call, 877-97-JOHN. Jeff, to join us live and nationwide, call us 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Rated #1 with firefighters, taxi drivers, and construction workers. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Thanks for joining us. 877-97-JOHN. Jeff, 877-975-6465. Tony in Los Angeles, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hi, Tony.
Hey, I want to play Back in the Day.
Okay. Here we go. In 1993, there were only 623 of these in the world, Tony. What am I talking about?
I'm going to go out on a limb and go with cell phones.
Cell phones. All right, let's let that marinate for a moment. So the year is 1993, and there were only 623 cell phones. That's a pretty solid choice, but that is not the answer I have here. I remember about 20 years ago, I worked at a radio station, and they had one cell phone. And this thing was, it was like a suitcase. And we would bring it to do call-ins. And I remember one time, John, showing up at a club with this cell phone, putting it down on the table by the DJ booth.
It weighed about 10 pounds.
Yeah, and everyone looked, oh my God, what's that? I go, this is a phone. And I'm going to call the radio station live. You're on live. And I would be broadcasting live via that big old brick phone, but it weighed a ton.
That was the early 90s, right?
It might have been.
Like 1990?
I would say around the 90, yeah. But
like
I just
the Zach Morris phone.
It was huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Tony. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
All right, not a problem.
Okay.
Let's go to Juan. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Juan.
Hey, how you doing, John, Jeff?
Good. How are you?
Good. Great show.
Thanks.
Hey, you know what things that annoy me is you go to the supermarket and it's people paying with food stamps.
Yeah, and then they get into their brand new SUV.
Yeah. It's just really annoying. I just wanted to say that it's just like, you get there and you're waiting in line and, they pay with these like food stamp paper things. I don't know, like a WIC or something. I don't know what it is.
WIC, WIC coupons. Good for nutritious things like milk and bread and cereal.
Yeah, but what they should do is maybe have a different line because you're right, they're clogging up the system.
How about this? Before we give anyone any of these WIC coupons or welfare, let's find out what they have at their house that they don't need, like a brand new Escalade.
Maybe if they're sitting on 24s, here's what you do. I'm sure you still have the stock rims in the garage. Let's get rid of those 24s, liquidate them. That should be enough food money for quite some time.
Yeah, before anyone gets any government assistance, I would do this part-time, personally, because I have my days free. Anytime after 1 o'clock West Coast time, I'd be willing to join a coalition, to go into people's homes that are getting food stamps and find out just how poor they are. In other words, if they have DVDs, they're not poor. That would be the criteria right there. Do you have any jewelry? Yes. Well, then you're not poor.
Yeah.
Do you have a vehicle that you don't, like an SUV? You got an SUV, you're not poor. You're not going to get anything.
How many video games do you have? How many DVDs? You know what? Time for a garage sale.
As long as they have a radio, then that's fine.
All they have to have is a radio. Here's another pet peeve of mine, John, is when, and this happened recently. When you go to the supermarket and you pull out the carts and they're in front of the store?
Yes.
Okay, well, sometimes what I'll do, if I'm in front of a couple people, I'll pull out a car. Oh, here you go. Pull out another one. Here you go. Well, I did it. I pulled one out for a man, gave it to him. He said, thank you. Pulled it out for a woman, gave it to her. And I had to, pull them apart. They were stuck. No thank you coming from the woman.
Next time, don't let go of it until she says thank you. Or how about this? Embarrass the woman if she has a child and say, what do you say?
What do you say? Come on. You say thank you? Good. There you go.
Or you tell the little youngster, I hope you don't grow up and be rude like your mother.
Your mommy didn't say thank you, did she? That's a no-no. Say thank you. And then talk to him like a baby.
Yeah.
Unload baby talk on him. I mean, think about what would happen. Oh, that's hilarious.
Hey, Juan, thanks for the call, all right?
Thank you, Jeff and John.
Okay.
Have a good one. Let's go to Joey. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. What's going on, Joe?
Hey guys, first of all, how you doing?
Excellent. What's going on?
Good. The annoying things that people do. Ask radio show hosts how they're doing every time a caller comes on.
Hey, it's better than not caring, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Secondly, I'm not sure if you guys go to the gym, but I go to the gym about 4 times a week. And I notice all the time I'm standing at a urinal, going to the restroom. I walk out to wash my hands. The person who was standing next to me walks right back out to the gym and grabs a set of dumbbells.
Oh, that is a violation of the 10th degree. It is absolutely nasty, unsanitary, and disgusting.
You know, the next time, have the person paged and say, please go back to the restroom and wash your hands. Thank you.
Right, and then call out their name. You know, pull out their file card and Waldo so-and-so, please wash your hands. You didn't wash them, and you just picked up the dumbbell number 5.
But wouldn't that send a message to people that, imagine if you're at the gym and you hear over the loudspeaker a name that is not a member of the gym, but for instance, Clarence. Let's just use the name Clarence.
All
Clarence, could you please go back to the restroom and wash your hands this time? Thank you. That would possibly send a message to everybody else. Oh, I better not get caught doing that.
Absolutely. And since we're talking about gyms, here's what annoys me about people. When you're at the gym and, you know, you're washing your hands, right? All right. And someone comes up, a guy comes up, he's nude and he's shaving, looking in the mirror. It's like,
yeah, why can't they wear a towel?
Put a towel on.
Yeah.
You know, you're into the naked parade, you know, put a towel on, and then they'll start talking to you. So, did you watch the game? I'm like, dude, you're naked. Don't talk to me.
Or you're sitting down and they walk up to you naked. It's like,
and they're
get out of here.
Yeah, you're tying your shoes and they're at eye level and you're like, oh! And they're talking to you about the big game. Dude, put a towel on.
Yeah.
One more thing for you guys before I go. When you hold the door for someone and you don't get a thank you, it's like if they're expecting you to hold the door.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, I wasn't a doorman.
Yeah. You know, this happens a lot. We talked about it a little bit earlier. And
Oh, sorry, guys.
no, it's okay. It's worth repeating because it happens so often. It appears as if women don't have to say thank you. Usually a guy will say, hey, thanks, bro,
Absolutely.
nod.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's amazing sometimes how maybe the person in front of you will open the door and they know that you are right behind them, but they make no attempt to hold it.
And then they let the door fly and it closes. Yeah, I hate that.
Exactly. Hey, guys, one last thing before I let you go. I'm sorry. People that call up radio station asking for free shirts. Have a free John and Jeff shirt, guys.
Congratulations, Joey. You had the gall to ask, so you will be rewarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Joey.
All right, hold the
Guys,
line.
have a great night.
Okay, you too.
And we'll hook you up for being so upfront about it.
Here's one that bugs me, John. You're pulling up in the gas station, and a car's in front of you, and you pull up behind him, and instead of pulling up to the far pump, he pulls up to the one right in front of you.
Yeah.
I mean, he could pull up 5 feet to the next pump because he knows you're behind him. Then he pretends like he doesn't see you. So now what you do, you have to go around in front of him, and then you block him in.
Well, think about this. I mean, people will actually treat strangers with less respect than people they know because they don't know you. So that means they don't have to do it. I mean, I basically will treat Jeff the way I will treat strangers. Okay. I will treat my family like I do strangers because I only know one way to treat someone with respect. Okay. So if someone, you know, has their hands full and they drop something, I pick it up.
Exactly.
I don't care if it's a guy or a woman. I'm just, hey, let me help you out. No big deal. But some people were like, well, I don't know you, so that
Why would
therefore I don't have to do it.
Yeah, your jar of ragu is rolling into the parking lot. It's going to be hit by that big SUV. You know, it takes you 2 seconds to stop. And usually when you help someone like that, from my human experience, when someone drops something, they drop, I don't know, some groceries or whatever, and you squat down and you help pick them up, they'll usually say thank you. I've never had someone not say anything. Have you? Usually it's like,
usually,
thank you. Yeah.
Usually it's that. But I mean, think about this for a moment, that people actually change their behavior because they don't know you. How sad is that?
You know what? I blame it on...
People don't want to be nice to strangers just because I don't know you, so therefore I'm off the clock.
I don't have to talk
to you.
I'm
not working right now.
Yes.
I'm off the clock.
I'm not going to talk to you.
So you're a stranger, so I'll be rude to you.
How about this one? Someone is at work. They work at a place. They have their name badge on. They say, hi, how you doing? All right. And then maybe you see them 5 minutes later. They're in front of the store smoking. They don't say anything to you.
Yeah.
You ever notice
they're
that
off
one?
the clock?
I don't have to be nice.
Right.
I don't have to talk to you. Screw you.
When I have the name tag on in the store, I'll say hello. But as soon as I see you anywhere else, I don't have to be nice anymore. All right. When we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show. We're talking about things that annoy you about the general public. If you work in retail, you must have a lot of stories. Or if you're traveling this week, obviously you're going to be bumping into people you don't know. And it's amazing how disrespectful people are. And they're that way because they don't know you. They don't have to like you. They don't have to be respectful because they're off the clock. They're not working. So therefore they'll be who they really are, which is usually rude. 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Rocking the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say a big what's up to Armando. Armando, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
Hey, how's it going, big guys?
Pretty good.
Hey, the thing that really ticks me off is when people get in the grocery lines and the express line, and they have more than 30 or 40 or a half basket full, and then they pull out a check the moment they get up there, holding everybody up.
Yeah, the supermarkets are trying to tell people, excuse me, you have too many items, but once they're on that conveyor belt, there's not much they can do at that point.
Yeah, that is beyond annoying. Here's, speaking of supermarket, something else that bothers me. When I go to the market and I have 2 items, okay, and let's say the express line is not open, and I'm in a regular check stand. If I have 2 or 3 items, all right, when or if I have a bunch of items, I'm sorry, and someone comes up with 2 or 3 items, I let that person go ahead of me. You know what I mean?
You know what I think they ought to do?
What?
I think they ought to have a line for those type of people, for a check line for people who like to have checks, a line for people who like to talk too darn much, and another line for those people who like to just hold up people and know they don't have enough money.
Yeah.
And then everybody else that have cash, give them that cash line and let that be the name of that tune.
There you go. Now, John, when you have a full cart and you see someone with 2 or 3 items behind you, you let them go ahead of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but how about, here's what I hate, when someone doesn't do that to you. It's like they know that you've only got 3 items. They have 2 cartloads. They've got like $500 worth of grogroceries, and you're just going in there to buy some, I don't know, smokes or something.
Yeah, it's crazy when you see people do that, though. They got a whole bunch of kids running around, too, just as well. That makes matters worse.
And they act like their kids are not out of control. They're in out of control kid denial. You ever notice that? They're not looking at their kids. The kids are jumping everywhere.
Playing with toys that don't belong, they're not going to even buy, and bouncing balls throughout the whole store.
They're playing soccer.
Yeah, if I had hair on my head, I'd be pulling it out by that time. But it drives me nuts when that happens.
Yeah.
And especially when my girl sends me to the store knowing that it's like that. I'm like, no, you got to go when we're already out there. Because I can't stand it, man. That's just the thing, one of the things that bug me. There's many of them, but I'll have that for another topic.
Or how about this one? The person in the produce aisle that, it's okay to pick up a piece of fruit and check it, make sure it's fresh or whatever, or ripe. But you got that random person that picks up 45 avocados to find the perfect one. Meanwhile, that person's touched 44 avocados. So now what are you going to do?
Everything.
Yeah, they're squeezed like, oh, this one isn't good enough. Oh, that's too soft. Oh, that one's too hard. Ooh, and then a half hour later, after they squeezed every avocado in the store, I'll take this one.
Well, that's why they say wash the fruit and vegetables very well. Not because of the pesticides.
They go to picking the things on their body, and then they pick up the fruit. That's another one that's crazy.
Nasty.
You're right. There's some disinfectant with it.
Yeah, the pesticides won't kill you. People's germs from their grubby hands will make you ill.
Yeah, Armando, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. And who knows, maybe the tomatoes that were recalled wasn't really the main problem. Maybe it was just people groping the tomatoes and passing along their related flu symptoms. Who knows?
And
Maybe
that's
that was the
probably the real reason why when you're in certain supermarkets, you hear that thunder and lightning and the lights flash and the water, the mist comes down. It's to clean it because all these people keep squeezing the produce.
All right, let's go to Kevin in San Francisco. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Kevin.
Yeah, I want to guess the trivia.
Okay, here we go. Time to play. Back in the day, in 1993, there were only 623 of these in the world. Kevin, what is it?
Billionaires.
Billionaires?
Yep.
That is not the answer I have here. But I was reading the other day that there are 10 million millionaires in the world in 2008. 10 million. I'm not talking about people who own their homes and that's their total worth. I'm talking people that are millionaires.
Well, speaking of billionaires, one of our living legends made news recently. Bill Gates.
Yeah.
He has left Microsoft.
What's he going to do now?
And he's basically going to dedicate the rest of his life to giving away his billions to charities.
Wow.
So we had a lot of living legends in the news. Nelson Mandela was in the news last week.
Yeah.
Bill Gates was in the news. Unfortunately, George Carlin passed away. And it was quite a week for our living legends.
Busy week on the Living Legends tour.
Yeah.
But so he's going to spend the rest of his life.
He stepped down from Microsoft, and he's going to just spend the rest of his life with his wife, giving away his billions of dollars.
How old is he? Early 50s?
Yeah, the guy's got, I think, $40 billion.
So he's still got plenty of time left on this planet. But imagine, I mean, the money that he has. And listen, he's doing some good stuff, man. I mean, that's pretty cool of him to do that.
But they're saying that Microsoft itself, isn't doing as well as it did. And so he's getting out.
Is that why?
Well, I think it might have a little bit to do with that. I mean, what more can you do? You're competing with Apple with the iPod. And so they're saying that Microsoft has kind of been left in the dust when it comes to Apple with the iPod and the iPhone. And so some of the technology that has basically passed Microsoft by, it might be the perfect time for a guy like, Bill Gates to say, like Michael Jordan, I'm leaving. Hopefully he won't have to come back and save the company at a later date. So, but how much more can you accomplish when you have $40 billion? What really motivates you to go to work every day? All right, Kevin, thanks for the call. All right.
All right.
We appreciate it.
All right.
Let's go to Manny. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Excellent, Manny. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing very good. I want to take a shot at the useless trivia.
Okay, in 1993, there were only 623 of these in the world. What am I talking about, Manny?
I think it's the American bison.
American bison, otherwise known as the buffalo.
Right.
I'm glad you interpreted that for me.
That is not the answer I have here.
Okay.
And speaking of buffalo, have you ever had beefalo or buffalo?
Oh, yeah.
John, how about you? Buffalo burger?
I've had buffalo wings, but not buffalo.
Buffalo
I went to Catalina Island, and I went up to the very top where they have the Buffalo Reserve.
Uh-huh.
And I bought some buffalo jerky. I had a buffalo burger. Oh, it's great.
It's pretty hearty. Pretty hearty.
What's the difference in taste with compared to beef or?
It's a little bit more rich, just a hair rich. The taste is richer, but it's lean. There's no fat. It's just.
It's good meat. It's good meat, man.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, guys.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I haven't tried buffalo, but I'll take his word for it.
You have to put it down on lists of things to do before you kick the bucket.
You can get buffalo wings, but
that's a lot of effort when you think. I mean, I like buffalo wings, but think about the whole chicken wing thing, the buffalo wing thing. It's a lot of effort, and the payoff, it's kind of like sunflower seeds. What's the payoff for that? I'm done with sunflower seeds, man. Too much effort, and what do you really get?
A lot of work.
It is too much work for the payoff.
Pistachios too.
Yeah, I'm done with sunflower seeds and pistachios. I'm still holding out with the buffalo wings, but maybe one day I'll say, you know what, I'm done.
All right, let's go to Matt. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Matt.
Hey, I'd like to try the trivia.
Okay, in 1993, Matt, there were only 623 of these in the world.
Websites.
Websites. What makes you think it's websites?
I don't know. I just remember hearing when the internet first started out, there were a few sites, and then it just kept growing astronomically.
Well,
I figured 93 was back when it started.
All right. Well, guess what, Matt? That's right.
Awesome.
In 1993, there were only 623 websites in the world, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's just the floodgates open.
Do we know what the first website was?
You know what? That's a good question. I did know the answer to that, but it escaped my brain.
And at that time, was everyone registering domains and then they sold them for like $1 million
I don't
each?
think they started doing that until the thing that really helped the internet was, remember when AOL, you had to pay so much per like hour or whatever. And then I think in 1994, they went unlimited. That's when the internet really exploded.
Right. And that's when all these companies lost a lot of money.
It's just everything just from because I remember I was on vacation and my brother said, I've got unlimited internet access. I'm like, internet, what the hell is that? He says, it's the information superhighway. It's a world wide web. And I'm like, dude, what do you? So I went in there. I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool.
I remember having inter-office email. And nobody wanted to talk anymore. No one wanted to have a meeting. Everything was an email. So you would leave your office and then someone would say, I need this by 2:00, and you'd still be at lunch. Then you'd get in and then you'd almost be fired because someone said, did you get the email? I'm like, no, I was out of the office. So that's when I knew, you got to be really careful about someone setting you up for failure in the office. But wow, 623 websites in 1993.
And how many are there now? It's infinite.
And now everyone has a MySpace. I mean, what is the next thing? Facebook, MySpace. What is the next thing going to be in 5 or 10 years? What is everyone going to have on the internet that they don't already have now?
I don't know. I think the technology will just become, I mean, how much more faster can it become? How much more upgraded can it be?
I think it can become a lot faster. That seems to be the thing.
Like, how about this?
Whatever is faster is going to be, used more.
Like when you turn on your computer, it's as fast as the light. There's no, you know what I mean? Think about that. The speed of turning on your light and you get light instantly.
Well, these companies, it was good for consumers, but when companies began saying you can have internet access for $10 a month, unlimited, that's when all of these companies lost their business model. Because how many people would pay to stay on the internet per hour? A lot. But you're right. The growth of the internet occurred when everyone said pay one fee per month and have unlimited access. And as a result, the video game market took off.
Yeah.
Playing online. Yeah. Emailing took off. Chat rooms took off.
Porn
took off.
It's like you got unlimited.
The pedophiles took off.
The weirdos. Dateline NBC made a career out of it. Think about it. Think about it. The internet was responsible for rounding up pervs and basically the career of Chris Hansen.
Right.
That, the internet put Chris Hansen on the map. Him doing those Dateline NBC to catch a weirdo episodes.
And because of it, some psychiatrists say that 5 or 10% of people on the internet are addicted. Why? Because of unlimited monthly fees. They wouldn't be addicted to it if they had to pay for every hour they were on the internet. So this is contributing to their demise, according to psychiatrists. Hey, Matt, thanks for the call. Congratulations. You got yourself a John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt. Send us your emails at our website at johnjeff.com. And don't forget to vote for our living legends at johnjeff.com.
See you.
The morning radio commute just got earlier. This is the John and Jeff Show.
10,000 pieces of luggage are lost by the airlines every day. Now, it's happened to you twice, I believe.
I believe it.
They're looking at that luggage thing and they're saying, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It doesn't come out. They have to go and fill out that form. It turns into a nightmare.
When the carousel stops and you don't see your luggage, everyone just goes, no!
It's the John and Jeff Show.
Gather the family around the radio for the update on the case of a man accused of having sex with the family dog. And Jeff, the verdict is in.
I'm listening, John. I'm very interested in this case. I hope they throw the book at this weirdo.
The 26-year-old man, who was charged with first-degree animal cruelty, has been found by a jury of his peers not guilty of having sex with the family dog.
The John and Jeff Show.
We need to build more prisons. Think about it.
It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show.
First, I want to say you guys have a great show, and don't change a thing, man. You guys got a great forum, and I like to tell all my friends about you guys, and I hope you guys stay on for another 36 years.
This is the John and Jeff Show.
When you have a boring job, you'll fall asleep. It's almost better to be really busy. The time will go by faster. There's nothing worse than looking at the clock. Oh, 4 more hours.
Tick, tick, tick.
And the problem is when you get caught sleeping on the job, you always pretend you weren't sleeping. You were just resting your eyes.
The John and Jeff Show. The John and Jeff Show.
I worked at a gay bar before.
Have you ever pretended that you were gay in order to flirt with a group of gay men at your table? Have you ever used the words like fabulous or scrumptious? If this man came into your restaurant and sat at your table, I would like you to respond to this.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh no!
Now, Casey, if that gentleman sat down at your table, can you tell us how you would respond to him?
That was fabulous.
It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show.
I've been listening for a couple of weeks, and I absolutely love your show, and just wanted to let you know.
This is the John and Jeff Show.
John, should these random people who will show up at a Starbucks with an iguana or a bird on their shoulder, should they be put on a government watch list?
Well, they are potentially dangerous. There's no doubt about that. All the information suggests that these people are one, gun away from going postal.
The John and Jeff Show.
Are you bitter? No wonder you don't have a wife.
Of course I'm bitter. I'm a talk show host.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
This is your morning wake-up call. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Broadcasting to the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Michael, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Michael.
Hi, guys. How are you?
How are you?
Wonderful. I respect you guys. That's why, I'm a long-time listener, and I actually respect you guys. That's why I really need your opinion. I'm 24. I'm in USC right now. I'm studying business marketing and advertising. I've been working for an advertising firm for the past, a year and a half, 2 years. The only thing is, I'm pretty close to finishing my degree. The only thing that's really discouraging me is I have to take 3 calculus classes, and God help me, I am horrible when it comes to math.
Well, it sounds like you need to hire a tutor, and hopefully she's attractive.
Well,
assuming you like women, Michael.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay. Because you hesitated there as if it was a bad idea, so I had to ask.
Oh, no. I only like women. I've never, no, ew.
Well,
you're not into the man-on-man.
No, ew, God, no.
You're strictly with the ladies.
So when I said to you, you probably are going to need a tutor, and hopefully she's attractive, why did that make you uncomfortable?
Well, the only thing would be if she's an attractive tutor, I wouldn't be focusing on my work. I'd be more focused on her.
Okay, then we'll get you a guy to do it.
Okay, as long as he helps me pass the class, that's all that matters.
Listen, what I found in school, especially with classes that intimidated me, was, I was lost in a class for maybe a week or two, and then all of a sudden a light bulb went off because something that somebody said opened the door, and that's the problem. You have a mental block with calculus. And there's a couple of things that you don't understand, that you don't comprehend, that you don't get. And as soon as you overcome that, the dominoes will fall. And then you'll say, wow, I can't believe I didn't get this earlier. So what I would suggest is go to your local bookstore and get some of these books on calculus for dummies, or some of these study aids that you see in the bookstores for calculus, geometry, trigonometry, or any other subject for that matter. And then also put an ad at the school saying calculus tutor needed $10 an hour or whatever, because that one-on-one that you're going to get for $10 or $20 an hour is probably going to feel more like a semester of learning, because you're really going to be able to be comfortable asking somebody a lot of questions rather than doing it in front of 30 students.
Yeah, Michael, rather than resist it and fear it and let it to overwhelm you, embrace it, make the effort, pick up the Idiot's Guide to Calculus, get a tutor, and I guarantee if you apply that, you'll make it. Listen, you don't have to be an expert on it. You just need to, get through the class.
I know. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, like, I hired someone, and I even put it, like you said, I put an ad in Craigslist. I'm willing to pay someone.
Well, that's your problem. That's your problem. You need to go to your school, all right, and ask someone in your department, in the math department. Listen, my brother is a math professor, all right?
Oh, wow.
And this guy, his life is dedicated to math, and I didn't get math in our family. I was just like you. I hated math. I was like, oh my God, I like the concept of money, but when it comes to calculus and things like that, I absolutely feared it and I hated it. But listen, my brother, told me, embrace math, work through it. It will be, you have to do that. There are certain subjects you have to take when you're going to school that you're not going to like, but you're going to benefit from it. But don't let this hold you back.
Yeah, go to the Department of Mathematics, and they obviously have a bulletin board, and post an ad for a tutor. And I'm sure there's going to be somebody on campus that wants to make $15 an hour teaching you a little bit of calculus.
Talk to your instructor. Say, listen, I would really like to look into getting a tutor here. And listen, if you ask your instructor,
the teacher will do it for $20 an hour.
Seriously, if you say, hey, listen, I really, I'm having a little trouble with this. I really need your expertise on this. Can you recommend a tutor? What should I do? If you get him talking about his passion, which is math, I guarantee you will improve, because he will send you in that direction. If you want to buy a bike, go to Craigslist. If you want to get a cheap surfboard or hook up with a lady, go to Craigslist. But if you want to, get ahead at your school, go right to your own department and talk to an instructor.
Yeah, and Michael, I think you're overthinking this, and it's intimidating you. So just deal with it. Work the problem. It's almost like Apollo 13 in Mission Control. We're going to work the problem, people. We're going to work the problem. And that's what you have to do, rather than going on Craigslist, looking at every ad that's not educational.
Yeah, my brother loves math. He spent, John, 3 years on one problem to solve it.
Wow.
I mean, that's
on top of his personal problems?
I mean, he loves that. I didn't get any math in our family. It's just weird how those things happen, but it's his life's passion. He loves research. He loves math. To me, I'm like, he gets all excited and shows me, and I'll be listening. And it's strange, because one time when I was visiting him in Oregon, he was talking to another math professor about a problem.
Oh boy.
And I'm standing in the middle, and to me it was, they might as well have been speaking Russian. They were.
What's worse, two guys at a Star Trek convention or two guys talking about math?
Yeah, I love my brother, man. But he's the math guy, and I'm just kind of like, well, if I can, balance my checkbook, I'm okay.
Listen, that's why there are calculators. All right, let's go to Hank in Los Angeles. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. I want to talk about the Obama and Hillary Clinton issue. As far as Obama being, as far as you were saying that he'd be great for a presidential candidate. And I believe that he has no experience as far as being a president. He's all talk, and he talks the talk. And Hillary Clinton has pretty much Bill Clinton, and she does have experience as far as being a senator. And I do see her as a strong.
Yeah, but they're both senators.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Here's the deal, and here's what I think is going on right now. And I think that Obama has a likability factor. He has the charisma factor. He has the it factor, and a lot of younger people.
And a trust factor.
Yeah, a lot of people are really looking at that. They're not really listening to the message yet. They're just hearing change. There's not a lot of message, but they're hearing the buzzword change, all right? So they're gravitating towards that as opposed to Hillary. So that's why he's edging her out right now.
But here's the thing. We basically elect governors as presidents. People that have experience running a government, like Ronald Reagan, like Bill Clinton, like George Bush. So it's not likely that a senator becomes president of the United States because they don't usually run anything. They just cast votes on legislation. So Huckabee, who's a former governor of Arkansas, there's a guy that's run a government. Mitt Romney has run a government. Giuliani on being the mayor of a major city in the U.S. in New York City, obviously has experience running a government. And that's really what it takes. Now, Obama can't say it, neither can Hillary. So you would think that those individuals would have a leg up on the competition. But according to the polls so far, they don't seem to be on the top of the list compared to Obama. So it's interesting how a lot of this country so far isn't really necessarily focused on experience, but as Jeff said earlier, likability and message.
And change.
And change.
That's what they're hearing.
They're both Huckabee, Giuliani, Romney, Clinton, and Obama, they're all saying change. And it's interesting how both parties are saying we need to turn things around because the direction we're going in is the wrong direction, meaning Bush.
So the main thing, what they really talk about is the Iraq War and ending it. And for that to end is a very long shot. It's not going to end anytime soon. And they have to go on with what they're going through to end it as far as, I believe the war has a lot to do with oil. And for them to stop it like they say they're going to stop it is going to be a long shot. And for Hillary, even Obama saying they're going to stop it, I really believe that's not going to happen. It's going to take years for it to end.
Well, if the Democrats run the Senate and the Congress and 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, there's nothing going to be in the way of them stopping a lot of things.
Can I ask you too, from what's going on with the race right now, who would you guys vote for if it was time to vote? Who would you guys go for?
Boy, that's a good question. I'll tell you, I like Huckabee, I like Romney, and I like Giuliani. And I like Obama. I like those four guys. I think those four guys are solid. If any of them became president, I think they do a great job. The problem is the religious right doesn't like Giuliani because he was a womanizer and so forth. Number two, Romney's a Mormon, and most Christians don't recognize Mormons. And then you have Huckabee, who is likable and is a favorite among the religious right. And then you have Obama, who can probably get more independents and Republicans to vote for him as well as Democrats. So I think those four candidates would do a great job if any of them were president.
Right. Well, with Giuliani, we wouldn't even know him wasn't for 9/11. I don't really think he did such a great job with 9/11. And I mean, we wouldn't even know. For starters, I live in California, and I wouldn't even go for Giuliani. And I think he's just a long shot cross-dresser.
Well, wow. Well, maybe you know more than we do. But the issue here is he basically hasn't even really campaigned in New Hampshire, hasn't even campaigned in Iowa. So it's almost like he's running for president, but he's not competing like everybody else. So he's kind of like half in it, half out of it. And I think people have realized, listen, either you're in it or you're not. Make up your mind.
You got to show up.
But he's like a part-time campaigner.
You got to show up and represent. You got to shake hands. You got to meet people. But you're right. He's a
part-time campaigner.
I don't want to show up there. Screw it. And I don't think that's a good political move. You got to show up and meet people. You got to go wherever you have to go, do whatever it takes to win the people. That's how you do it. It's called a campaign.
Yeah. And you would think that he would embrace that, but he's like a slacker on the campaign trail. Everybody else is showing up except him. He's in Florida when everyone else is in New Hampshire.
I'm going to work on my tan.
Yeah, and I think people have realized it's like, hey, wait a minute, where's Giuliani? Where's Mr. Mayor?
Where's Rudy? It's like, where's Waldo?
Yeah, I don't know what kind of strategy he had, but it's not working. And when Ron Paul beats you, I mean, I think Ron Paul has said a lot of things that are good, but he doesn't have the charisma or the presentation to become president. But when Ron Paul beats you, you got major problems. All right, Jeff, what do you got there?
All right, John, a story from the news pile. Someone from the TV show Dog the Bounty Hunter has some explaining to do. Police in Hawaii say the sidekick on Dog the Bounty Hunter, Tim Chapman, he's the guy that you see, he's got that ponytail thing going on the show. He's always with Dog. He's like one of the main guys.
I thought that was his son.
Well, there's a son, but then there's the older guy, 42-year-old guy. Tim Chapman apparently turned himself in to police. Here's what went down. Apparently, he was at a shopping mall, and a security guard caught him nude in his pickup. And according to the security officer, performing a lewd act.
Oh, boy.
Apparently, the guard yelled at him to stop and put on his clothes. Well, he put on his clothes and then he sped off, running over the curb and nearly hitting the guard. According to his attorney, he says, here's what happened. That Tim Chapman spilt orange juice on himself and was changing, and that's it. So in other words, he's in his pickup, he's drinking some orange juice, spills it. Oh, I think I'll change here. Police are investigating. So what do you think here? Do you think do you think he's innocent in that he just spilled some OJ and then, I've got a wet spot here in the front of my pants and I was changing.
I believe the cop. I don't think,
Would you bring a change of clothes with you? Think about it. Oh, I'm going to bring a change of clothes just in case I spill orange juice.
Yeah, well, the guy was, recklessly driving in the parking lot?
That explains, he drove went over a curb and almost hit the security guard, according to a report.
Yeah.
And the security officer said he recognized him from the TV show. So he's like, hey, that guy's nude. Wait a minute. What is he doing? That's the Dog the Bounty Hunter dude. That's a sidekick dude.
Maybe he doesn't like a Dog the Bounty Hunter like me. Maybe.
Yeah, or maybe he did spill some orange juice. Imagine, though, if you were innocent. Now you've got to have that baggage. Anyway, I guess to be continued, according to police.
All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls and another guy trying to have sex with a minor. Thanks to Dateline NBC. He's on tape. And we'll play the tape when we come back on the John and Jeff Show. 877-97 John Jeff.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Rocking the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. You're right in the middle of the John and Jeff Show.
All right, we're up to the point where you gather around the kids around the radio. Why? Because it's time to catch another predator on the internet. Dateline NBC's To Catch a Predator, one of the greatest reality shows of our time.
The best comedy on TV.
Catching grown men trying to have sex with minors. And here's a guy that is showing up at a house thinking that he's meeting a minor when in fact it's not a minor. It's someone who's playing the part of one, and local law enforcement is there along with Chris Hansen from Dateline. So let's see how this guy gets himself into trouble.
5.5 hours away from our undercover house in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
I figured, there's no way this guy's going to come.
Calling himself John Raven 2000, he tells the decoy, who is posing as a 13-year-old, that he's 24 and says, I'm too old to do anything with you. But that doesn't last long. Soon after, the sex talk begins. He asks the decoy about her last boyfriend.
Did you him?
Yeah? Why you want to know that?
I just do.
'Kay. See, I ain't no baby.
Would you do it to me?
Would you want me to?
This is Emmy Award-winning acting. I mean,
that was really creepy. I got to get that soundbite.
We've got to get this guy on the air. This guy should get an Emmy. The voice actor who plays the role of a pervert. And it's good to see that he's back this season. Who is this guy?
I think he held out for some more money, and then they finally said, you know something? We miss you being so creepy, so we're going to have you back. All right, let's hear the exchange once again between these two actors impersonating what was being typed in a chat room.
You want to know that?
I just do.
'Kay. See, I ain't no baby.
Would you do it to me?
Would you want me to?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be cool to try stuff out. You're cute.
The chat continues for another 20 minutes. Then he gets in his car and starts driving. He's known the decoy for less than 2 hours. During the long drive, he talks to the decoy on the phone and reveals more about himself.
We just got off the phone with the guy who's claiming to be a cop. We don't know that he is, but he says he carries his gun everywhere with him.
So now we have to assume that John Raven 2000 is a police officer and he's armed.
The security people were really great in instructing me as to what to do, and the first and foremost important thing was the safety.
Here comes 24-year-old Michael Patterson. He actually made the 5.5-hour drive to meet a 13-year-old for sex.
5.5 hours.
I think that is a Dateline NBC record because I believe last week it was 5 hours, and I think we've increased it by 30 minutes. This is a Dateline NBC pervert record, 5.5 hours, and he knew her for a half hour.
That's about, 400 miles? At least 300 miles. That is a desperate guy trying to find a 13-year-old.
Oh, and he's a gun-toting pervert.
Casey has been instructed to make certain the man is unarmed.
Hey!
Oh, my God.
You didn't really bring your gun with you, did you? Because that kind of freaks me out.
No.
Well, you said you always carry it with you.
It's in my car.
I don't believe you.
Seriously?
Lift up your shirt. Turn around. Lift up your pants.
You're killing me.
Pull your pockets inside out.
Well, she doesn't want to get shot.
Your other pocket.
My wallet. Change. Condom? Come on, you gotta trust me. I don't have it on me here.
I got the okay to let him in the house.
All right, I guess I believe you. Okay, close your door. Come on in.
We're being a weenie.
All right, so once again, this is a guy trying to hook up with a minor, and it's all being caught on tape.
What did he say after she said close your door? He mumbled something.
I can't believe you don't believe me.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're strangers. I can't believe you don't believe me.
Oh, I wasn't sure. You said you always carried it with you. I wasn't sure because you said you always carried it.
He just continued to joke about it, and the cops and the security were, still keeping a really strong eye on him because you never know. So you're a cop, not a detective?
Detective, yeah.
Oh.
I'm a lieutenant.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So you're excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Are you excited?
Yeah.
So, what do you want to do?
Where's your room at? Let's go through the house. Look at it. This is a huge house.
Yeah, it is pretty big. It's nice, though.
Oh, my God. My hair's a mess.
So, Lieutenant.
What's up?
What are we investigating tonight?
All right, this is Chris Hansen popping out now.
Oh, Lieutenant Pervert. Nothing much.
What's your plan here?
I just drove down here to...
And how long was the drive?
5.5 hours.
Now, what would motivate somebody to drive 5.5 hours to come here to this house?
I don't know, sir.
But you got to know. You're the one who did the driving.
I know.
Now, you're a lawman. So if you're doing the interview, what would you want to know most?
Basically, why was I here?
Yeah, why were you here?
I'm just lonely. I don't have anybody, and I need somebody to talk to.
You knew she was 13. She told you.
I was kind of worried about it. I told her she was 5 years older. I wouldn't mind talking to her,
but you kept talking anyway.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know what to do with me. Am I supposed to know what to do with old men? Only with me. So this is funny.
I know. I'm sorry, sir.
It's funny. What do you think should happen to a police officer who gets caught doing something like this?
Well, really bad could happen.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Just a year now.
Explain to me why somebody with apparently so much going on would take that risk. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
I'm going through a divorce partially.
So that made you stupid? Oh. So, Michelle, was this guy an actual cop?
No.
Oh,
I knew
he's lying about it?
Liar.
Oh. I think he got kicked out of the academy.
Oh, okay.
It's some bogus story.
Ah, loser.
And the gun was loaded.
In the car?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
He gets busted. He gets a lot of charges.
All right, send us your emails at johnjeff.com.
due to the mature and graphic subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
John and Jeff Show. The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think there should be no suicide watch in jail.
We're two guys who think women's lip implant surgery should be declared a federal disaster area.
We're two guys who think health care for illegal immigrants should be billed to their country.
We're two guys who think there should be a telethon to find a cure for male baldness.
The John and Jeff Show.
Waking you up live in AM America, it is the John and Jeff Show in the morning.
Call us now, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465. We want to thank all the third shifters, all you insomniacs, everybody working hard in the graveyard. Hey, thanks for staying up all night with us. We really do appreciate it. It's 7 minutes after the hour.
All right, welcome to the show here. Totally open phones. More topics, better varieties. We jumpstart your morning live with your calls. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. As always, you can talk about anything. And to jump on Live America, it's easy. Pick up the phone and call now. Coming up, we'll check out that news pile for news and nonsense. Plus, we're always standing by if you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything. The free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live.
All right, to join us live and nationwide, call us 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465. And Jeff, we didn't have time to finish our Dateline NBC pervert of the day.
We have a little pervert leftovers that we haven't heard yet, so we want to share them with you.
So we'll just roll this back a little bit if you just joined us now. And here's a guy that drove 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours to meet someone who he thought was a 13-year-old girl. Now, this guy's claiming that he's a police officer and that he's brought his loaded gun. And so the decoy, who is playing the role of a 13-year-old, she's obviously concerned, and so is law enforcement, who is behind the scenes waiting for this guy to enter the house to arrest him, to see if he actually does have a loaded weapon on him.
So let's look at the totals here. Well, he's a 5.5 hour. He drove 5.5 hours to hook up with this minor, to try to hook up. He is impersonating a police officer. I think those are both Dateline NBC firsts. I don't think we've ever ran into someone pretending to be a police officer, and we've never met someone who drove 5.5 hours to get his jolly on.
Well, no wonder gasoline prices are so expensive. We have all these perverts driving 5 and 6 hours for their next conquest. You would think that if they drove less, the price of gas would come down.
Oh, they're going to have a special greeting during the takedown. I don't think they're going to go light and easy on this clown.
All right, so here is the audio.
Gotcha.
So you're excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Are you excited?
Yeah.
So, what do you want to do?
Where's your room at? Let's go through the house. Look at it. This is a huge house.
Let's go through the house because he wants to see if there's anyone in the house.
This
so
guy,
he's already a little bit suspicious about the situation because this is a big house. Someone could be here. I want to check it out before we do anything.
And he does not sound like a law enforcement officer at all.
I think he's chewing tobacco.
He's like looking around.
Yeah, it is pretty big. It's nice though.
Oh my God. My hair's a mess.
So, Lieutenant.
What's up?
What are we investigating tonight?
So this is Chris Hansen from Dateline NBC popping out. And he will now question this man. And of course, this guy doesn't probably realize that he's a reporter for NBC. Maybe he assumes he's the father. Maybe he assumes he's a police officer. So let's see what happens.
Nothing much.
What's your plan here?
I just drove down here to...
And how long was the drive?
5.5 hours.
Now, what would motivate somebody to drive 5.5 hours to come here to this house?
I don't know, sir.
But you got to know. You're the one who did the driving.
I know.
Now, you're a lawman. So if you're doing the interview, what would you want to know most?
Basically, why was I here?
Yeah, why were you here?
I'm just lonely. I don't have anybody, and I need somebody to talk to.
You knew she was 13. She told you.
And I was kind of worried about it. I told her she was 5 years older. I didn't mind talking to her,
But you kept talking anyway.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know what to do with me. Am I supposed to know what to do with old men? Only with me. So this is funny.
I know. I'm sorry, sir.
It's funny.
I'm sorry, sir, whoever you are.
He's a polite pervert, saying he's sorry and saying sir.
Yeah, some perverts have manners, but it doesn't matter because you're still going to get arrested.
What should happen to a police officer who gets caught doing something like this?
Well, really bad could happen.
What
really bad can happen? Yeah, that sounds like a police officer, right?
Guy can't put a sentence together.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Just a year now.
Explain to me why somebody with apparently so much going on would take that risk. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
I'm going through a divorce partially.
So that makes it okay?
No, it's not okay. It'll never be okay. Not for anybody.
What do you suppose your chief's going to say about this?
He's going to be too happy.
Well, there's something you got to know. And it's I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. And we're doing a story on adults who try to meet young teens online for sex.
I apologize, man to man.
All right.
Did he say man to man?
Yeah.
I apologize man to man, or did he say amen?
I think he said man to man.
I apologize, man to man.
All right.
No.
From one man to another?
No, from one pervert to a man.
Yeah.
He should have said, I apologize, pervert to man. Don't call yourself a man.
Gathers up all his belongings and heads to the door, apparently thinking the worst is over. Because of the possibility that Patterson is armed, an officer acts more quickly than usual, calling out to him as soon as he opens the door.
Sheriff's office!
Patterson steps back into the house, and an officer shoots him with a taser gun.
Yes! Yes! Oh, yes!
I think this is the first tasered pervert on Dateline. So let's listen how this unfolds.
With a taser gun. Only one probe stays attached, so the taser is unable to shock him and drop him to the ground.
Are we at a kennel? Or are we at a Dateline NBC rally?
It sounds like flopping like a fish.
It sounds like the chilling, thrilling sounds of a haunted house record. You know, those monsters recorded in the bathroom? And I believe this is the second time someone was tased on Dateline NBC. We had a clown from a few years ago that we play that sound effect being tased. That is from Dateline. This is tase number 2. We have the original old school tase on Dateline, and now we have a new enhanced, longer version. I sound like I'm a clown in the circus getting tased.
So the taser is unable to shock him and drop him to the ground.
All right, let's hear this without any added fanfare in the Third Shift studios. Let's just hear the pain.
I'll have to turn off Jeff's mic.
Yeah, please turn Jeff's mic off. He can't help himself.
Once Patterson is cuffed, he's brought outside and taken away to the local police station. When officers search his car, they find a loaded gun,
one in the chamber,
a spare round of ammunition, and handcuffs. Later, he agrees to waive his rights and answer questions.
I'd like to discuss with you why you're here.
Now we hear the truth about the man claiming to be a detective. He tells the agent that he was only on the police force for a few months as a trainee before he was thrown off.
Wonder why.
It was a traffic violation. I violated their SOP, their standard operating procedure.
He was out of his jurisdiction in his personal car using police lights.
I got some blue red lights and I put them in my car. It was thrown out of court, so they dismissed me for that, but it was thrown out.
So the guy's pretending he's a cop before he's a cop. That's going to be a problem. You know, the guy's in it for his ego.
Oh, that was the best takedown in the history of Dateline NBC.
How long ago was that?
Just about like a month ago.
But according to the local prosecutor, the case wasn't dismissed. He still faces the charge of impersonating a police officer. That wasn't his only run-in with the law. Patterson charged more than $1,400 on a credit card that had been mistakenly sent to him. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of theft, a misdemeanor, served 3 days in jail, and received 1 year probation.
Jeez.
So credit card fraud, impersonating an officer, being a pervert.
Driving 5.5 hours to meet a young girl. I mean, this guy's life is over. I mean, just ridiculous, stupid errors in judgment.
So you had intentions to at least have oral sex with her?
Yeah.
And how old did she tell you that she was?
Said going on 14. I knew I screwed up talking to a girl that age. I knew. I'm not stupid. I'm not.
Oh, no, you are stupid.
You are stupid.
You're very, very stupid.
By showing up and by engaging in the conversation, you are the definition of stupid.
I like how he says going on 14.
I'm not stupid. I'm not creep, but...
A total of 7 men were arrested here in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and charged with unlawful transaction with a minor less than 16 years of age, a felony.
Since this is a felony, you are entitled to a preliminary hearing.
They've all pleaded not guilty. That brings the total number of potential predators arrested in a year by the Kentucky Attorney General's office to 27.
We know that predators are now saying we're not coming to Kentucky. They're watching for us, so Kentucky's kids are safer.
We've conducted 12 separate to-catch-a-predator investigations now over the course of 3 years. And during that time, police have arrested more than 260 men, leading to more than 130 convictions. You can learn more about our predator investigations on our website. You'll also find a complete online safety guide, including advice on how to talk to your kids about the real dangers predators pose. Just log on to dateline.msnbc.com.
So it looks like Dateline has accounted for about 250 guys getting arrested over, a 3-year period, he said?
12 operations.
Jeez.
We've probably dissected about 6.
So if they've caught 250, there's got to be hundreds of thousands out there.
Oh, Chris Hansen will be able to do this for the rest of his career. Just do these Dateline to catch predators.
Well, the problem is, does he want to continue to do it? You know? He'll be known as the guy that takes down perverts. But after a while, the obituary will have a pervert name in it. And, you kind of want to avoid that if you can.
Here lies Chris Hansen, NBC correspondent, Dateline NBC, best known for his work in To Catch a Perv.
Yeah.
So that's the original tase.
Oh, that was the original.
That was the original tase from a few years back. But now we have the new and improved Jolly tase. I mean, this guy's jumping around. He does sound like a circus clown.
It's better. It's new and improved.
Oh, that is the new tase for 2008. Wait. I love that audio nugget.
We'll have it tomorrow.
Oh, awesome.
Just when you think you've had a bad day, you watch one of these Datelines and you say, wow.
What is the visual like on that? It has to be hilarious. I missed that episode.
I told you, he looks like a flopping fish. You can go to MSNBC.com. You can check out this clown.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, a press conference from Roger Clemens, Jeff. And I think Roger Clemens gets a little unleashed here. I think some of the rage and anger and maybe even guilt is coming out.
Is it?
And what he had to say about his comments about the Hall of Fame and that he doesn't care about it. And, something for a guy that's been so celebrated in Major League Baseball, every player wants to get into the Hall of Fame.
Is it?
And now he's saying, I don't give a damn about the Hall of Fame. Something I think you do, but if this is a reaction from possible guilt of taking steroids, then you would probably not want to be in the Hall of Fame, or at least have your name be brought up regarding steroids in the Hall of Fame. So maybe he doesn't care about the Hall of Fame because he doesn't want to continue the dialogue on whether he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame if and when he used steroids.
Is it an innocent man fired up, or is this steroid rage?
It's like very short, under 2 minutes. He just goes out there to the podium and then takes off.
He's just sour.
Yeah, but what he says, what he says in the press conference is something that you find shocking from a guy who's an obvious shoo-in for the Hall of Fame. So now he's basically saying, I don't care about it. And I believe he doesn't want to have more suspicion around him because everyone is talking about should he or others who may or did use steroids, should they be eligible for the Hall of Fame? And if he basically says, I don't want to be in it, then maybe his name will be dropped from the controversy. So maybe this is his ploy to make that happen. Anyway, we'll play the audio. And when we come back, we'll take more of your phone calls, too. 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
This is your morning wake-up call. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. Broadcasting to the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. Steroids was the big word in 2007. It's also going to be a big deal in Major League Baseball in 2008. Roger Clemens, said to be one of the best pitchers in baseball, at a press conference yesterday regarding the allegations that he used performance-enhancing drugs during his career as a Major League Baseball player. And here he is at a press conference, at least a portion of it, where I think he comes unhinged at this point. You know, if you want to stay out of the spotlight, what do? You stay out of the spotlight. Instead, you're at a press conference. You're on 60 Minutes. So it's probably best that you just go away, but unfortunately,
lay low.
He keeps himself in the news by having a press conference. So,
and the question is why?
Yeah. What's in it for him? Well, let's hear it, and then we'll talk about it.
This is not about records and heroes and numbers. I could give a rat's ass about that. This is about my health. I've always been concerned about my health, what I put in my body, okay? It's the same spiel that I go out when I talk to these college kids, and I'm going to have an opportunity to talk on Friday to some coaches about coaching and teaching, which again, that's gotten distorted like you can't believe that they didn't want me to come. Every time I've talked to these people, they've all been supportive of me coming, but that's not been reported correctly, okay? All you have to do is do just a little bit of homework, just a little bit. Okay, and that's what we've been doing. And ever since I've been looking at, I haven't read the entire Mitchell report. I read what's said about me in there. That's what I'm concerned about. And I know what's what's untrue in that entire deal. Now I'm going to go through all this. I'm going to pay a lot of money to try and defend myself again from all the lies. How do you prove a negative? Do I just keep shelling out millions? Is that what I do? And at the end of the day?
I think that's a good idea.
And at the end of the day, I'm still going to probably get, we're sorry and an apology. That's what I'll get out of this. So when I made my statement, and I got another asinine question the other day about the Hall of Fame. You think that I played my career because I'm worried about the damn Hall of Fame? I could give a rat's ass about that also. If you have a vote and it's because of this, you keep your vote. I don't need the Hall of Fame to justify that I put my butt on the line and I worked my tail off. And I defy anybody to say I did it by cheating or taking any shortcuts.
You know, an innocent man, I don't think would use those words.
Yeah, but if you're fed up and you're angry and you're mad because these are lies, you're going to defend yourself.
I know, but he's not doing it in the right way. For instance, if you're innocent of taking any performance-enhancing drugs, you should say, if I'm voted in, I deserve it because my numbers are there and I didn't cheat. Instead, he uses a different tactic by saying, I don't give a damn about the Hall of Fame.
So even if you are innocent of the roids, you're not getting in now because you've just slammed the Hall.
So you're disrespecting the Hall of Fame. Why would you do that if you're innocent? What does the Hall of Fame have to do with your current situation or the allegations against you? So he's lashing out at the Hall of Fame, saying that he doesn't give a rat's you-know-what about it. Now, what does that have to do with whether he used performance-enhancing drugs or not? That's what I'm saying. He's come unhinged in this press conference. You don't need to disrespect an organization that so many people have such a high regard for just because somebody is accusing you of taking steroids. What you should say, as I said earlier, is if I'm voted in, I deserve it because I didn't cheat. Instead, he says, I don't give a rat's ass about that Hall of Fame, which I think is a complete lie because you don't compete on that level in Major League Baseball and not care about the Hall of Fame. Please. Guys are waiting 10, 20 years to get in the Hall of Fame. And he's saying he doesn't care about it. He probably doesn't care about it because everyone will be saying, does he deserve to be in it if he took steroids? So by he's saying, I don't want to be in it, I don't care about it, then maybe no one will vote for him. And then this will all go away in the future.
I'm still going to probably get, we're sorry and an apology. That's what I'll get out of this. So when I made my statement, and I got another asinine question the other day about the Hall of Fame. You think that I played my career because I'm worried about the damn Hall of Fame? I could give a rat's ass about that also.
I don't know. All these guys are motivated to be the best.
You want to be remembered for what you did as an athlete in Major League Baseball when you're a baseball player. And that's the top honor. Being inducted into the Hall as a player.
And he's ripping on the Hall of Fame.
I wonder what the Hall's response is. Because you're getting slammed.
So you're going to have all the sports writers, everyone who has a vote, owners and so forth. Are they going to vote this guy in? Yeah. After he just disrespected the Hall of Fame? How is he going to accept being inducted into the Hall of Fame after that comment?
After that comment, I don't think he gets selected. I think the Hall says, you know what? Screw you. You slammed us. Is there anyone out there right now listening that feels sorry for Roger Clemens? Is there anyone out there that thinks what he said is, because he is frustrated and fed up, or because maybe he's just in denial?
Listen, you say something once. It's all we learned this from the Imus. We learned this from Mel Gibson. We learned this from the guy on Seinfeld. You apologize once and get it done the first time. In his case, you say that you're innocent. You say that you didn't cheat. And these allegations against me are false.
And then
that's all you say.
But if you mention the Hall and then say, listen, all I can do is tell you the truth. And if I'm inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame, it's up to them. And that's it. But don't slam the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Listen, he should have one press conference regarding the allegations against him in this report. That's it. Get it done the first time and have no further comment ever. That's it. I already discussed that issue. I'm moving on. Instead, he continues to talk about it.
If you have a vote and it's because of this, you keep your vote. I don't need to hold.
Now that does. I'm trying to figure out what he's not actually articulating what he really means or how he feels.
You keep your vote. I don't need the Hall of Fame to justify that I put my butt on the line and I worked my tail off. And I defy anybody to say I did it by cheating or taking any shortcuts. Okay? I made a statement through this man when it first happened. I made a statement through my foundation. That wasn't good enough. And now I'm here doing this.
And you're a fool for doing it. No one's dragging you out there to say it.
He wants to get his message out.
Yeah, but you do it once. That's it.
And then how effective is the message?
Doesn't matter.
I mean, think about it.
But you're on the record for saying one thing and you stick with it. And he's got a foundation where he does a lot of charitable work, and he's discussing this controversy at his charitable organization. How embarrassing is that? You're raising money for good causes, and then people are asking you about steroids. How about this? I've already addressed that issue. Do you have any questions or on the charitable organization? If not, thank you for coming. Boom, done. But the problem is he's not a diplomatic guy. He's a baseball player, so he really doesn't have the skills to do this. So I don't know why his agent or attorney is having him out like this. I mean, this guy is easily rattled by these questions.
I cannot wait to go into the private sector and hopefully never have to answer it again.
I can't wait to go into the private sector and be done with Major League Baseball.
After it's been good to me for so many years and made me millions.
After I've made maybe $200 million.
I can't wait. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Private sector.
Is this how you're going to treat me after all these years? I can't wait to be done with baseball.
He's going to morph into private sector man.
Let me tell you something. This is an angry man.
Yeah, I'm
not really feeling an innocent man.
I'm not feeling sorry for him. At first, okay, I feel a little sorry for this guy. Maybe he is innocent, and maybe he is, but still, his attitude and what he's saying.
If I was an innocent man and some guy accused me of what he's being accused of, I would not bring up the Hall of Fame because it has nothing to do with the issue. And number two, I wouldn't disrespect baseball by saying, I can't wait to go to the private sector and be done with you people.
Well, if you can't wait to, completely walk away from baseball, why having a news press conference in regards to you and your performance and the allegations in baseball? If you were so into the private sector, you would pull a Houdini and disappear.
Yeah.
And be gone and then be private sector man.
Will he ever do the lie detector, or will he say, I'm done with it? But this is a lesson on how not to handle a crisis. This is a lesson on how not to handle allegations. And Roger Clemens, great pitcher, but he's not that bright when it comes to damage control.
Through my foundation, that wasn't good enough, and now I'm here doing this. I cannot wait to go into the private sector and hopefully never have to answer it again. I've said enough.
Silence, you mental midget.
I've said enough. You said too much, not enough.
If he said enough, is this it? Is this his final press conference? Or will there be more?
Well, he's going to sit down in front of Congress, apparently. He's been subpoenaed. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And all of this can be used against him, too, if and when there is some sort of legal proceeding or, lawsuits, whatever the case is. You just keep your mouth shut. People just blabbering away. I just don't understand how stupid people can be. I don't know if he's going against the advice of his attorneys or not, but he's not coming across as being very likable.
Well, tomorrow would be very interesting to see because tomorrow is the Hall of Fame, the electees. They announce who the electees are.
Well, he's not eligible for at least 5 years until retirement.
10 years after retirement.
Is it 10 years or 5 years?
I think it's 10.
Can you launch an investigation during the next break?
I think Michelle can handle that. After all, she is a baseball encyclopedia.
I thought it was 5, but I'm not gonna bet my mortgage.
The reason why I'm saying 10 because I know Cal Ripken Jr.'s name is there, and I think that was 10 years ago.
Okay. Was that his first? Time to be inducted?
Correct.
Okay. Well, you know more about baseball than I do.
Well, not everything. So let me, I have been wrong a couple times.
But you are our resident baseball expert here on the third shift.
Yeah.
I thought it was 5 years, but I don't know.
Check.
Might be wrong on that.
Let's check.
Okay. When we come back, more of your phone calls and more of an angry Roger Clemens. I can't wait to go back to the private sector. It's been terrible being a celebrity making maybe $200 million in my career. It's just been awful. You don't know how bad it's been. Yeah, Roger.
Do you feel sorry for this guy?
No.
Seriously, if you're
listen, this guy's gotten himself into this situation. Maybe he's innocent, but he's handled this the wrong way. He's coming across as angry and vindictive. And I think most of us would be angry if someone is accusing us of something that isn't true. Well, if that's the case, then sue the man who's making the allegation, and he is, and that's it. And have no further comment and just say, I'm going to let the legal proceedings play out and I'll have no more comment on these allegations. Done.
Here's what you say. Listen, this guy lied. It's not true. It'll be proven in the court of law. Done.
Right. Instead, I don't give a rat's ass about the Hall of Fame. Boy, that's exactly what Major League Baseball wants. Its biggest pitcher in the last 20 years ripping the organization. More of your calls coming up. 877-97-JOHN Jeff.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Their mission, to keep you awake on the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's stop in the great Northwest, Portland, Oregon, and say hi to Franco. Franco, you're live on the John and Jeff Show.
Hey, John and Jeff, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Well, I listen to you guys a lot, and you keep me up, for a long time because, ever since I started listening to you about a year and a half ago, I listen to you every night. I'm a faithful listener.
Thank you for plugging into the Third Shift Network.
Jeff, I noticed you like, muscle cars.
It's a passion of mine. I love cars.
Well, I had in Washington, D.C. many years ago a 68 GTO.
Nice.
And, I had that. And then years later, I bought a Grand Am, a 75 Grand Am with a 400, 7.4 liters.
Wow, that's a big motor.
I know. And now I have the car that I have actually a Lincoln Town car, and I have a Caddy. It's a 63 Caddy, a Sedan DeVille, really beautiful car in mint condition,
Is it all stock?
It is all.
Nice.
Totally.
Hey, keep it. I love old cars. I love classic cars, muscle cars. I'm a car nut. Ever since I was very, very young.
I noticed that, yeah. The other thing I want to say is, this is for John. John, I really like the way you say things and all the energy that you put on, and you come out like you're very truthful and very sincere on everything you say. I really like the way you say, when you say, that is not the answer. I love when you say that.
Well, listen, God has given me a gift of being as honest as I can. And I've been persecuted, but nothing like Jesus. But I will continue to speak the truth.
I like that. And I like that. And you have I sympathize with you because that's the way I am. I speak my mind, and I say and I'm never afraid of saying what I have in mind. I think it's because of my nature. I'm from Spain, and Spaniards are probably, or I might say, they're mostly like very sincere and very upfront people, and they don't play games.
Now, how does it work with the ladies? Do you get right to the point with the ladies, being a man from Spain?
Yes.
And does it work? I bet it does.
It does work. Yeah. It does. It really works. And, I really don't have any problem with that because, I just don't play any games.
Now, if you ask a woman out and she says no, do you say, that is not the answer?
No, I won't say that. No, but I don't care.
Next. It's on to the next one.
Yeah, it's on to the next one.
There you go.
But the other thing is this, with this thing with Clement, I think this guy is lying. Because, I tell you why. Taking steroids, it's something that is so normal nowadays. I've been a bodybuilder for over 20 years, and I will say 90% of the bodybuilders that I know have taken steroids. And in the Olympics, we've seen it. For this guy to come out and say, he's made all the money that he wanted to make, and now for him to say, well, I don't care if I don't go into the Hall of Fame. Maybe he doesn't care about all. I guess all he cared was about the money that he made.
But Franco, if this guy was innocent, and I'm just saying hypothetically, if an innocent man would care if they got in or out of the Hall of Fame. An innocent man would care because they would be like, hey, wait a minute. I didn't cheat. I've been performing at a professional level for 20 years. I deserve to be in the Hall of Fame based upon my accomplishments. However, maybe a guilty man would say, I don't care about that organization.
Yeah, he says he didn't give a rat's ass about the Hall of Fame. A guy who was, in my opinion, I agree, John, that was purely innocent, 100% innocent.
Would want to be innocent.
Would say, listen, I'm going to prove that I am innocent, that these are lies, and it's up then to the Hall of Fame, which I respect, to understand that. And if I'm inducted, great. But it's out of my hands right now. We'll let the courts decide. And then end it and not have any more press conferences.
Yeah,
that's right. He's talking too much, and he's not coming out clean, and it's just very, very sad, and it's just really, really bad.
All right, Franco, listen, thanks for the call in Portland, and please give us a call again some other time, all right?
Thank you, John.
Okay,
you guys have a Happy New Year.
Okay, and send a photo of your cars to johnjeff.com.
I will.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, there he goes. Franco from Spain checking in via Portland. Todd is next in Los Angeles on the John and Jeff Show. Hi, Todd.
Hi, John and Jeff. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm actually good. I just want to tell you this is kind of odd that Franco brought that up. Today is my 1 year anniversary listening to you guys. I remember last year, 2007.
Wow.
January, yes.
Well, thanks.
Was the first day I started listening, and it's been quite interesting. I like you guys, like a lot of your topics. I just wanted to save your employee there. I mean, I can't remember her name, but to look it up. John, you're right. It is 5 years. After you get out of retire from baseball, you become eligible for the Hall of Fame after the 5th year of retirement.
Right.
So I wanted to say that. Now, as far as the Clemens thing goes, guys, did you guys happen to catch the Roger Clemens and Brian McNamee conversation over the telephone?
I heard a little bit of it, and in that conversation, the trainer basically says, what do you want me to do? I think he offered to go to jail for him or prison, whatever the case was. So that sounds a little bit suspicious that why he would say that, the trainer, if in fact the allegation that he made prior was true. So maybe there is some truth to this bogus allegation against Clemens. I don't know.
I try to attribute it of how his anger was and everything, and I just try to look at myself. Okay, when I've been caught in a lie, how do I react? And you know what? One of the first things I do when I'm caught in a lie is I get angry.
Right.
And
that's a normal human response. You get overly defensive and you get angry. And if you are doing the juice, you get a little more angry.
Correct. And, the conversation between him and his trainer that they played live for everybody to hear, first of all, I thought they're obviously were trying to send a message. But at the same time, Clemens knew it was being taped and McNamee didn't.
Right.
And that bothers me because of some of the things he said where Clemens attributed that I just want the truth to get out. I just want the truth to be heard. And McNamee's responding like you said, John, well, what would you like me to do? I'll go to jail for you. Everything I have is because of you.
Right. Well, it's going to be interesting if they can find the paper trail, canceled checks, money, cash, unreported cash being used for steroid use. There could be tax issues here, tax evasion. Yeah, I mean, this hasn't shaken out yet, but I think Roger Clemens has not handled this in a professional manner at all. He appears to have been unhinged by this. He's disrespecting the Hall of Fame. He's disrespecting baseball. If some guy who you employ to be your trainer, if he makes an allegation against you, that has nothing to do with Major League Baseball. If you can prove that this guy is not worthy of being listened to by any credible source.
Well, you really helped me tonight, John. I'll just say by that opinion that you just made about that he made a comment about the Hall of Fame, and you know what? It makes a lot of. It doesn't make any. It does have nothing to do with what's going on.
Right.
What the issue is. That is completely the truth. And I thought, man, I didn't even look at that when I was watching him live on TV today. But now that you mentioned this, here the late morning, I thought, gosh darn, John's right. That makes a lot of sense.
Listen, if you're innocent and you've done nothing wrong and you didn't cheat, you want to be in the Hall of Fame. You're not disrespecting it. So, the behavior of Roger Clemens is a little bit suspicious. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, did you see the comment he made about drinking the water? About how he said, "Oh, is it okay for me to drink water now? Is it okay? I'm going to take a drink of water. Is that okay, guys?"
Yeah, that's not something an innocent man would say, because he's really egging people on at that point. Oh, do you mind if I drink? Does someone want to test it first because you think I'm a drug user? That's someone who's really kind of waving it in your face.
Someone with a major tude.
Yeah.
My personal opinion is I think he's really angry for the simple fact that he can't believe that his close personal trainer ratted on him.
Or that his reputation now is listen, people won't think about the career that he had. People will think about the cloud of steroids over his career.
Well, the motivation is that this guy is not going to receive the penalty that he probably could have. But now that he's cooperating, obviously people are going to make the allegation that this guy is lying to save his own hide. Anyway, Todd, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. Send us your emails at our website at johnjeff.com.
This is your morning wake-up call. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Broadcasting to the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. And Jeff, it's in the news again. A parachutist is in the news, this time in Arizona. And that can only mean one thing. When someone is in the news and they are a parachutist, that means they're dead.
That means...
A man who jumped from a perfectly secure mountain base in Arizona has died after falling 250 feet when his parachute failed to open. Once again, thrill seekers, find something else to do. I mean, really. Why would you trust some guy who packed your parachute? I'm not going to trust anyone that much. Or how about the bungee cable? How many times has the cable been used? Oh, we've used it at least 1,000 times. Great. A lot of stress on that cable. I don't want to be next.
Yeah, John, I remember in college watching a movie called You Pack Your Own Chute. And it was about overcoming fears. And what they did, they made these people, they signed up for this class to go skydiving. And they made them pack their own chutes. In other words, you're packing if you're going to jump, you pack the chute. So you're trusting your ability.
But here's the thing. Would you trust yourself packing your parachute? Or would you trust maybe someone who works for a company that has been in business for 20 years doing this?
Who would you rather trust? Yourself after being shown how, or someone you don't know? It's all about trust.
Better yet, don't do it and live. That should be the motto when it comes to parachuting. Don't do it and live. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. Join us this morning, 877-975-6465. Let's go to Matt. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Matthew.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I wanted to take a guess at your stupid useless trivia.
All right, here's the question. Postings on the popular website Craigslist are up 70% due to the bad economy. What postings are up 70% on Craigslist?
My guess is postings for prostitution have gone up.
Now, Jeff, is that true?
I do not know, John.
Oh.
I do not engage in the illegal prostitution game, but...
So you engage in the legal prostitution?
Well, I don't think it's legal last time I checked. Well, I guess if you go to certain areas, it is legal.
So when you said, I don't engage in the illegal, the natural follow-up question is, well, do you engage in the legal prostitution?
John, I'm married. I'm married.
And that means
I'm solid with my wife.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
when people say I'm married, I don't hire prostitutes, do people look at that as a definitive no?
I believe you.
Wow.
But I think, seriously, prostitution should be legal. I'm not talking the cheap streetwalkers that are walking down bad parts of town at 2 a.m, missing a couple teeth, saying, "Hey, do you want to get lucky for $5?" But it should be legal. If two adults want to engage in mutual nudeness for a nominal fee, you know what? I say that's cool. Here's what you do: the women that do this, you have them licensed. They go down, you tax it, you regulate it, and that's what you do.
You know something? If we really want a true stimulus package, we should make prostitution legal. Now that is stimulus. Matt, that is not the answer I have here, but a solid guess. I'm sure the prostitution ads are up on the internet, but that is not the answer I have.
Yeah, and women that are jumping out of different careers are making money on the side doing that. I've heard all sorts of stories from these career women that were maybe in the mortgage industry, in the banking industry, that had a 9-to-5 job. Now their job is after 5, from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m., doing all sorts of activities.
Well, some of these women at the banks, they're pretty attractive, so I'm sure they'll do well.
Well, when their window closed, they opened up another one, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, when one door closes, another door opens.
There you go.
Hey, Matt, thanks for joining us, all right?
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
Okay.
877-97 John Jeff. Let's go to Amanda. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning, Amanda.
Hi, guys. I'm so happy to be speaking to you. I've been listening to you for like 10 years.
Well, thank you for plugging in.
Only 10 years, okay.
Yeah, like the whole time. I think I listened to your first night on the radio.
Wow.
Yeah.
You take it back, way back.
Way back to the NTF, the Nice Tight Fit days.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
You are old school.
I told you.
Okay.
So I have a dilemma. I've been dating this guy for 6 months, and he recently asked me if I would be interested in introducing another woman into our bedroom.
Okay. Does that make you a lesbian, or are you just, quote, experimenting?
Neither. I didn't ask for it. He asked me if I would be down with it because he likes it.
No, I understand. But if you agree to it, would you be an experimenter, like President Bush would say, or would you be a lesbian?
I would guess that if I was going to be, doing the deed, I would probably be a lesbian, wouldn't I?
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, once you're a murderer, you're always a murderer. And once you have gay sex, then you're gay, right?
Exactly.
Well, here's the deal. So you've known this guy for 6 months, correct?
Well, we knew each other about 3 years ago, but we just started dating.
Okay, so you've been dating for about half a year. Listen, if you don't care about this guy really and you want to have fun, then partake in the buffet, all right? But if you're in love with this guy, if you see a future with this guy, you're going to open up a box, and that box could contain a lot of issues and drama. All right, it's it could get really, really weird, really, really fast.
And the other part of this is you might be introduced to a drug known as a woman, and you might get addicted to that drug. So you're kind of experimenting with methamphetamine and cocaine and other women. Sex can be a drug for a lot of people, and you can get addicted, and maybe, someone is going to enlighten you about something that you've been either curious about, and then all of a sudden your game plan changes and you end up marrying a woman.
Yeah, and it's a whole life changer. Listen, if you love him...
Careful what you get introduced to, because there are people in rehab because someone said, hey, why don't you try this? So will there be rehab for Amanda? I don't know.
Will she be addicted to the ladies?
I don't see that happening.
Well, you don't know because you've never done it. Just like when someone takes, meth, or heroin. Oh, I'll just do it once. Next thing you know, they're addicts. So when you open that door, Amanda, it could change. But if you love him, I say it's an NFZ, a no-fly zone. You don't go there. But if you're just out for a good time and you don't care, who cares? Then by all means. But still, John brings up a very good point. Once you go there, you may not want to go back to the guys.
Wait, but I'm more concerned about him hooking up with the girl on the side.
Well, listen,
I don't think so, Amanda. Yeah. I believe. Here's my gut instinct. I think you want to do this, and you're saying that your boyfriend is his idea. Well, who's going to make Amanda do anything that Amanda doesn't want to do? No one's has that power over you, Amanda, right? So what you're really saying here is, John and Jeff, I want to do this, but I'm going to make it sound as if my boyfriend is behind it, and therefore I will have no control.
Blame it on him.
Over this situation.
Right.
It's kind of like when a woman blames alcohol for what she does at the end of the night.
One thing led to another, and I was really buzzed. Amanda, we have to ask you this question. Have you been with the ladies before?
No, never.
So
I was shocked when he asked me.
Okay, so you've
and
never.
I don't want to like mess up the relationship. I want to keep him happy.
Yeah, but that's the excuse you're going to use to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, hold on a second. Is his happiness more important than yours?
No, but I know a lot of people who do it.
No. You're changing the subject.
We're talking about you two.
Is his happiness more important than yours?
No.
Amanda,
why would you consider doing something you don't like for him?
Because I don't know that I don't like it.
Amanda, let me ask you this.
Right, because you are curious.
Well,
you are.
I'm not curious on my own, but
no.
You are though.
See, you're willing to do this as long as the situation is right. As long as you have your boyfriend as the excuse to do it, you will do it. Right? Yes?
Yeah,
yes,
I don't know yet.
Well, think about it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Amanda, let me walk you through this once again.
Okay.
You're using your boyfriend as the excuse to do something you've always wanted to do. Would I be correct in my analysis?
I don't think so. Because he also wants to try with another couple. Does that mean that he secretly wants to get with a guy?
Yeah.
Amanda.
It does.
Amanda, we're talking about you. Your motivation to keep your boyfriend happy is the reason you want to be with another woman. Yes?
Okay, yes.
Yes.
But
Amanda, time to be honest with yourself. I mean, how did I realize that and you didn't?
Because I envisioned it when I thought of it, when he brought it up, that he would be with the other women and I would just sort of be there. I didn't think of myself actually participating.
Well, when you have three in that arena, usually it's free for all. So I think, Amanda, there's that little inner lesbian that wants to break out. Seriously, inside you, I think really you're a lesbian, and so now you're using, I'll blame it on the boyfriend, and we'll do that. Now, the very fact that he wants to bring a guy into the mix, maybe he's thinking about looking into the other team.
Well, let me ask you this, Amanda: would you ever consider marrying a man who's been with men?
No. Well. Funny you should say that. He said that he did have an experience.
Oh,
okay.
Let me tell you something.
Young, and somebody.
Amanda, don't. No, see, now you're making up excuses. Yeah. You're saying when he was young. Listen,
Amanda, you are dating a gay man.
Oh no.
Yeah, because here's what he wants to do.
So why don't you tell your parents right now, Mom and Dad, my boyfriend is gay. Why don't you just be honest with your parents and just let them know the truth before they pay for this wedding that's not going to last?
Wait, but is it gay if you are the
Amanda, here's the deal. No, Amanda, listen, here's the deal. He wants you, to be gay with a woman, and then he wants to bring a man into the mix. So he wants you to be gay, and he wants to be gay.
All right, so the bottom line is, Amanda, you're dating a gay man. Do you want to continue the relationship? The answer is yes. So you're going to use this as the excuse to fulfill your curiosity or fantasy. And that's the bottom line. So we're just telling it like it is. And now that we've sorted out the drama in your life, give us a call back and let us know what happens, okay?
I certainly will. Thanks, guys.
All right, Amanda.
All right, there's Amanda. Possibly confused, possibly in denial about who she really is, who her boyfriend is. These are the issues that we tackle on the third shift. Where there is doubt, where there is question, we will give you the straight deal on this. No pun intended. But sometimes people are looking for a reason to do what they always want to do. And I think Amanda illustrated the point quite clearly. when she said, I want to keep my boyfriend happy. No, Amanda is using that as the excuse to do what she really wants to do. In other words, I don't really want to do this, but if it makes my boyfriend happy, I'll do it. Really? Would you rob a bank too? Because that would make your boyfriend happy? After all, isn't that what life is about? Is to make the other person happier than you?
Yeah, she's willing to take one for the team, and then if she likes it, switch teams.
And that's what happens when and if you marry someone who's a member of the other team. They end up leaving you, and then you have to lie to your parents about what really happened.
Got to make up some story.
Yeah. Oh, they took a job in Italy. 877-97 John Jeff.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
877-97 John Jeff. 877-97 John Jeff. Rocking the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live, America. Let's say hi to Lee, rocking the third shift. Lee, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. How are you, Lee?
Wonderful. Thank you.
What can we do for you this morning?
I just want to respond to the last caller, just saying, if possible, you may want to consider the fact that she may be bi-curious or bisexual, or he may even be a swinger. I don't think it's just like a gay or straight issue.
Well, if you're bisexual, that means you're gay too, right?
No, that means that you could date either or.
Right, but if you, for instance, on Saturday night, I was with a woman from Thailand.
Yeah.
So what am I?
Well, you had a heterosexual sexual encounter.
Right.
Right?
So that means that's what I am, right?
Not necessarily. Most men, whether they want to admit it or not, at some point in time have had some type of same-sex encounter with another man.
Well, let's do
that doesn't make them gay.
All right. What do you think is the percentage of men who fit into that category?
I really couldn't give you a percentage. I just know that I deal with a lot of clients who have sexual issues, or they talk about their sexual experiences, and it's common for most young teenage boys to masturbate in groups together. That's a very common thing. Whether they admit it or not, does that make them gay? No. They had a same-sex encounter, but that doesn't make them gay.
And what industry are you in?
Therapy.
You're a
family therapy and addiction.
You're a licensed therapist?
Yeah.
And so you should be able to tell us the percentage of men who've had this experience that you claim so many men have. Is it 80% of men? Is it 20?
I can't give you an exact percentage. I'm just saying.
I know, but from the background that you have as a therapist, there must have been some studies on this. So why don't you just cite the results of one of these studies?
Well, I really can't off the top of my head.
Oh, come on, Lee. I don't think. See, I don't. Yeah, but I don't think.
It's not uncommon.
I know, but Lee, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
If you were a licensed therapist, you would be able to answer that question. I don't think you are.
Yeah, and here's the deal: if you told them, you know what, you're gay, then that's the end of a therapy session. But if you keep leading them on and saying, well, no, you like on Monday you like the ladies, on Tuesday you like the guys, on Wednesday, well, you're alone by yourself.
Guys, that's not what she's saying. She's not saying that.
Yeah, but you're saying it.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying it's just because you have a same-sex encounter, it doesn't make you gay.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Then hold on. Then what would
black and white thinking? That's the thinking of an addict yourself.
But Lee, then how does one be?
Most women,
I know, but Lee, listen. Lee, the problem here is this: that therapists always have excuses for people's behavior because there's a conflict of interest with you because you're trying to keep the client in your office as much as possible. So of course
you're going to drag it out. You're going
to confuse people by saying, "Oh, it's normal to be or to do what you're doing because you want to keep that person on your payroll."
And you're saying all young boys have a same-sex experience? Let me check my personal background. Hold on a second. John, rewinding in my life, I've never had a same-sex deal. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't either.
Okay, there you go.
But Lee, who says that she's a therapist, says that I think she started by saying most boys. And then I said, well, give me a study that would back that up as a therapist. And she says, I can't think of one. I mean, come on. If you're in the business, you would know it. So anyway, Lee, we appreciate the call, but
she's going to try and, convolute it because.
So in other words, a rapist is not always a rapist. And if you're straight, you're not necessarily straight. This is the problem with therapy. Because I think life is black and white. But if you're a therapist, you want to convince people
that it's another
into thinking.
It's gray. It's gray. It might be a hint of purple.
Areas.
Might be a hint of purple in there. There might be, it makes aqua or turquoise. Mm-hmm. No, you know what? Sometimes you can overthink something. There are people I think that are straight, and there are people that are gay. And that's it.
So think about this. It's overstating the obvious, but I think it's worth reiterating. Therapists overstate the obvious in order to keep you coming back for more brainwashing.
An hour a week for 2 years at $200 a pop. They're going to keep saying, well, I don't think you're really gay. I think you're just, it's quite normal what you're doing. And, it's, every boy when they're young, they have a same-sex experience. And so you're not gay. You're experimenting.
The problem here is that we are loosely, or at least in the therapy industry, they loosely throw these words around like experience. Okay? Oh, you had an experience in your life. And then, you experimented. These are the two words that keep therapists in business. All right? It's absurd. But again, there's enough people out there that will pay for this advice. And I believe it makes people more confused about who they really are.
Well, you want to pile on the confusion to keep them there at $200 a pop, an hour a week.
And especially if you have health insurance, because they'll charge the
$300. It's $300 instead of $200.
Yeah, they'll charge the insurance company twice the rate that someone pays in cash. Well, because you have insurance. First thing is, you have any insurance? Great, we can charge them double.
I mean, think about it. There's more, and when it comes to men and women,
it's just like at the dentist's office.
You're right. No prices are posted. If two women are together in an intimate environment, they're experimenting. If two guys are, doing the same thing, they're having gay sex. See how there's a double standard when it comes to women?
I don't think it's a gender issue. I just think that people will always try to excuse their behavior by calling it an experiment. In other words, how about this? How about a rapist experiments with rape? I'm not a rapist. I just experimented doing it.
But you know what I'm saying, though.
But you did it. While it was an experiment.
I mean, two guys, if they're caught, they're not saying they were having an experiment. If two women are doing the same thing, it's always the word under the umbrella.
Well, listen,
they were experiencing something.
Guys use the experimenting too. They still use that as an excuse. Okay? Because it's called damage control. When someone says they like both, that just means they're just doing some damage control.
They're not comfortable saying I like just one.
Right.
So they say
they say I like two rather than pick one because they don't want to offend anyone. So they just say I like vanilla and chocolate. Just tell us the truth or say nothing. All right, let's go to Evan. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Pretty good, Evan. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just working out here in the oil field tonight.
Good. What do you got for us real quick?
Okay. I think the trivia question, I think I got the answer for it.
All right. Here's the question. Postings on the popular website Craigslist are up 70%. What postings?
Housing. Rooms for rent.
Roommate postings are up 70% on Craigslist. Congratulations, Evan. You got a third shift t-shirt.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think there is no excuse for poor neighborhoods being dirty.
We're two guys who think any band that comes back after a farewell tour should be sued.
We're two guys who think parole boards should be eliminated.
We're two guys who think children's beauty pageants are comfort food for perverts.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
10 years long, 10 years strong.
Thanks for joining us on the third shift. We appreciate it. And a special welcome to insomniacs across America. This is the John and Jeff Show. Join us live and nationwide. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-975-6465.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to the show here. It's totally open phones. More topics, better variety as we jumpstart your morning live with your calls. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. Coming up, we will check out the news pile for news and nonsense, including a story, John, straight from the pile. Spanning the globe, we find, John, a 13-year-old father. Is it real or is it really BS? We'll get into it.
A 13-year-old father.
Yes.
Wow. Now that we have the octuplets mom who cannot afford her kids, now a 13-year-old who's now a father. Great.
Yeah, we'll go to the UK as we span the globe to bring you stuff, and it's coming up a little bit later on. Plus, if you've got a problem, we're standing by. We want to help you out. If you need relationship advice or life advice on almost anything, John and I are standing by. The free advice department is always open. So there's a lot going on. Grab a cup of coffee, America, and jump on live.
All right, to join us live and nationwide, call us 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465.
And John, I got a story here I was talking about a little bit earlier. We'll call this one from a news pile, death by exercise.
Death by exercise. I've heard of people drinking too much water and dying.
Right.
So this person exercised too much.
Yeah.
And they died?
Here's the story, John, straight from the news pile. We end up in Shing, Ohio.
Oh, the swing state.
There you go.
Now, hold on a second. The swing state of Ohio. You got to be careful saying that because...
Are you a swinger?
Some people think that maybe, well, that's where the swingers are. That damn mainstream media. See how you can't trust the mainstream media? See how they're always trying to influence you? Trying to make you think something that you don't think on your own? Go ahead, Jeff.
All right, here we go. Straight from the news pile, John. A 41-year-old transgender woman.
What?
A 41-year-old transgender woman. I guess the writers of the story wanted us to let us know that this is a transgender woman, a woman who used to be a guy. A 41-year-old transgender woman pleaded guilty to reckless homicide for exercising her 73-year-old husband to death. So let's look at the totals here.
So this person, he or she...
Well, she's a she now, but she was a guy, is 41 years old. All right?
So a guy that became a woman exercised her husband to death.
Yeah, let's look at a couple things here. She, who used to be a guy, is 41 years old. She pleaded guilty to reckless homicide for exercising her 73-year-old husband to death.
Wow.
All right.
How did she do it?
All right. Authorities said it's the strangest case they've ever seen. Here's what went down. How did she kill her hubby? She forced her husband to swim in the apartment complex pool. He died of a fatal heart attack. Basically, his heart exploded because she kept saying, go, 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 go. Now think about this for a second. He's 73. He could just stop swimming. But she was like a drill sergeant saying, move it, move it, move it.
Well, she probably physically forced him to.
So
she wanted him dead for the insurance reason, and she needed the excuse of natural causes. Oh, he died while he was swimming, and forced this guy to continue exercising until he had a heart attack.
Exactly. So over-exercising, a bizarre case. And so she could face up to 5 years in prison.
Wait a minute. She could face up to 5 years in prison?
Think about that. That's it? That's not justice. That is just BS. That's ridiculous. 5 years for forcing your elderly husband of 73 years old to swim till the point he gets to the point where he dies? Come on now, man.
Well, there you have it. Some people want their spouse dead that they're willing to do these things. And you know what's interesting? I've watched the Forensic Files on Court. It used to be Court TV. Now it's called True TV. The number of spouses that kill their spouse is absolutely outrageous. I mean, it is unbelievable the number of people who want to collect on this insurance money. And if your spouse dies, you are the suspect immediately. But people don't get it. People try to, I shot my wife in the head. Oh, she was playing with the gun and the gun went off. And then the forensic says, well, the area that the bullet entered the head could not have been done by the person who you claim did the shooting, because they're left-handed and the gun had to be held in the right hand and the angle is off. It just goes to show how stupid people are. But man, the things that people go to, the extent that people go to cash in on these life insurance policies, they are thoroughly investigated by law enforcement and the insurance companies.
Yeah, that story smells fishy, very, very fishy. And John, we have an Octomom update. I know we haven't heard the end of this. Every time I go to the news pile, John, there's an octomom, the octuplet mom who gave birth to 8 kids. We all know about her. There's always an update here. It says, she said, John, I haven't had sex for 8 years. And she says, quote, boyfriends, I think I'd have to be extremely selfish. I cannot maintain a social life and be a mother.
So let me see if I get this straight. She is saying that if she had a boyfriend, it would be selfish because she couldn't spend enough quality time with their 6 kids. So then she goes out and has more embryos implanted in her so she could have more kids?
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about the woman who had octuplets.
Yeah.
This is the woman, her rationale. I don't have time for a boyfriend, but I got a time for 8 more kids?
Yeah, I've got time for 8 more kids. I don't have a job. How the hell am I going to pay for it? Oh, by the way, I haven't had sex in 8 years. Well, are we supposed to feel sorry for you?
You're not having sex, but you're having all these embryos implanted in you.
You don't need to have sex, woman. You're very fertile. Come on now. It's called in vitro.
Unbelievable.
The stories will not go away in regards to this woman. And
the other update is the publicity firm that apparently took this octuplet's mom under their wing has decided we don't want to do business with you anymore because we're getting death threats. So they're saying that it's not worth them volunteering their time to help this woman because of the backlash against the company for stepping in and providing public relations for this mom. Imagine this company getting death threats because they wanted to help this woman. So now corporate America is scared to get involved.
They're gun shy. They're like, we don't want to touch this.
So that was the guinea pig. The public relations firm was the guinea pig.
Now, I wonder if all these people are going to want to volunteer now, knowing that she's facing that drama.
Well, here's what's going to happen. I still think the reality show is going to happen on NBC. The woman has a 3-bedroom house and she's got 14 kids. If she tries to stuff 14 kids in a 3-bedroom house, Child Protective Services are going to have to step in and say, this is not a conducive environment for 14 kids. And then they're going to go in and see that she doesn't have any food in the house. And then what you're going to see, Jeff, in my opinion, you're going to see the state of California or the county of Los Angeles getting involved in this woman's personal life to the point where she might have to sue the county and or the state to get her kids back. Because I believe there's going to be a huge legal battle between the county, the state, and this woman because she doesn't have income to take care of 14 kids. So what's going to happen here? How is she going to pay for these 14 kids?
Yeah, then it'll end up being a Lifetime movie of the week.
But that's my prediction. How does a woman with 14 kids pay for her kids without any income? I mean, you do the math. I mean, I don't have any kids, Jeff, you don't.
No.
But those people who do, it's expensive to have 2 or 3 kids, never mind 14.
Well, it's $250,000 to raise a kid from 0 to 18 with no ups and no extras.
Not if you shop at Target.
Oh.
Then it's only $65,000.
Oh, you save some cash.
Yeah. You get the bulk toilet paper.
There you go.
877-97 John Jeff, 877-975-6465. And Jeff, dangerous occupations, an occupation that most people are not aware of. It's the traveling jewelry salesperson.
The guy walking around with the briefcase filled with jewelry?
Yeah. Apparently there was a jewelry convention in Colorado, and that's where all of the people come and display all sorts of jewelry that they're trying to sell to the industry. It's a trade show. And of course, anytime that the crooks know that there's a jewelry convention in town, well, they're going to monitor certain people who they want to target. And apparently that's exactly what they did to a man who left the convention and decided, you know something, I could use a cup of coffee. So the guy goes into a Starbucks coffee shop, grabs a cup of coffee. On the way back to his car, he gets held up. 3 masked robbers grab his jewelry that's in his briefcase. Oh, it only contains about $300,000 worth of jewelry. Police did not identify the 64-year-old salesperson, but these people in the jewelry industry, it's almost as bad as working on the armored car. You got to have eyes behind your head. But if you had $300,000 in jewelry, you're probably not likely to leave it in your hotel room. So you want to keep it with you. So here's a guy, Jeff, that goes into Starbucks for a pit stop and then gets held up afterwards, which means that the guy was probably followed for an extended period of time. But imagine how creepy that is. You know, it's bad enough you get robbed, and then you realize, wow, they've been watching you all weekend. They've been staking out your hotel room. They've been waiting to jump you for that briefcase. So occupations that are dangerous, police officers, the military, and people in the jewelry industry. 877-97 John Jeff. All right, Jeff, in Long Island, New York, a convicted drunk driver was told that he had to equip his vehicle with an anti-drunken driving technology device. You know how you have to blow into?
A breathalyzer.
Yeah. And apparently this guy didn't want to use his car, so he rented a car.
Oh, I know where this is going.
Remember we talked about these devices that they mandate drunk drivers use on their vehicles? Well, what would prevent them from using their friend's car or their neighbor's car?
Or any car.
Or any car for that matter. So that's exactly what this 27-year-old guy in New York did. Well, I want to start drinking, so I'll just rent a car. Now, how is it possible that you can rent a car with a conviction for a DUI? Don't they check your record?
Don't you have a suspended license usually when you got, think about that.
Or maybe, the rental car companies looking for some extra business saying, okay, well, you've had a couple of DUIs. We'll roll the dice, take a chance. But if you work in the rental car industry, do you rent cars to people who have convictions for DUIs? You would think
that's crazy
that they wouldn't, but I got a feeling they do.
I mean, they have no way of knowing. It's not like they're hooked up to the DMV, a mainframe, and they're going to know that if you have a DUI.
The guy's driving a rental car, and he's convicted on DUI.
All right, there should be a database at every car rental agency where if you've got a suspended license or you've got a DUI, it pops up at the car rental agency, and you're not eligible to rent a car.
Your driving record, I think, does pop up because they either say they accept you or they decline you to rent a vehicle.
I don't know. Wow.
So if you work for the big car rental companies, is it possible that someone with a DUI conviction can rent a car? I guess if you, if you buy the insurance, you know how the car companies want you to buy up front the insurance?
Yeah, do you ever do that?
Never.
Yeah, I got good coverage. Why do I want to pay extra? They always try and scare you into that. You notice?
Well,
that?
here's what they
you
do.
never know. You might need it.
Well, here's what they
I've
do.
got good insurance.
Well, here's what you got to be careful of. For instance, say you drive a clunker, right?
Okay.
You drive an old car that's worth $5,000. Then you have a rental car that's worth $25,000.
Okay.
Your coverage on the clunker isn't going to really cover the damage to a new car.
Well, you're probably only rolling with liability if you got a $5,000 clunker.
So that's my point. The point is that you have cheap insurance on an old car, but you're renting a new car. So if and when you have a problem, you're going to have a big problem because your insurance isn't going to cover the more expensive car. So that's why they try to get you into, well, if you pay the insurance every day, then you can walk away and your deductible will not be tapped into. Now, if you're a bad driver, you probably should get that extra insurance. But I will say this, it does make you feel better when you buy the insurance because then you're not being so paranoid as you're driving. But it's a huge moneymaker, and that's why they push it. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show this morning. Join us live and nationwide, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465.
Plus, coming up from the what the hell is going on file, a 13-year-old, that's right, 13, 3 more than 10, a 13-year-old father.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Rated #1 with firefighters, taxi drivers, and construction workers. It's the John and Jeff Show.
All right, thanks for joining us. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465. And Jeff, you have a story about a 13-year-old father.
Yeah, we span the globe here. This time we stop in the UK, and we have a BBC report coming up, followed by apparently audio from this young lad. He's 13 years old. Count him, 13 years old, and apparently he's a daddy. A 13-year-old daddy. Let's go to the BBC now for more.
13 years old and looks even younger. But according to the Sun newspaper, Alfie Patton is the father of this child. Maisie Roxanne was born on Monday night to Alfie's girlfriend Chantel Stedman. She's just 15. Alfie told the newspaper he wants to be a good dad. But the reaction from neighbours in Eastbourne today was one of disbelief.
Going to be parents themselves, to be quite honest with you.
Can someone translate that for?
Yeah, we're now. Michelle here is really familiar with the UK, and although I've been there many times, sometimes the British accent is very, very hard to understand. So this is going to take some serious work here to try and pick apart what this person is saying.
You know how the government has these translators trying to crack the code of people? Well, we're going to attempt to do that here.
All right,
let's hear this.
For neighbours in Eastbourne today was one of disbelief.
Going to be parents themselves, to be quite honest with you.
What the hell?
Michelle, do you have any idea? I mean, that's my father was born in.
They're trying to be parents themselves, don't you think?
Are you serious?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Wow, you're good.
Wow.
I mean, that's tougher than trying to figure out what Ozzy's saying. Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah,
wow, you're good. You're really because I was like, what?
Let's hear that again one more time.
For neighbours in Eastbourne today was one of disbelief.
Going to be parents themselves, to be quite honest with you.
Just have to be parents themselves, quite honestly.
Wow, that is
you nailed it.
You know something?
I used to live there. I know.
You should work for Parliament. Seriously,
you have a future. I mean, in cracking code.
Yeah,
with Homeland Security.
I had no idea what the hell that was. It a lady?
Yeah,
I had no idea what that lady was saying.
Yeah. All right, let's hear more.
I find it quite shocking, to be honest. I mean, I find it shocking that children are even indulging in those kind of things at that age.
I just think it's disgusting, to be quite honest. If one of my children came home like that, telling me that their 12-year-old son had got my daughter pregnant, I'd go up the wall.
Was that the Spice Girls?
Not if you look at her.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of like, I mean, that's the thing, the nice sounding accent. Like there, he could understand what she was saying, and she sounded sexy, but the visual on it is probably, God
bless her.
God bless her.
Alfie and Chantel and their new baby have spent the day indoors with representatives of the Sun newspaper. But while the couple themselves have remained out of sight, their story has reignited the whole debate about sex education, teen pregnancy, and what it says about our society.
So we have a 13-year-old father, and the mom is 15. Now,
yeah, what's going on? Where's mom?
There's been a lot of girls that are, pregnant at 15. But usually the father isn't 13.
Right, she's going after a younger guy. And my question is, where's a 13-year-old's mom and father? Where are they?
And he looks like 8.
Oh, he looks... John, here's a picture of a little kid. I mean, he looks maybe, 8. That's being generous.
And this is Alfie?
His name is Alfie. There.
Oh, wow.
He's 13 years old, giving birth, getting a young girl pregnant, and now he is the father of a little baby girl, a 7-pound, 3-ounce bubbly baby girl.
This is the youngest 13-year-old image you'll ever... This kid looks 10. I mean, maybe he is 10 and they're saying he's 13.
He looks 8.
No, he's 13 because they said he was in,
He didn't hit puberty yet. What the hell's going on with this guy?
He's in grade 6.
It appears as if this young chap hasn't developed into a... boy who is naturally at a certain height at age 13. So maybe this was his way of...
I want to be a grown-up. I want to be a man, so I'm going to have a baby. I'll be a father. And then everyone will say, well, he's a man. He's not a little kid.
But you're grown up if you can, release your guys to make a baby, right?
I understand that. But I think sometimes people try to, overcompensate for their... deficiencies when it comes to how tall people are sometimes. And so maybe this guy wanted to, quote, be the man.
And how do we know about this? He's in the Sun.
But they're doing a paternity test now.
Oh,
because now his mates are saying, oh, no, I'm not grown. No, I'm the father.
I'm the father.
Yeah. It started on the Sun, but now it's nationwide.
Okay. Now, where's the mama? There's no photo of the mama.
Oh, she's now everywhere.
What does she look like?
Well, she was in hospital when that photo was
taken.
She
look 8 or 9?
She looks 15, but
All right.
Okay. Well, I believe there's more here, and we're going to hear from Alfie, courtesy of the BBC at 34 and change past the hour.
For the Conservatives, it's further evidence of deep-seated problems within some communities.
Well, when I saw the pictures this morning, I mean, it is really worrying that in our country today you've got children having children. And obviously we all hope that these very, very young children will grow up and be good parents. But frankly, parenthood isn't something that they should have been thinking about. That's what's gone wrong, and we've got to put it right.
Is that Paul McCartney?
This is an awful case. You just look at those pictures of the young lad and also the teenage mum and think kids that young should not be being parents.
Listen, this happens all the time. And the youth in the UK, the very, very high dropout rate for school in the United Kingdom. And it's really shocking because, we have a bad dropout rate here. You go to the United Kingdom, and I'm willing to bet 70% of kids drop out of school.
Oh, and they're drinking and smoking.
Well, the age of consent is 16.
Yeah.
But the age to drink is 18. So.
It says here, it didn't say in the report, but it looks like it says
Who has time to go to school when you can drink all day?
It says mom is very excited about having the baby, but hopes that she'll get her teeth rather than the father's, Alfie's.
Her teeth, did you say?
And not the father's teeth. Well, they're not known for, the best dental in the UK.
When I was over there quite some time ago in London and in Glasgow, it's amazing the number of kids that go on government welfare at age 16. They drop out of school and they get paid by the government.
to sit around.
I mean, kids getting welfare checks over there.
And they have like grade 13 over there. I never could figure that out. Here we go to 12th grade in high school. Then I'm going to go to grade 13. So you got another year after your senior year? What the hell's going on there? But apparently this Alfie, we're going to hear from Alfie coming up, and wonder what this chap has to say. He's 13. He looks like 8. He's a dad. And there's a photo of mom there, and of course...
He can barely talk. He's a fetus.
So, all right. We could hear some more, but apparently, I mean, think about that. You're 13 years old, and you find out your 15-year-old girlfriend, an older woman, is pregnant, and now you're going to be the dad. So what the hell's going to happen to this kid?
All right, here's Alfie, the quite possibly the youngest father that we've talked about in quite some time. Here's Alfie.
What do you have to do to be a good dad? Look after her,
What the hell?
Michelle, can you translate
we need
that?
an interpreter, Michelle. I have no idea what the hell this kid's saying.
Keep after him. What do you have to do to be a good dad? Keep after him.
This kid hasn't even hit puberty. He hasn't even turned into, Peter
my voice
Brady.
is deeper than his.
When it's time to change, it's time to change.
a good dad. Look after her, look after her.
All right, why would the mother, number one,
oh man,
why would the mother put this kid on camera?
Well, right now they're both sitting next to each other with the baby in their lap.
She's all excited. How old's the mother? 15?
I know, but if you're the mother and your son or daughter is pregnant at age 15 and the father is 13,
the grandparents.
Why would the news media be aware of the story? Because mom called the news media and said, "Come on down here. I got this son of mine who got a girl pregnant and he's only 13."
Here's what's creepy. This is creepy. I thought the woman in the video was his mother. That's the 15-year-old?
Yeah.
Oh, that is sick. I thought it was his mom, the grandma, there with the baby.
No, that's the 15-year-old girl.
Oh, man.
She's taller than him. Remember, girls, they mature faster than boys.
This
so
is rude.
She's, 5'8" or something.
She's
tall.
mature.
Yeah. And he's only probably barely 5 foot.
I thought that was grandma and the son.
No.
And the baby.
He does look like he's on the lower end of the height scale for his age.
What will you do financially? What's financially? What will you do for money?
All right, this is very hard to hear.
What the hell?
Sounds
We
like
need
he's
an interpreter.
he's like he's in a.
What's going on?
She said, "What would you do financially?" He said, "What's financially?"
What?
That's what he said. And then she laughed and said, "What will you do for money?" And he said, "I don't know."
Well, this is another casualty of the youth in the UK, where you drop out of school, like 80% of kids do, and then you go on government assistance, and then you have a kid, and now your kid. Now imagine you're the son or the daughter, and your parent is only 13 or 14 years older than you are. I mean, talk about that. Unbelievable. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show this morning. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to discuss, pick up the phone and join us. Live and nationwide, 877-97-JOHN Jeff, 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show. John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Rated #1 with firefighters, taxi drivers, and construction workers. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live in the AM America. You're right in the middle of the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
And join us right now is a guy that we got to know over the last year or so, Mr. Danny Bonaduce. Good morning,
kids.
Danny.
How are you, man?
You're back in Los Angeles.
I am indeed.
You're doing a show for your stations across America in Philly. You're in Philly and Los Angeles now.
I do mornings in Philadelphia. Here's the way it works. I go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning in the dark and in the snow. And then I go back 12 hours later in the dark and in the snow and do the afternoon show, because my 2 to 3 show is actually 5 to 6 in Philadelphia. So I work.
So now
I do an 80-hour week.
Are you riding your bike in the snow, or that's?
Yes, absolutely.
And I was listening. You said you could park it on the sidewalk. How cool is that?
You would not believe. And coming from me, this is something. It's hard to get the cops' attention in Philly.
Even Danny Bonaduce.
Yeah, dude. It's like I was literally riding my motorcycle down the sidewalk, and I was going about 10, and there was a busy city. Philly's Market 6 is a huge city. and I'm moving my legs like I'm walking it, but I'm going about 10. It's a 1,200 power.
It's
1,200.
It's
yeah,
rumbling,
it's a
yeah.
1,200 pound motorcycle, and a cop starts yelling at me, and I turn to him and I said yes, and he goes, "Unless you're parking it, keep it on the street." I said, "Dude, that's a $500 ticket in Los Angeles." He goes, "Like we have that kind of time."
You got bigger fish
I
to
went,
fry.
"Dude, I got an 8-ball in my pocket. Any problem?" "Nope." "Yeah, it's cool." At a quarter ounce, we start talking.
Philly.
Danny Bonaduce, obviously a lot of people remember Danny when he was on the Partridge Family, but Danny, you've been in radio for 20 years.
20 years. Yep. Never, aside from my switch from another company that I had been with my entire career, 18 years, never switched companies, always got raises, get bigger cities. And then I wanted to come here and work with Corolla. So I switched over, and to get that together took a few months. But aside from that, I've never been off the air, not one day in 20 years.
And you love radio. I mean, you're a radio guy.
It's so weird. I got famous for being the guy from the Partridge Family. I can't act at all. I suck. I mean, I'm not kidding you. I will give you two perfect examples. I played Shirley Jones's son, Danny Bonaduce, on the Drew Carey Show. I sucked. How do you suck at playing Danny Bonaduce? Then I did Married with Children, where I played Danny Bonaduce from the Partridge Family, who had grown up and become some kind of government official. And I walk in and they say, I'm trying to tell them about their government problems that they have with parking and this and that. And they say, aren't you the guy from the Partridge Family? And Gary Coleman, which is why I keep buying bigger houses to show people I'm not that washed up. Gary Coleman also plays Gary Coleman, and he's a city official, and we're bickering. Gary Coleman was great. I sucked again. So that's when I gave it back to you.
Breaking Bonaduce, a great reality TV show. Is it coming back?
If you want to hear a great reality show, listen between 8:30. Oh, no, my Los Angeles show, I'm sorry, between 2 and 3. Okay. My ex-wife and her 6'5" boyfriend have challenged me to a fight.
Both?
What?
Like a 2-on-1? Or?
Well, he called up and apologized, and I have all sorts of tape of him backing down. But just in case, I brought a quick 10,000 with me.
Jeez.
I will bet him $1 against it.
Wow. So he's your ex-wife's Gretchen's boyfriend.
Right.
Together, they're challenging you to a fight?
No, she wanted, I believe, for her show. I don't know what she wanted, but they called up on the air and challenged me to a fight and said, I heard all that stuff you were saying about me yesterday. I went back through the tape. I didn't say anything about this guy. It was completely set up and contrived. I called the head of their studio, and I said, dude, give me a heads up, because I may not like my ex-wife, and I do actually like her boyfriend. He's a great guy. I said, but you got to give me a heads up on that stuff. I'll kill this guy. You know, he's 200 pounds, but he's 6'5". Do you know how frail that is?
Well, you went against Canseco.
Who was 6'6", 265, and I won a majority decision.
Yeah. I mean,
the only reason I didn't win by more is he broke my nose in the 3rd round, and it was an inexperienced judge who gave him a 10-8 round, and you only get a 10-8 round if you're knocked off your feet, and I barely staggered back, and then I went and hit him in the face again. So I never am one of those punks that says, I was robbed. Because I don't have to. Every newspaper in America said 5'6" Danny Bonaduce. Dig these stats: 5'6", 165, 6'6", 265.
Yeah,
and I beat him.
Wow.
Yeah, I was pretty happy about that.
I mean, he's beefy. You beat him.
I beat him.
You had the moves?
Just look at it. No, I didn't have the moves. It's just that he doesn't have the heart. And by the way, I know I didn't follow baseball. I don't follow baseball, so I didn't know what the big hullabaloo was.
Yeah.
But I tried to get him a job because I thought he was so nice. After I beat him up, I thought he's a huge sensation. I don't know why exactly. Now I know why.
Yeah.
I said, let's get him the job as the sports guy. It'd be awesome. We'll call ourselves the new Bass Brothers.
There you go.
And everybody in Philly said, he's a rat. He's going to be. And by the way, being an Italian from Philly, I get to say this word. If you're a guinea from Philly and you're a rat, they'll shoot you. No two ways about it.
This whole steroids thing in baseball right now. I mean, your take on that. I mean,
well, let me tell you right now, I am disqualified. You don't look like this at 50 if you're not juicing.
All right, Danny Bonaduce is joining us in studio. You're going to walk down the hall, do a radio show. We appreciate you stopping by. Great to see you, man.
Yeah,
it's nice to be back. I'm going to be in hometown for a couple of more days, and this is our first experience away from my team. I have a morning show.
Sure.
Kind of like Adam's, except funny. This will be the first time away from them. And they're panic stricken. But
so they're just running like
I do this all the time.
They're just firing all eights back in Philly, getting everything ready, waiting for you to just hit that mic.
Jack has been so kind, Jack Silver, our boss. Like if I get a big comedy offer, but I got to get there by Thursday, any city that has a CBS station it is a CBS station in it, he'll let me go and I'll broadcast from there. But on my afternoon show, I don't have guests. It's me and the phones.
Right.
Now there's going to be a team trying to talk to me. And my first order of business this morning was say, hey, everybody, shut up. That's the rule for today. Everybody's just going to be quiet because we're going to replay it because my guess is the wife and boyfriend won't be coming back this afternoon. We'll be doing a little replay and then taking your phone calls.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, listen, Danny, great to see you again. And hey, good luck to you. And hopefully we'll see you sooner than later.
You know what? As soon as we get, numbers and they know I'm a success, or if I hopefully am a success, then I can come back and forth all the time.
That's great.
Coast. That'd be awesome.
I mean, you are one of the hardest working guys in radio.
Do you know who said that? Do you know who said that? Dan Mason said it twice. The CEO of CBS said, first he said, they said, what are we going to do about this? And Dan Mason said, Danny Bonaduce could do this. And everybody laughed. He said, I'm not kidding you. Danny Bonaduce can do this.
You do have an incredible work ethic.
And thank you very much. It's one of the very few things I am proud of. And then when they said he's going to fight Canseco and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. And I want him to do all these big stunts. He said, again, Danny Bonaduce is the hardest working man in radio. And I have taken such pride in it because I've got a pretty crappy life, and to now have a corporation this big kind of rely on me, it's one of the proudest moments of my life.
Listen, you got to earn that though, and you have.
I have every day.
I mean, you're behind the mic, and that's what it's about, building an audience, and you've done that,
Building an audience and building revenue. Dan Mason's no fool. He wants his money, and he wants it right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, thanks for having me in. I got to go set this up.
You got it.
This country to country thing, coast to coast, voodoo. I don't understand what I'm doing. Somebody got to help me.
Have fun, man.
All right, Danny Bonaduce just stopping in at our third shift studios.
Yeah.
And we got to know Danny over the last year in Los Angeles. And
great guy.
Great guy. And he's got a million stories, and every single one of them is, you don't want to leave the room.
Yeah, exactly.
It's unbelievable.
Just tell us a story, Danny. I love it, man.
All right. Now we got a guy who apparently was the victim of a taser. Now, law enforcement often uses tasers to subdue people when they don't comply. Here we got a guy who, he was tasered. Listen to this.
Man running in the street naked has died after Los Angeles Sheriff's deputies shocked him with a taser stun gun.
I heard noises, came out, was getting in my car, and he was coming down the street. He was naked, and then he was just shouting. You couldn't understand him.
Officials say police answered a disturbance call in suburban Lakewood late Saturday. Police saw a man acting irate. They reportedly tried to calm the man, but say he remained belligerent.
A naked man, belligerent. Not a lot of options.
Yeah, I wonder why this guy was naked and belligerent and completely going postal. Do you think, John, drugs had something to do with this?
I don't think it was alcohol. I think it was
you gotta be
a heck of a lot more than that.
You got to be pretty amped to be nude and popping off.
He started thrashing in the street, basically, hitting his head against the pavement. Writhing around, shouting stuff.
When he advanced toward deputies, officials say they hit him with pepper spray and the stun gun. After the man was handcuffed, deputies reportedly realized he wasn't breathing. They began CPR and paramedics were called, but the man was pronounced dead at a hospital.
You know what doesn't seem to work well? Being on drugs and being tasered.
Oh, yeah.
That apparently is a shock to the system that often results in dead on arrival.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've done a lot of stories where people who are amped up on whatever drug get tased and they end up dying. So there's probably some correlation between, rapid heart rate and you having too much alcohol or drugs in your body causing you to die.
Here's the deal. When you're naked and the police say, sit down on the curb, do it. Otherwise, you're going to get the electric massage.
Right. But if you're high on drugs, you're not listening to anybody.
At that point, it doesn't compute. And then you still get the electric massage.
And a lot of these suspects, here's what happens. The family of these victims, they end up suing the police for excessive force. They end up suing the manufacturer of the taser because the voltage or the wattage is too much.
And they always say excessive use of force. Listen, well, so if they shoot him, is that, you know what I mean?
Well, that would be more excessive.
Right. So
but a taser is just mildly excessive. But if you end up killing the person, then oh my God, I can't believe you killed the person.
The pepper spray didn't work. That didn't mellow him out. Usually that'll mellow you out. That'll take the edge off. But when you're amped, man, and you're crazy and you're naked.
Yeah, but here's the thing: when you get pepper sprayed, you want to fight back because you can't see. So you become more belligerent after pepper spray. This whole idea, oh, great, I just got pepper sprayed. I'm going to sit here and put my hands on top of my head. No, you're a raving lunatic when you get pepper sprayed. I mean, that stuff hurts.
Yeah, it burns. It's designed to burn.
So if it's going to burn your eyes, why would you be complying at that point?
Right,
no, you would be screaming at the top of your lungs.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather be tased or pepper sprayed? I think I'd rather be tased.
Well, I don't know. According to that guy, probably pepper sprayed.
I don't know, man. I mean, because
not a lot of good options, but
either way, you're screwed.
You're right. All right, send us your emails at our website at johnjeff.com. And if you want to represent the third shift, check out our third shift gear on sale right now at johnjeff.com. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
See you.
John and Jeff. The John and Jeff Show.
Right now, I'm just an elf. But I don't need anybody. I'm independent.
Yeah? Me too. I'm whatever you said. Independent.
Hey, what do you say we both be independent together, huh?
You wouldn't mind my red nose?
Not if you don't mind me being a dentist.
It's a deal.
John and Jeff. The John and Jeff Show.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Próspero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a
Thanks for joining us on the John and Jeff Show. I like that song a lot.
Yeah, Jose Feliciano.
Yeah.
Feliz Navidad.
You know what's interesting about Hermie the dentist?
Yeah, what was going on there with him and Rudolph?
The guy says, as long as you don't mind me being a dentist, and that's when the dental industry said, no!
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. Even at such a young age, you know, Hermie knew that he would get no respect being a dentist. And he tells Rudolph, or says to Rudolph, as long as you don't mind me being a dentist.
Yeah,
as if that's such an evil occupation. But apparently, I guess it is.
Well, but if you listen,
because Hermie said so.
Yeah, but it's like he's kind of like it's almost like it sounds kind of like he was asking Rudolph out on a date, like, you know, let's be independent together. Did you hear what he was saying? It's
I
kind
think
of
there
like,
were some subliminal things going on.
Can we dissect that there? Roll that, because listen to this.
Right now, I'm just an elf. But I don't need anybody. I'm independent.
Yeah? Me too. I'm whatever you said. Independent.
Hey, what do you say we both be independent together, huh?
You wouldn't mind my red nose?
Not if you don't mind me being a dentist.
It's a deal.
So he talked him into hanging out on that island with misfit toys, but he just said, I don't need anyone. I'm independent. And then he asked Rudolph to hang out with him.
Together.
I mean, you know, I don't need anyone. I'm independent. And then we hang out with me.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, but just he has Hermie has such a disdain for the occupation he wants to get into.
Why would he do it?
Well, so again, if you don't have a lot of friends and now you're going to get into an industry that is not respected, according to Hermie, sounds like a collision course. But anyway, obviously those people did well for themselves.
Love that Hermie and Rudolph.
Yeah. 877-97-JOHN, Jeff, 877-975-6465. All right, let's go to Tony. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you, Tony.
So, calling about this issue that came up in the previous hour, there was a listener who was seeking guidance from Third Shifters out here regarding this issue of bringing his girlfriend to a family gathering where there's a lot of tradition and people's ideas are set in their ways about who he should be dating or shouldn't be dating.
Yeah, so Lewis, who is Latino, is dating a white girlfriend, and his parents would prefer if he dated a Latina.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I'm confident that I have the answer on how to deal with this. But first of all, I think that they already know that he's not dating a Latina. Otherwise, he would have introduced her already. It's been going on for a while, and they're already suspicious. Now, there's two things to look at here. If this is a casual relationship, you never, ever bring a casual relationship to a family gathering unless both the girlfriend and the family know that it's a casual relationship. Then it shouldn't be a big deal. It's casual. You're just hanging out. You're not looking at a long-term situation here. But if it's a serious relationship, you don't bring them to a family gathering. It's not the time to introduce her. John, I'm with you on this. Jeff, I'm a little worried about you.
Okay, tell me why you're worried about me.
Well, you seem to be waffling back and forth in terms of your position here. You're cooking up some waffles there for John. I'm sure he can smell them in the studio. I can smell them all the way over here in Pasadena.
Oh, do you have any syrup? So explain, though. Go into detail.
All right, here's the thing. The burners are turned up when you are in a family gathering situation, whether it's a wedding or a holiday gathering. Everybody's personality, it's like putting the personalities in the pot and turning the gas up a little bit more. When you have these gatherings, the personalities get ripened. And as John said, if people are drinking at these gatherings, it gets even more ripened. Things get a little bit hotter and a little bit heated. I think that they already know that something's going on here. So here's my solution for Lewis. Okay? The opposition, the problem he's facing is these attitudes in the family, and these attitudes are reinforced in numbers. When mom and dad are together, they're a united front. They are not going to step down or back down to a situation that they don't like when they're together. And when you've got a family all gathered together with cousins and aunts and mom's sisters and dad's brothers and everybody's there, they're all going to band together. The answer is you have to divide and conquer. If this is a serious relationship that Lewis is in, he needs to call up whoever he thinks is going to be maybe the most amenable person to his situation. Maybe it's his dad. Like the other caller suggested that the women are going to be, a little bit more standoffish to this idea. They're going to feel threatened that this white girl is coming into their environment. Mom wants Lewis to marry a woman like her. Every mom wants that because they don't want to give their boy up to a woman who's not going to treat her like she treated him. So I think he makes the phone call to Dad and says, "Hey, Dad, I found this restaurant that I really like, and I want to take you out to dinner or to lunch. Would you come out and join me for lunch?" He sits down with Dad. John, are you with me on this?
Mm-hmm. We're listening.
Okay. You sit down with Dad and say, "Dad, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. I've been seeing this gal, and I haven't brought her to the family for a long time. The reason I haven't brought her to the family is I'm concerned about your feelings. I'm concerned. I respect your feelings, and I wouldn't want to surprise you with a situation that you're going to be uncomfortable with in a public scenario like being at a family gathering. I don't want to surprise you in that environment. I've met this great gal. She is actually from a different culture than I'm from, but I'm learning so much, and I'm feeling so good in this relationship that it's worth pursuing to me. So I wanted to meet you for dinner and tell you a little bit about her. And you just go and you lay out all the reasons why you like this girl, okay? And then you say this. So, Dad, I'm supposed to meet her in a little bit. Maybe we're going to go get dessert or something somewhere. Would you like to come join us? Would you like to meet her for yourself? Now you've got just Dad and just your gal. And your gal knows about it. You're not surprising her. You bring in Dad. If Dad says, I wouldn't feel comfortable, you say, you know what, that's okay. We'll do that another time. But if Dad says, yeah, okay, I'll meet her, you bring her. Or you and Dad go to your next location. You grab a little dessert, grab a little cocktail, whatever it is. You're showing Dad, you're as John suggested, you're controlling the environment. You're controlling where this is happening and how it's happening. Then, after Dad meets this gal and says, well, boy, she's not as threatening as I thought she was. Maybe she's okay. You don't know what Dad's reaction is going to be, but he's going to go back and he's going to talk to Mom and say, so I met Lewis's gal, and this is what she's like. You're slowly chipping away. To try and do it all in one fell swoop is foolhardy. You can't do it in a environment of a family gathering, whether it's a Christmas gathering or a wedding. It's impossible to win over a crowd in that scenario. And really who you're doing a disservice to is your girlfriend, because you're putting her at the front lines of a war.
All right, Tony.
She's going to get shot at.
Let's just respond. I'm going to say this, and I've never said this in the 10 years I've been doing the show.
Go ahead.
I just heard the best phone call in the history of the John and Jeff show. That, what you just laid out was brilliant. In my opinion, you're the best phone call we've ever gotten in 10 years. Because
that can't be true.
I'm not kidding you. You laid it out so perfectly, so logically. You understand the magnitude of a situation of someone, an outsider coming into a family. And I completely agree with every point that you made, because what you're doing is you care so much about your family that you're going out of your way to make them feel comfortable meeting somebody who they may be somewhat uncomfortable to meet initially. And that's the way you do it, because out of respect for your family, you go out of your way to create the atmosphere to introduce that individual rather than just have that person parachute into the family gathering. And and I don't know how Jeff feels, but I really think that you laid out the case of spending time figuring out how you're going to introduce someone to your family rather than just entering the door. Here I am. So Jeff, what do you think? Hold on. Let's see what Jeff thinks.
I think, Tony, I'll be honest here. You opened my eyes and, to look at another option in this scenario for Lewis. And I'm impressed with what you said. It makes sense. And, it was a solid, you thought it out. You have a plan as to what Lewis should do. You brought in the restaurant scenario. I thought that was brilliant. And so I'm going to look at that option and say, you know what? That is something that that makes sense. And I agree with John. You brought up some really, really, really good points. And awesome.
Imagine the dad in that situation. I mean, don't you think the dad is going to be able to react more honestly when he's not in the world of his wife and everybody else surrounding him?
When you get together with your dad, there's a different dynamic in the relationship. And you can, if you're going to have a heart-to-heart talk, have it with your dad. And the dad is the leader in the family.
Because you won't know the truth when everyone else is around.
Right, because the dad might be reacting to the mom and vice versa. And so, Tony, that was such a good call. I agree. We're going to hook you up with the John Jeff Show third shift t-shirt, okay?
Well, that's very nice, guys. I really appreciate it. And I apologize for busting you a little bit about the waffling there, Jeff.
But you listen, you presented your case. You presented an option. That was an option I did not consider. Like I said, you opened my eyes to another possibility. And so it makes sense.
Now, it's definitely the opposite of doing the fake girlfriend or the fake boyfriend routine. That's insulting to everybody. That's insulting to your family. That's insulting to your actual relationship. Now, if you're seeing somebody just casually, if you're just having a little fun, a little action, that, and your girlfriend knows that, and you want to have a fake person come over, okay, fine. It's not an investment, but it's still insulting to the family to bring in somebody who's really faking their way through representing who you are. And it's a difference. Lewis has to make a decision whether he's going to be a boy in this situation or if he's going to be a man. And being a man doesn't necessarily mean standing up and saying, hey, this is who I'm going to be with, and I don't care what you think. bringing her in and steamrolling the place and taking over. Being a man means sitting down and speaking to these family members man to man. And maybe he's going to have a similar conversation with his mom. Maybe he's going to have to invite her out for breakfast. Treat her to a nice experience somewhere, take her to a park, do something special for her, do something that makes mom feel valued, okay? Yeah. And in the middle of that scenario where mom feels valued, say, you know what, Mom, you've done so much for me. I wanted this to be a special day for you. I want to tell you about this person I'm seeing who does these things for me too, who I think is really spectacular. And I know that even though she's from a different culture than you're from, I think you're going to really like and respect her.
Tony, what do you do for a living? Are you a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a bartender? Because usually...
I am none of the above. I'm none of the above. Yeah.
Can you tell us what you do, or you want to keep that a secret?
Sure. No, I work in entertainment. I'm a performer. And, I deal with personalities all the time. I deal with people who have interesting personalities and sometimes...
Don't you mean huge egos?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you see,
I also work with some people who are very, very well balanced, and I think there's a myth associated sometimes with the entertainment industry. You guys work in radio, you know what I'm talking about.
But Tony, the reason why I asked is because you know how to communicate, and it's so important to be able to communicate with people that you do business with, people that you're emotionally attached to, relatives, and there's an art to communicating. And what you systematically did was you expounded on, the premise that I had, that you want to ease into, your family, the person that you're dating, rather than just arriving at a big family function where everyone is shock and awe is occurring. And there is an art to communicating to certain people. And if you can systematically do that, you will be so much more successful in life, and you will avoid a lot of potential drama by just thinking about the other person and catering your message in order for them to better understand what you want to accomplish. And
absolutely.
And it's so important, because the reason why I say this is my argument was it is very selfish for one person to say, I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'm going to take this person to the family function. Now, I call that a very selfish act, because it's all about that person and who they are with rather than the family that is going to meet them. And there's ways to do that. And there's a time that's appropriate, and there's an occasion that's more appropriate. And if people just think about the other person, you'll be able to communicate better.
Well, they're putting him on the spot. I mean, the first key of good communication, I think, is listening. And I really very carefully tried to listen to the letter that Lewis wrote you guys, and listen to all of the different arguments that have been kind of piling up, both in the studio and with your callers along the way. And the thing to listen to here is that they're putting him on the spot by saying, where is this girl? We haven't met her. We need to meet her. They're basically, it sounds like they're giving him something of an ultimatum to say.
There's pressure, yeah. When there's pressure, you react.
Well, he doesn't have to succumb to that pressure. Right. And I think that he's asking for trouble, and they may know. Here's the thing. Mom could be even, and I hope Lewis is listening here, Mom could even be strategizing here in the back burner here to think, okay, Lewis hasn't shown us this girl yet. We haven't met her yet. Something's up. I bet she's not Latina. So what I think is best is compel Lewis to bring her here so that we can all immediately shoot her down, and it won't be a problem anymore.
Interesting.
You understand?
Yeah.
There could be some war games going on here. There could be some strategy. So he has to do a little mental aikido and kind of deflect the strategy, deflect pressure off of himself, and say, hey, you know what? My girlfriend, I mentioned to her that you guys invited her for Christmas. Unfortunately, she already had other plans, but she wishes you guys a Feliz Navidad. She hopes you have a wonderful Christmas with the family, and she looks forward to meeting you very, very soon. That's the truth, right? Mm-hmm. She's not available. Well, it may not be the truth, but it could be the truth. Right. She's not available. She's not disrespecting their invitation. She just had previous plans.
Yeah, you got to pick your battles in life, and you got to be smart about the battles you choose to engage in. Tony, listen, thanks very much for the phone call. Hold the line. We're going to hook you up with a John and Jeff Show Third Shift T-shirt, okay?
Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for the time. I really appreciate letting me in Third Shift Insomniac in here.
All right, Tony, and Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad and happy Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa.
There you go.
Tony, thanks again for the phone call. I really appreciated his logic and his thought process and his ability to think about the other people involved. You know, sometimes in life, people get so caught up in their own life that they don't think about other people. It's like, well, why would I care if they don't like her? It's all about me. So maybe you've had a situation where you brought someone home for the holidays. How did it go over? Give us a call. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Coming back at you live. You're right in the middle of the John and Jeff Show.
Was that Jessica Simpson and Ozzy?
Yes, there's so many versions of Winter Wonderland. I thought I'd pick the weirdest one.
No, that's good.
Yeah. Now,
well, here's the thing. You know, these artists do these songs and they're not even in the studio. So, like,
there's a video for this one.
Is there?
It's great.
Usually, one person's in New York, the other person's in London. They lay down the tracks and they never even meet. But you know, the magic of recording.
Yeah, and you know, that whole Ozzy, you can't understand what he's saying. The amazing thing about Ozzy is, you know, when he's being interviewed or when he talks, he's like, but when he goes on stage and it's lights on and he's ready to rock out, he's like, rock and roll. You know, he can all of a sudden he can turn on that switch and talk. But have you seen that TV commercial lately where it's for believe text messaging service or a phone, and he walks in and orders a coffee and he walks up to the barista and says,
that commercial is made for him.
Yeah, perfect. And then the guy can't understand him, so he text messaged him, the coffee guy telling him what he wants. Have you seen that spot?
No, it sounds like a great premise.
It is, because they took advantage of that. So, yeah.
All right, let's go to Drew. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning, Drew.
Hey, morning, guys. I love your show.
Thank you.
I need your guys' advice. Back in 2006, I caught my wife cheating on me. I placed an audio recorder and, pretty much heard the whole thing. I'm a truck driver, deliver to the pickup containers at the ports, work at night. So at this point, she's not working. She's having a hard time finding a job. I'm the only one working, but not making enough money anymore because of the economy. Now, my question is, at this point, what should I do? I mean, we're not in love with each other anymore. She says she is. I don't trust her. She doesn't trust me.
All right. Do you have any kids?
Yes, one.
How old?
6.
Okay. Well, you need to sit down with her and find out, what she wants and what you want. If you want out, then the marriage is over because it takes two. But have you talked to any attorneys yet as to what alimony costs might be or child support costs might be?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, do yourself a favor. Call 3 or 4 attorneys. Ask for a consultation. Many of them will give you a free consultation. And you want to, they're going to tell you, they're going to ask a lot of questions. How long you've been married? How old is your child? And so forth. Your income, her income, property that you own. And they will give you the financial terms of what a divorce might cost you. And then you'll have a better idea if it's something that you want. Because until you realize the cost of getting a divorce, you cannot make the decision to get out of the marriage. So I strongly suggest that you have 2 or 3 consultations with some attorneys, family law attorneys, and they will give you some things to think about. And it's shocking, the cost of alimony and child support. And I believe more people would get a divorce if it wasn't so expensive. Good luck, Drew.
Yeah, hang in there.
Send us your emails at johnjeff.com.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff
The
Show.
John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think every DMV driving test should be in English only.
We're two guys who think any woman who claims to be experimenting is in denial.
We're two guys who think anyone who steals a shopping cart should be deported.
We're two guys who think mandatory tipping for room service should be illegal.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff Show. 10 years long, 10 years strong.
Thanks for joining us on the third shift. We appreciate it. And a special welcome to insomniacs across America. This is the John and Jeff Show. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-975-6465.
That's right. Good morning and welcome to the show. It's totally open phones, more topics, better variety as we jumpstart your morning live with your calls. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. Coming up, we'll check out the news pile for news and nonsense. Plus, we're always standing by if you need relationship advice or life advice on almost anything. The free advice department is open. So there's a lot going on. Grab a cup of coffee and jump on live. And John, I've got some stupid, useless trivia here.
All right.
And this is in regards to the worst holiday gifts of all time.
Ah.
Yeah, it's that time of year where you get a gift and you have to act like you like it and you become a really bad actor. You know, and then everyone knows when you get that bad gift and they know when you're acting like you like it, and then they jump in the mix and they try to act excited too. For instance, you get a jumbo pack of socks. The excitement factor on a scale of 1 to 100, about a 3. But you always have to say, oh, wow, these are nice socks. Thank you very much. You know, I needed socks.
That's the key word is you always say you needed it when you don't.
Right. And then people will pile on. You ever notice that they pile on and say, oh, those are nice. Those will come in handy, because they feel your pain, because they know they're going to be victim of a gift that they really aren't into and they don't like. But John, I have here the top 5, according to a survey. People were asked randomly, what was the worst gift you've ever received? They compiled the data. And I have the top 5 worst Christmas gifts of all time. John, can you give me, according to a recent survey, the number 1 worst gift of all time, according to a recent survey? People got this item and they said it was the worst gift ever. And they got the top 5.
I got to go with a Christmas classic.
All right.
Fruitcake.
Fruitcake, John. What the hell is fruitcake? I have no idea. John, fruitcake did crack the top 5. It eked in, checking in at number 5. Number 5 on the countdown of the worst Christmas gifts of all time, John. You were close, but that is not the number 1 worst Christmas gift of all time. So maybe you out there on the third shift can unload the answer. And I think this is going to be a tough one. It's a pretty random object, but can you give me the worst Christmas gift of all time according to a recent survey? If you can unload that, I'll unload a John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt, and you can check out all of our gear at johnjeff.com, John. So you nailed number 5, but we still need 4, 3, 2, and of course, the number 1 worst gift of all time. But it is funny how people act. Like at my house, John, our tradition at Christmas was, I don't know if it was like this at your house, but everyone would take turns under the tree. You'd open a gift and you'd wait for the next person to open a gift. Right. Like it'd be one person at a time. So you'd all watch that person. Oh, wow. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wanted the underwear. And then it's kind of like, okay, now everyone knows that I got underwear. And then you wait for the next person, and then they open up their present. And oh, wow, an iPod. So now you're thinking, okay, I just got socks, so maybe my good gift is coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah. At my family, for whatever reason, usually I'm the person that distributes the gifts.
Wow, you're a keeper of the gifts.
So I'm sitting down on the floor in front of the Christmas tree. And to Mom from John.
Okay.
To Dad from one of my sisters.
You hand the gift and then they open it?
Yeah. And you're right. I think a lot of families do that because if 6 people are opening gifts at the same time,
it's like, oh, look what I got. Look what I got. Look what I got.
It's kind of, it's anticlimactic when 6 people are doing it because you can't pay attention to 6 people at the same time.
Right, so you have to look at...
So that's why it takes 2.5 hours to go through gifts.
Right, and you have to sit through socks, wallets, underwear, in some cases lingerie, to get to like the hardware, the high-ticket item that you wanted.
And, and the living room looks like a battle zone because there's just paper everywhere.
And the cats are going nuts. I remember my mom's house, man. The cats would always want to, play with the Christmas tree. My mom would be chasing the cats around the house because the cat had a random bulb that fell off the tree, one of those styrofoam ones, and then they'd rip it with their claw, and then the next thing you know, it's like my mom's all fired up. But yeah, you're right though. It's my mom, John, was on the green tip back in the late 70s, early 80s. My mom recycled Christmas wrapping paper and would reuse it. And then
boxes have been recycled, but the paper?
She would open the Christmas gift really carefully.
Okay.
And then I remember one time, it would be like a running joke in my family. Mom, come on. It's, you can afford some new wrapping paper. But no, she was like, well, this is still good. We can still. So what she would do is she would patch it together. So you'd get like 3 different wrappings on one like box. And it'd be like 3 different types of wrapping because she didn't have enough of the whole sheet left. So it looked like a patchwork. But I finally just said, Mom, listen, you can afford more wrapping paper. Do it. Treat yourself.
Yeah. Make your life a little bit easier.
Yeah.
877-97 John Jeff. Join us this morning on the third shift, 877-975-6465. Edgar is next on the John and Jeff Show. Hi, Edgar.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you, Edgar?
Well, trying to hang in there.
What's going on, brother?
Well, on Monday, I'm a construction worker to begin with. I'm a union carpenter, and I build bridges for a living. And on Monday, I had my partner, literally my partner, the guy that I work with. We were underneath the bridge that was under construction, where it's what you call a false work. And a false work is basically a big table that you built the bridge on. And it collapsed under, we were underneath it and it collapsed. And all of us got out okay except for my buddy. And he got crushed by an I-beam. And how he lived is beyond me, but we ran up to him and he was pretty bad. We had to medevac him out of there. We called 911. When we ran up to him, his ankle was next to his hip. So separated his anus from his colon. It was a very, very, very bad situation.
And Edgar, what can we do?
Nothing really. I was just.
Are you still in shock from the accident?
Yeah, I'm still, yeah. Well, right now, see, the way we deal with stuff like this in the heavy construction world is we drink. And
so that's how you've been medicating?
Yeah, that's how we do it.
What's the prognosis of your friend? Is he going to be okay?
He's still in intensive care. The doctor says it's 50-50 right now.
He's in ICU.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
so
wow.
we spent a lot of time at the hospital, and then after a while, after seeing his wife and his children cry and not knowing if he's going to make it or not, we left, and he was he was our drinking partner as well. After work we'd go and we'd toss him back, but now it's a little different. So after the hospital we went to the bar and.
Well, Edgar, I think you got to be careful that, using this tragedy as a mechanism for dealing with it by drinking or doing something else. Do you feel any guilt because of this?
Yeah, a little, yeah, because he was right next to me when everything was coming down.
Right.
But you realize it was an accident. I understand.
But you also realize that could have been you.
Yeah.
And so you probably have a different perspective now on life because you came that close to possibly being disabled for the rest of your life. But the answer to this is not drinking, Edgar. This is not the answer. Okay? And what you need to do is probably talk to somebody and figure out what is the best way to deal with this, this problem, because drinking is not going to make your friend better, and it's not going to make you get over it any easier. So did you drink a lot prior to this?
Yeah.
So let's not make this the excuse to drink more. That's what I'm saying here.
Yeah. What you need to do here is listen. You've been through a great shock and trauma, and you're going to suffer post-traumatic stress as a result of this. So you really need to, get some help dealing with this crisis, dealing with what you experienced, because you deserve to get the help and talk to people about it, and also be there for your friend Edgar. But we wish you nothing but the best, and that puts a whole nother new perspective on life and how you're going to work one day and next thing you know something like that happens, and it
just indicates just how dangerous certain jobs are.
Yeah.
And you go to work and you figure, all right, I'll go to work and then I'll come home. But, a lot of people are in dangerous occupations and you have to take things very seriously. But, if you have a tendency to do a lot of drinking and you're working in a job that requires you to be 100% alert at all times, it's probably not a good thing that you're a heavy drinker when it comes to public safety. And if and when, and I'm sure they did blood work on him, but if he was under any influence of alcohol or drugs when this accident occurred, it's going to be a big problem.
Or if the person that caused the accident was drinking,
and this is what happens. People do drink on their lunch hour. Yeah, I just kicked back in my car and had a couple, and then there's an accident. Well, now there's a tremendous amount of liability involved if and when someone's blood alcohol level is tested and they're under the influence and they become a victim of a workplace, tragedy. Edgar, thanks for the call, but you got to lay off the sauce because that's not going to accomplish anything.
Good luck.
Let's go to Richard. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Richard.
Hey, what's up?
Not much, Richard. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How about you guys?
Pretty good. What can we do for you?
Hey, I have a question for the answer for the useless trivia.
Okay, I have the top 5 worst Christmas gifts of all time. Can you give me the number 1?
Is it that singing fish?
There's a singing fish?
Remember that? Oh, man. When were they popular? About like 1998?
Somewhere around there.
I remember, though, everywhere you would go, it was like a plaque and there'd be a fish, like a rainbow trout on there, and it would sing, right?
Yeah.
And it was annoying as hell.
Oh, very. I just tried to think of the most annoying thing I would ever not want to get.
You're right. They sold a boatload of those, and then people realized, what the hell? That's what you call a total, I don't know what to get someone. I'm going to get them the singing fish. I haven't heard that one or seen that one in a while. I think they had like a 1 or 2 year run, and then people realized, you know what? This is stupid. Richard, that is not the answer I have here.
All right, then.
No worries. Okay.
All right.
Richard, thanks for the call, and Merry Christmas to you.
Singing fish.
All right, we're looking for the worst Christmas gift of all time, according to a national survey. My guess, a fruitcake, is number 5 on the list, which means there are 4 more popular answers that have yet to be guessed. So if you have a guess, give us a call. We'll hook you up with the John and Jeff Show Third Shift T-shirt if you know the number 1 worst gift for Christmas. So give us a call. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Thanks for joining us on the Third Shift. We appreciate it. Bing Crosby's White Christmas. I don't know what it is, but every time I hear that song, I want to get dressed up in a suit and tie, sit at a smoky bar, and drink a lot.
Drink some whiskey.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, there's certain songs where you just want to sit there at the bar, not even say a word for about an hour, and just watch people come in.
The hustle and bustle.
And out. It's almost like you want to be like a barfly, and I don't know. There's just certain types of songs that that put you in a certain mood, and for whatever reason, I want to start drinking when I hear that song.
That song reminds me of turkey and stuffing at my mom's and dad's house back when I was a little kid running around playing with my Evil Knievel stunt cycle.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know.
Now, what is it where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow? And then after that, I don't know any of the lyrics. I make them up. I start mumbling.
But I think everyone can do a Bing Crosby White Christmas. It's almost like you've had too much to drink and the bouncer is pushing you out the door of the club. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
It's kind of like everyone can do a Bing Crosby.
With every Christmas card I write.
With the children.
So you kind of wonder, did Bing Crosby have a couple?
That was the rumor that the guy liked to nip the sauce. But what do they call those singers? Crooners? I never, they would. But everyone can do a Bing Crosby, just like everyone can try to do an Elvis, like, thank you very much.
But a Christmas classic. 877-97 Jeff. Join us live and nationwide. 877-975-6465. Rudy is next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Rudy.
Hi.
Hey, Rudy.
I want to take a guess at the trivia.
Okay. Stupid, useless trivia question. Here it is. This is a survey, and people were surveyed. And I need the worst Christmas gift of all time. Can you give it to me?
The Chia Pet.
Chia Pet.
Chia Pet?
Chia.
That's right.
You know what?
Chia.
Chia. I remember. I was at the store the other day, and they're still selling those things. They've got like a Shrek. Chia Pet. Yeah, it's...
now, if you use the chemicals in the Chia Pet, could it also be used on the top of a man's head to show some growth of something?
If he's bald?
Yeah. In lieu of a
think about that.
Think about it. I mean, if they're able to do that on a Chia Pet, all they would have to do is just change some of the chemical components, and maybe a guy doesn't have to be bald anymore.
Well, you wouldn't be bald, but your hair would be like grass.
You're
so
right.
You'd have green. You'd have green hair, but you wouldn't be bald.
But you change the color.
You're right. Change the color of the whatever grows. But you're right though. You just get that stuff, that slop that you spread on there, and then you know.
And what is that made out of?
I don't know.
Some cancerous material or something?
It works. Chia Pet did crack the top 5. Let me break down the countdown here and find out, Rudy, if you got the number 1 answer. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Number 4. Okay, number 5, as far as the worst Christmas gifts of all time, John's guess, a fruitcake. Number 4, the excitement factor on this is kind of like, oh, what am I going to do with this? It is the sausage sample pack.
Sausage sample pack?
Like
from Hickory Farms or something?
Yeah, it's like, and people become really good actors when they get one of those, except my dad. He loved them. But everyone else is like, oh, wow, yeah. I really love this smoked cheese. Oh, yeah. I love that sausage. Oh, it's so good.
But think about the industry. The sausage industry did an excellent job marketing its particular product as a Christmas gift. So, these sausage guys, they're pretty smart.
They are. Number 3, when you get one of these, you're embarrassed because immediately after receiving this gift, when you open it up, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, gee, thank you, Aunt Edna. A Christmas sweater. Number 3. And, of course, then you have to have the parade of shame when you have to model. Oh, why don't you go put it on, Jeff? Oh, no, that's okay. No, do it, please, and then take a picture. So then you have to put it on and it itches.
And then when you go to her house, you have to wear it again.
Right, but by the next time you go to her house, it's usually 3 or 4 years later. So you've gained some weight. So now you've got that Christmas sweater that's like 5-6 years old. It's 2 sizes too small, and you can't breathe in it, and it itches like hell. And yeah, you have to wear it. Number 3, the Christmas sweater, and Rudy. Number 2 is the Chia Pet. Chia. So that is
that you didn't get the number 1 answer, but you got the silver medal, and of course, we can't think of one person who won a silver medal at the Olympics. So unfortunately, Rudy, no one's going to recognize you walking down the street.
That's right. And 2008 was the 15 minutes that Michael Phelps got. You know, when
I think he got 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
I mean, here's a guy that breaks world records in the Olympics. And he got about 9 minutes.
You know what derailed it? It was the election. And
Joe the plumber got more publicity than Michael Phelps.
You're right.
And have you noticed that all of the TV commercials Michael Phelps is in, he doesn't talk.
No, he doesn't. He had that guy, I'm Bill Curtis, in the commercial.
And he does a commercial with Kobe Bryant, I think, for Guitar Hero.
Okay.
Have you seen this commercial?
I haven't seen that one yet. No.
It's kind of interesting. You got Kobe Bryant, you got Michael Phelps. I think you got Michael Jordan. And I think, what's his name? Corey Hart, I think his name might be.
Okay.
They're all like in their, I don't know if they're in their underwear, but they're all playing like Guitar Hero in the same house.
In their underwear.
I'm not kidding.
What?
Yeah, they're doing the risky business routine.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think Derek Jeter's in there too.
In their underwear.
Yeah, they're all wearing their little tidy whities and the long sleeve shirt.
Okay, yeah, the Tom Cruise deal.
And Kobe is dancing up a storm.
I haven't seen this. What's going on?
Well, you got to get out of the compound.
It's
Jeff.
for Guitar Hero World Tour.
I watch a lot of TV, and
it's on prime time.
Wow, something's going on in my going
You
on.
got to get out of that compound.
I do. I got to. Yeah.
When do they allow you out? Every other day?
Definitely every other Tuesday. Yeah, definitely every other Tuesday.
Every other Tuesday, because they don't want you to read the mainstream media newspaper.
Right in time for Wapner. Yeah, definitely Judge Wapner.
All right, Rudy, you got the last word.
I'm sorry, I can't think of anything worse than the Chia Pet.
Chia Pet is the absolute worst, but that is not the number one worst gift of all time. But I think the real number one that's coming up, if someone guesses it or I unload it, what do you say when you get one of these?
It's one of those moments.
It's like it's one.
Are you insulted if you get one?
Can I have a second guess?
One guess per customer. Your mileage may vary. Check your local listings for showtime. And thank you.
Very good.
Merry Christmas, Rudy. And Rudy, you have a nice day.
Thanks.
All right. God bless.
All right. There he goes.
Okay. Yeah. This is.
So you're saying that the worst Christmas gift is a gift that you're insulted by?
Well, it's, I don't know what people are thinking when they would give this gift.
Is it an impulse item? For instance, you go to Best Buy, and as you're waiting in line, they have all these things that you don't need, hoping that you're going to say, oh, a calculator. Yeah, you can always use one for like $3.99.
No,
it's like you go into Best Buy for a flat screen TV and you walk out with a bunch of junk.
Right. They always have, like, with Best Buy or, these impulse items. Usually, like, Ross has got the most random, Ross or like TJ Maxx, you go there. They've got, like, all these random golf things that,
a flashlight, keychain. I could always use one.
It's like all these random things that I don't know what to get to Uncle Chuck. Okay, you know what? I'm going to get him a golf ball, a pen holder. Okay, yeah. He doesn't even play golf, but it looks cool. Okay, here you go.
But all of those gifts end up in the junk drawer.
Or they end up being recycled and regifted. And we did a survey earlier. 73% of people this year are going to do some regifting.
Yeah, so don't even open the package on Christmas morning. Just say, oh my God, that's exactly what I wanted. Don't open it up and then just regift it. All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show. If you want to join us, call us 877-97-JOHN-JEFF, 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Coming back at you live in the AM. You're right in the middle of the John and Jeff Show. Charlie Brown?
Charlie Brown Christmas.
Do kids know who Charlie Brown is nowadays? He kind of went out with like the 80s.
You know what happened? Video games destroyed the legacy of Charlie Brown.
Remember Snoopy? I mean, you still see him here and there, but would your average 10-year-old know who the hell Charlie Brown is?
I don't think so.
And what is Charlie Brown and Phil Collins? What's the connection there? They do look alike. You ever notice that? There's an album cover of Phil Collins. He looks like Charlie Brown. Seriously, if they were to do a live-action Charlie Brown movie, Phil Collins could star and be Chuck Brown.
877-97-JOHN. Jeff, join us live and nationwide. 877-975-6465. All right, let's go to Seth. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Seth.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Really quick, that fish is called the big mouth Billy Bass, the singing fish. Yeah, it sings "Don't Worry, Be Happy." It is a terrible gift. But I do have an idea for what might be the worst. Actually, I mean, I'm Jewish, so I don't know if this is given a lot of Christmas, but I know it's pretty big in my community, and it always tilts the heck out of me when someone makes a donation in your name and that's their gift to you. I know it kind of goes against the goodwill of the season, but it's really like, $50 towards whatever organization. I could have used that $50.
You did. That's true. I mean, it's good to give, and it's. But how do you know they actually, gave? They could have just said they did, unless they give you a certificate of authenticity.
Yeah. But if they don't do that, they could have just, taken some kind of card and made it up.
Or you go online and just print one out.
Right. Here's one that always kind of I thought of. Would you be excited if you got it? Have a star registered in your name, and then so they give you some chart. So now you got to go out in the middle of the night. Hey, where's my star? I mean, I know there are zillions of stars, but seriously, can you actually locate the star?
You know what? You don't even know if that star still exists. That's what it looked like millions of years ago.
Could have burned out.
Yeah.
There goes my shooting star. Oh, it burned out. Okay, but Seth, that is not the answer I have here.
Yeah, that clue you gave right before the last commercial break made me realize that probably wasn't it. I do have a pretty good guess of what I think it is. Can I get a second one out?
One guess per customer.
All right, I appreciate it, guys.
No worries, but keep listening. I'm going to unload it coming up in a few minutes. I have to, or maybe a third shifter will guess it. But
Seth, we appreciate the call. All right.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, if you get this, I don't know. It's just kind of like,
all right,
what the hell's going on?
All right, let's move on to Brian. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hey, you guys gave a clue before the last commercial?
I don't know. Maybe
it was subliminal.
I guess it was. Yeah.
Can you guys subliminally do it again, maybe?
I forgot what I said.
All right, I'll stick with my original. I was going to make a joke and say a third shift T-shirt was going to be the worst gift, but I'm going to go with a clapper.
Clap on, clap off. That is not the worst gift I have of all time.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Oh, double buzz.
I hear a little bit of anger coming from Michelle, our engineer. What?
No, that wasn't anger. I was trying to clap.
Oh, okay. Occupational hazard.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah. But I remember when I was a kid, I thought that was really cool, man. The clapper. Hey, yeah, it's cool.
All right, let's go to Jeff. He's in Boise. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's going on, John and Jeff?
You're going on the radio, Jeff.
All right.
What can we do for you, sir?
I have the answer for the useless trivia question.
Okay, according to a recent survey, people were surveyed about random gifts they got. This was voted the worst gift of all time.
I'm going to have to say nose hair trimmer.
Oh, man.
Good answer.
Very good answer. And I'm surprised it didn't crack the top 5 because the excitement factor, once again, on a scale of 1 to 10 or 1 to 100 with the nose hair trimmer is probably about a 2.5.
Yeah, but think about this. You go into a home improvement store, you're waiting in line, and there's a nose clipper for sale.
Yeah, they're trying to tell you something.
Like, what's up with the contractors? I guess they're trying to send a message to all the contractors, like, hey, you guys have some issues here. Why don't you buy one of these?
Imagine when you're, at the unveiling, the opening of the gift, and you open it, you're like, oh, wow. Thanks, Uncle Chuck. Yeah, thanks for the nose hair trimmer. Oh, Jeff, wow, that's a nice one. Look at that. It's solar powered. You don't even need batteries. Oh, yeah, I can't wait to try this out in the bathroom.
But you know something? I think everyone should get one as a gag gift and just to see what their response is. And, if they...
Give it to a woman.
That's what I'm saying. Give your lady a nose hair trimmer. And just look at the reaction when she opens it up.
And then when she opens it and says, honey, why did you get me a nose hair trimmer? Because I love you.
Right.
And you deserve the best.
And you need it.
I don't even know what one looks like.
They're rude looking, to be honest with you. They look like it
looks like a large pen. Looks like a large pen.
They're scary. I have one, and when the batteries go on them or whatever, and they hurt because the blades don't work, and then they get stuck, and then you're like, drilling in your nose. You're like, oh.
Jeff, thanks for the call. All right.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to John. You're next on the third shift. Good morning, John.
Hello, gentlemen.
How are you, John?
So far, I'm okay. Just trying to get to sleep.
Okay. Well, what can we do
you've come to the right show.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Hey, the winter scarf, the green and plaid ugly winter scarf.
Yeah, it's pretty much an East Coast thing.
Yeah, God bless your grandma for knitting it. And she spent time doing it, and it's made with love. But you're right. It's you're a guy. You don't want to be rolling with the scarf unless you're really, really freezing. And if you do have one, you want one in like a solid color. You don't want the green and red. Oh, I got my Christmas scarf here. It's yeah, but
it should be included with your trunk emergency road kit.
Right.
There you go. John.
In the breakdown lane.
That is, John, that is not the item I have here.
Oh, time to go to bed.
No worries.
John, thanks for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And speaking of the breakdown lane, make sure you tip your tow truck drivers in the event that they give you a jump or they take care of you over the holiday season. Yes, they are affiliated with AAA, and you might be a member of AAA, but make sure you tip the tow truck drivers. Make sure you tip the newspaper carriers across America.
That's right.
Someone who gives you service at your house 7 days a week deserves a little extra something. And here's the thing. A lot of people don't even know who their paper carrier is because they come in the early morning hours and they drop off the paper. So some customers think, well, I've never met the guy, so it's not like I'm going to meet him, so I'll just stiff him for the holiday.
You can't do that. You get your paper every day.
But it's harder to stiff someone that you've met versus someone you've never met. So this is what people do is they figure, well, I've never met the guy, so the hell with him. I'm not going to give him any tip. And that's the wrong attitude to have.
Yeah.
All right, Ishmael, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
All right. Getting ready to go to work here. I'm going to go with the answer, the fruitcake.
Okay, you think that is the worst gift of all time? That is actually...
It is for me.
It is for you and for a lot of people. That checked in our countdown at number 5. And let me unload the number 1. But let's recap, shall we, in the countdown? Number 4, worst Christmas gifts of all time. That sausage sample pack. Number 3, the Christmas sweater. Number 2, chia, the chia pet. And number 1, the worst Christmas gift of all time. It's embarrassing when you get one of these because maybe someone's trying to tell you something. Says here, according to a recent survey, the number 1 worst Christmas gift of all time, a padded toilet seat. Now,
are you kidding?
That's it. People surveyed said the worst gift they ever got. More people got a padded toilet seat.
Wow.
And that was considered the worst Christmas gift of all time. Now, imagine that. You're there opening it. You're like, oh, this is rather big here. Oh, wow, a toilet seat. Oh, why don't you squeeze it? It's padded. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, it's vinyl and it's soft. Oh, thank you very much. And then everyone's saying, oh, that's very, very nice. It'll match your bathroom. Oh, yes. Now, someone who gets that is probably thinking, well, maybe they think you have a big bum and you need that padding, or I don't know what they're thinking. What are they thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that would even be on anyone's mind.
That's crazy.
A padded toilet seat for a Christmas gift. Wow. That's amazing.
I got it because I love you. But are they saying maybe that they think you have a tendency to break the regular toilet seat, whatever it's made out of? They figure they're going to add some comfort to your life by letting you sit down on that cold padded vinyl?
Mm.
I mean, I haven't seen one of those in years. Do people still have those? I know if you're over 60, you probably still have one of those. But padded toilet seat.
Yeah. All right. Hey, thanks for the call. And Ishmael, have a great holiday, okay?
You too, guys.
Okay, thanks. Rock on.
All right. All right, Jeff, there is some good news in the news.
Good.
An airline in Thailand is offering 100,000 free tickets to Thailand. 100,000 free tickets. Now, there's a catch.
Oh, yeah. What's the catch?
The catch is the flights are leaving from Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and China. Unfortunately, no flights from the United States.
So you'd have to get over to, you might as well just fly straight to Thailand.
But over the next 48 hours or so, there's an airline in Thailand called Air Asia that is offering 100,000 free tickets to Thailand because they're trying to get people to fly into Thailand after they had some political problems over there and the airport was shut down. So as a PR move, this is what they're doing. So if you're in the area,
if you're hanging out,
if you're in, if you're in China and you want to go to Thailand for free and pay the taxes on the airfare, you should get on the internet. But the minute this airline says we're going to fly you from Los Angeles, I will be on that website.
Now, in 2009, will you be making another trip to Thailand?
Yeah, 2008, I didn't go overseas, but I think 2009, I want to go back. I want to go to Singapore, want to go back to Phuket, Thailand, and, maybe even some other places too. But I don't mind traveling internationally, but it's getting a little annoying traveling domestically. I don't know what it is. It just seems, the service on overseas flights, so much better. Obviously, you're paying a lot more, but domestic air travel right now, it's just a grind. It's not even fun. Not that it ever really was, but I guess when you're younger, the perception was it's exciting. As you get a little bit older, it becomes annoying.
Remember the days when you used to drive to the airport, pick someone up, and then walk them to the gate and say goodbye, or walk to the gate and say hi?
Well, yeah, those were the days when restaurants made a lot of money at the airport, and now
you just go and hang out.
They don't make any money compared to what they used to.
It was a big deal when I was a kid to go to the airport. You hang out. Oh, let me get a Slurpee. Oh, okay.
But think about it. There's less people going through security, and that's actually better.
Yeah. But
when you have an extended family of 12, seeing somebody off, and you have 12 extra people in line at the security checkpoint, that's pretty much unnecessary.
So Christmas for you will be in Rhode Island this year.
I'll be flying later this week to Rhode Island, and I'll be back here for New Year's Eve.
There you go. I'll be in Hawaii and just Hawaii.
Yeah.
And just chilling out and just kind of reflecting and spending time with family and just count my blessings, just kind of just marinate there and just, spend some time with my wife. And so we'd like to take this opportunity to thank you on the third shift for plugging in. And we hope you have a great Christmas, a great Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate. We hope you have nothing but good times, good cheer, and, tell someone you love someone this holiday season. Maybe it's a family member that you haven't said that to in a while, because life is short. Take a moment to just, reflect on the things that really matter in life, like family.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think around the Christmas, Hanukkah season, people do reflect on their life, changes that they want to make in their life.
Exactly.
I think it's a good time to reflect on, who you are, who you want to be, how you can be a better person.
Right. And
things that you want to accomplish. New Year's resolutions are kind of, passe, but in reality, it's a good thing to have goals in life.
Right. We have some pretty uncertain times that are going on right now. And so it's now more than ever, it's time to really, spend time with the family and appreciate, what you have and be thankful and just, hang out and enjoy life and don't stress out. Things are going to get better. I believe in 2009, things are going to get better. And we just need to look forward and realize that, what? Things will get better.
Yeah. And thanks again for making 2008 our 10th anniversary on the third shift. We appreciate it. And we will see you in 2009 on the third shift. So have a very Merry Christmas and a very safe holiday for you and your family and your friends. Enjoy yourself. It's been a tough year for a lot of people, but try to relax a little bit. And we'll get to it in 2009.
That's right. Peace, God bless, and we'll see you in 2009.
God.
You know, it's so funny. Whenever you go to Ireland, the longer you stay, you pick up the accent. Not as bad as Madonna speaking British.
Well,
but,
here's what happens when you go to if you go to a country like Ireland, Scotland, Australia, where the primary language is English, but with a different, dialect or accent. After a while, you develop the accent because you're kind of ordering things. I'll have a pint of this. I'll have a whatever.
You pick up the slang.
And then you come back and you begin catching yourself speaking that way. Because after a while, you don't want to be identified as a tourist anymore.
You want to blend.
Yeah, if you spend more than like a week in a country, you're kind of tired of being the tourist and you just would love to fit in.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to just blend, and so you end up talking like they do. Oh, I'll have a pint there and some crisps, and then I'll go down and get some fish and chips there, but hopefully I won't get too scuttered because I need to be able to walk home there.
I noticed the new Geico television commercial. It talks about crisps.
Oh, yes.
Crisps are potato chips.
They are, and chips are French fries.
Right, and so when I'm watching the ad on television, I'm like, 95% of people have no idea what the Geico thing said. Crisps. A lot of Americans are probably like,
I remember
what?
when my cousin, when I first went to a pub in Ireland, he's like, "Oh, would you like to get a pint and some crisps?" I'm like, "What the hell is a crisp?" And then he gave me a bag of potato chips. I'm like, "Oh, potato chips." He says, "No, potato chips you buy at the Chippers." Like, what are you talking about? The fish and chips there, Jeffrey. What the hell are you doing there? You don't be an idiot. I'm like, okay, man.
I got one, Jeff. How about when you went to a pub and your friend ordered a jacket potato?
What is
I
that?
still laugh at that.
Is that a baked potato?
Yeah, I still laugh at that. I'll have a jacket potato.
But I love how they say idiot. It's like, "Oh, you're an idiot." Like, what? You're an idiot.
And when the bugs are biting you, they call them the midgies are mad. Meaning the flies or the gnats are swarming you.
And I've never heard food described this way, but or a beer. Like, I'd be like to my cousin Pat in Ireland. Hey, Pat.
Cousin Pat in Ireland.
Yeah.
That's
hey,
odd.
Hey,
but
cousin Pat, how's your pint? Oh, it's lovely, grand.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful, gorgeous. I'm like, what?
Did you see the snow in England right now?
I did not.
It's like Stonehenge is covered. It's crazy. They have this huge snowstorm.
When I go home, I'll have to turn on the BBC.
I have a cousin from Scotland, and when I was a kid, we did our friends down the street. They had this huge like military style tent. I mean, it was probably like 20 by 20. And, when you're a kid and you're,
cool.
12 years old, that's like a mansion.
Yeah.
And so we're camping out and we've ordered pizza from the local pizza place and we're drinking grape soda, Fanta grape soda.
Fanta.
And growing up in Rhode Island, that's what I always drank, eating pepperoni pizza. And my cousin from Scotland, he lives in a big city. And so now he's in the suburbs in the United States. So obviously this is like
big adventure.
This is like a movie.
Wild West. Camp out.
Yeah, big, huge camp out.
Yeah.
And, he's in a great mood and, we're sleeping outside and,
staying up all night.
Staying up late.
Yeah.
And just having a fun time.
It's like something out of Stand By Me, an all-nighter.
Exactly. And at that time in your life, you're not interested in girls. You're just interested in just staying out late and, but anyway, the next day I wake up and my cousin from Scotland, Jim, says to me that one of my neighbors was running down the street with a torch.
What?
I'm like, random. What? He says, Tommy Packus, he was running down the street with a torch. I'm like, a torch? He's like, yeah. I can't even believe it. Because he's from Glasgow, Scotland. He said, Tommy Packus is running down the street with a torch. I'm like, what? Like in the Olympics? And he's like, no, a torch. I'm like, well, I don't understand.
Breaking news.
So for about a half hour, I was trying to get a translation on this. It ended up being a flashlight. So a lot of stuff is lost in translation.
That was really lost.
So here I am thinking, the guy's running down the street in the middle of the night, maybe streaking or whatever with a torch like the Olympics. No, it was just with a flashlight. And I'm like, okay, well, it sounded better with a torch than a flashlight.
Yeah, a torch in the middle of the night. I bet you felt like an Egypt.
But, this is what happens when you go to other countries and, you're trying to figure out what people are saying. And you really have to sometimes ask yourself, is what you're saying what I'm thinking, or vice versa? And also in Europe, a lot of people will say, "Gie's a fag." That's right, "Gie's a fag." Like, do you have a fag? And you're like, what? And that means cigarette in Europe.
Yeah.
Now, if you say that in some other neighborhoods, it's going to mean a heck of a lot more than just a cigarette. But again, when your cousins come over on vacation and they start saying, "Hey, do you have a fag?" And you're like, what?
I remember my cousin was driving me home from the airport. I'd never met him. I'm just fresh off the boat, 15 years old. And he's driving home in his little Mini Cooper, small little car. And he's driving. And he was a chain smoker. And he was like, "Jeff, how the hell are you?" "Oh, I'm doing fine there, Pat." "Oh, I'm dying for a fag. I got to stop." And I'm like, because I just met him, like, I didn't know what to say. I'm 15 years old. He's like, "I got to get a fag there, I tell you. Oh, I'll stop over here." So he goes into this like gas station, right? He's like, "There's no fags there." And I'm like, oh. and I'm just going to myself, John. I'm going, what?
You never knew this about your cousin, right?
I don't know what do I'm 15, right? So finally he stops.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Finally he stops. "I'll stop here for a fag." So then he comes out with a cigarette in his mouth. He's looking at me. He says, "Hi, got me fags." And then he looked at me, and that's when he connected the dots. He says, no. He starts laughing. He's like, no. Cigarettes.
Yeah.
Cigarettes, young lad. And then he just, but what a great guy, Pat. My cousin Pat in Ireland. I tell you, I felt like the Egypt.
All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls on the John and Jeff Show this morning. It's open phones. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to discuss, pick up the phone, give us a call. Or maybe you need a second or third opinion if there's something bugging you in your personal life. Or maybe you're having money problems. A lot of people are not sleeping well these days because of uncertainty in the job market. Maybe you're unemployed. Give us a call and see if we can help you, get you motivated, and get you back on track, all right? Give us a call, 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. It's a free call from across America, 877-975-6465.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
Rocking the third shift. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live, America. Let's say hi to Mike. Mike, you're on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
Hey, how's it going, boys?
Good. How are you, Mike?
We're doing all right.
Awesome.
What do you got for us, Mike?
I want to take a shot at that trivia question.
Okay, here we go. We're talking about beer. Here's the question. What is the number one beer-producing country in the world?
I would say Mexico.
Mexico is number 6 as we move down the countdown, so that is not the answer I have here. But what's your favorite beer?
Actually, I've been drinking a lot of that Amstel Light.
You like that? You like Amstel Light?
Yeah, those are pretty good.
There you go.
What turned you on to Amstel Light? I'm just curious.
A friend of mine.
There you go.
See, a friend of mine, he just, we went out to Chili's one night, and that's all we had, and it was all right.
Yeah, you see, what usually happens is when a bar runs out of something, then there's, you're left with choices that you've never, sampled. And then as a result, you end up getting turned on to a beer. So this is the problem when manufacturers of beer, they're very concerned about, bars and restaurants not stocking up appropriately, because when you run out of, for instance, Coors Light, and then you end up saying, "Oh, we're out of Coors Light. All right, I'll have Amstel Light." And then all of a sudden, wow, I like Amstel better than Coors Light. So this is what happens when people run out of their favorite beer, they end up sampling something else. And this seems to be the number one way that people, leave one beer to the other.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
I mean, Coors Light is always good, though, too. That's what we had yesterday for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, Super Bowl and Coors Light does a body good.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It sure does.
All right, Mike.
Listen, I just want to let you guys know you guys are doing a great job, and you guys are some bad dudes. You guys are cool, man.
All right, Mike.
Well, Mike, thanks for the call. We appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for
All right, you guys have a good one.
Thanks for plugging in. You rock, Mike.
Yeah, and if you're working third shift, tell us what you're doing on the third shift. 877-97 John Jeff. 877-975-6465. Richard is next in the South Bay on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Just want to take a crack at your trivia question there.
Okay. I need the number one beer producing country in the world. Give me a country, Richard. Which one is it?
Well, I'm going to go with the good old USA with all the breweries we got, the microbreweries.
Okay. USA. There's some good news and bad news. Do you want the good news first?
Well, I didn't hear the other questions. I only heard half of them, so hopefully it wasn't the U.S. So.
All right. The good news is USA did crack the top 5. Here's what went down. Number 5, Canada. Number 4, USA. But USA, United States, is not the number one beer producing country in the world.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, at least we're in the top 5.
We did. We cracked the top 5. I was surprised.
Maybe we need to step up more liquor producing.
You know what, though?
To stimulate this economy.
Well, didn't we
I thought with all the microbreweries going up here in the last 10 years, we really step up in the production.
Oh, we still make great beer in this country.
Yeah, but hasn't the whole microbrew come to a screeching halt like Starbucks?
Yeah. I think so. I think it all kind of tastes the same to me. It's just too heavy.
What's your beer of choice?
I like Bohemia, the Mexican beer.
Okay.
One of my favorites.
You like that?
Then Coors, straight Coors.
Now, let me ask you this. If you're in a certain situation, is it a certain beer for you, Richard? Because it seems to be for me. If I'm drinking a lot, it's Coors Light. If I'm having a couple, it's Singha Light, which is a Thai beer, or maybe a Sam Adams. Give us your mood and what beer you normally drink.
That would be that. If I'm drinking a lot, it'd be Coors Light, going to football games or baseball games. If I'm home, I'll stop by a liquor store and pick up a 6-pack of Bohemia. It's about my favorite. Mm-hmm. Or that Stella beer. Good. I like that, too.
All right. And are you one of these guys that has embraced drinking wine? Because wine seems to be a growing part of the liquor market, and beer sales this year have gone up, but probably just because it's cheaper than wine in the recession. Are you drinking?
Used to drink a lot of red wine back when in the late 20s, early 30s, but now it just gives me a big hangover if I drink too much. Too much headache.
Yeah. All right, Richard, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
All right, no problem. You guys have a good night.
All right, rock on.
877-97 John Jeff. We're looking for the country that is the number one beer producer. I guess Belgium, and that's number
3.
Number 3. We're still looking for the number 1 answer. If you know the answer, we'll hook you up with the John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt. Mario is next on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. I want to take a crack at the question.
Okay, the number 1 beer producing country in the world is?
Like everything else, China.
Let me check here.
Wow. A growing market,
yeah,
too.
Let's see here, because China right now is making everything else, and everyone else is buying it. Let's see if they crack the top 10. Okay, 10, 9, blah, 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 blah. China did not crack the top 10, so that is not, Mario, the answer I have here.
So that's the one thing.
That's the one thing that
we're still beating the Chinese at is producing beer.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of China, you know the Olympics last summer. Remember the big bird's nest? The big stadium. They spent all that money. It was state of the art. It was beautiful.
Did they demolition it?
The thing is like in disrepair right now. They can't get anyone to lease it or whatever. They have like one event planned, so the thing's fallen to pot.
Well, see, here's the problem.
It's like, come on.
Anytime you build a structure for the Olympics, it's basically abandoned in like 2 or 3 years.
What are you going to do? We'll have a swap meet here, I mean, yeah, it's a huge place, but that's kind of sad because it's a cool looking, place. So the bird's nest, I guess.
Maybe Bruce Springsteen should go on tour.
Exactly.
And play 5 nights in a row.
Live from the bird's nest in China, Beijing. So, yeah.
All right, Mario. Thanks for the call. Good guess.
All right, thank you, guys. Bye.
Okay.
877-97 John Jeff. 877-975-6465. Sal in Orange County. You're next on the third shift. Good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Mighty fine, sir. How are you?
Doing well. Just getting out of work, kind of, enjoying myself here, but trying to crack a little shot at your trivia here. I believe it's England, I want to say.
Okay, you think England is the number one beer-producing country in the world?
I figure they're drinking enough right with their cereal, and a little grain and grain kind of goes hand in hand, yeah.
All right, Sal, before I let you know if that's the answer, let's recap the top 10. Number 10, John, Scotland. Number 9, Japan. Number 8, Australia. Number 7, Ireland. Number 6, Mexico. Number 5, Canada. Number 4, USA. Number 3, Belgium. Your choice, John. Number 2, Germany. And the number one beer-producing country in the world, it's England. Sal, you nailed it, brother. So there you go. Congratulations. We'll hook you up with a John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt. What's your beer of choice, Sal?
My beer of choice, actually, I probably have to, I'm kind of I'm a pretty domestic, pretty stable guy, either Bud Light, Coors Light, but usually I like to chase it with a nice little shot.
Okay.
So after that, like was it John or Jeff? I'm not sure. Like you said, after, you drink a handful of Coors, for as far as beer goes, I'll drink it all. It kind of favors the same.
Okay, there you go. You're just a beer. You'll take it if it's there, you'll drink it.
After about 5 or 6, you're not really appreciating the taste of it. But again, I think it all depends on the circumstances, of what you're drinking and where you're drinking. But Sal, congratulations. You got yourself a John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt. England is the number one country for producing beer in the world.
Yeah, so there you go, England. All right, John, finally from the news pile here, this one we'll call, you've heard of road rage, we've heard of air rage, drive-through rage, supermarket rage. We go to Montreal, Canada. This is a first as far as rage goes. A guy in a car and a man in a snowplow.
A guy in a car and a guy in a snowplow.
Yeah, they get into an argument over a parking space. Basically, the guy in the car snakes out the guy in the snowplow for a parking spot. So words are exchanged. The guy's like, screw you, probably flips him the bird. The guy in the snowplow is thinking to himself, I've got a bigger vehicle. You know what? I'm going to get you back. So the guy goes into wherever he goes into the building. He comes out later. He can't find his car. Where's his car? He's looking around. Wait a second. What's this mountain of snow? The guy in the snowplow buried the guy's car. So he comes out and he has to dig his way out of the mountain that's on top of his car. The guy in the snowplow had enough. He's like bulldozing all the snow on top of his car. You couldn't even see the car, completely buried.
Oh, classic.
So what can we learn from this? Don't
mess with the snowplow.
Absolutely, okay? Absolutely. So you got to maintain sometimes. He thought he was all hot. Oh, I cut off the snowplow guy. I'm snaking it out of his spot, even though he was there first with his blinker on. So
that's a great story.
It is.
Listen, if a guy has a plow on his vehicle, that means he's going to hit you with it when you're not there.
Right.
But in this case, the guy piles all the snow up. But if there's damage to the car, see, here's the other thing too. When you get into a situation with somebody, or if, I don't know about you, but if I park somewhere and I sense that the car next to me is going to be, problematic, I'll always take down the license plate number.
Exactly, yeah.
So if and when your door gets,
you've got it,
dented, you can, maybe tell the police, I think this is the car that did it. And I don't know what it is. You just look at certain types of cars and you say, something, those people are trouble.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we'll have more of your phone calls. Join us, 877-97 John Jeff.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think there should be no suicide watch in jail.
We're two guys who think women's lip implant surgery should be declared a federal disaster area.
We're two guys who think health care for illegal immigrants should be billed to their country.
We're two guys who think there should be a telethon to find a cure for male baldness.
The John and Jeff Show. 10 years long, long, 10 years strong.
Thanks for joining us on the third shift. We appreciate it. And a special welcome to insomniacs across America. This is the John and Jeff Show. Join us live and nationwide. 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-975-6465.
All right. Good morning, America. Welcome to the show here. It's totally open phones. More topics, better variety as we jumpstart your morning live with your calls. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. Coming up, we will check out the news pile for news and nonsense, including a story, John. Find out what a weirdo stuffed in his underwear at the airport in Australia. Apparently,
a kangaroo?
I will unload what he stuffed in his underwear, but apparently he was stopped by security, and they said, "Excuse me, sir, what's that you got in your underwear there?" Find out what this guy was stuffing in his underwear. He will definitely be our third shift weirdo of the morning. And the free advice department is open if you need relationship advice or life advice on almost anything. John and I are standing by. We're going to listen to your problem and help you out. All right. So there's a lot going on. Grab a cup of coffee, America, and jump on live.
All right. To join us live and nationwide, call us 877-97-JOHN-JEFF. 877-975-6465. A few news stories that we've been discussing this morning. In California, the woman who had octuplets, that's 8 kids, she already has 6 kids, so that makes 14. Apparently, she wants to get paid if she's going to be doing any interviews. The 33-year-old woman who recently gave birth to 8 children all at once has hired a publicity firm in order to answer hundreds of inquiries she has received from television stations, movie companies, book publishers, reality TV show producers, and it looks as if she's looking for millions of dollars to do these interviews. And some of the people that have been mentioned are with Oprah Winfrey and Diane Sawyer. No word as to whether or not any of these people have actually offered this woman millions of dollars. But Jeff and I, we've been talking about this case because, here's a woman with 14 kids and no husband. And now it's a payday for this woman. Now, granted, she's got a lot of expenses having 14 kids. But Jeff and I say the only way this woman should receive any money is if the kids spend it when they turn 18 on, say, like a college education. But giving this woman millions of dollars is basically rewarding this woman for doing something that Jeff and I think is irresponsible, being a single mother with 14 kids. So if you want to discuss that, pick up the phone and give us a call. More proof why Jeff and I have said for years, we got to build more prisons. You're probably tired of us hearing us say that, but here's a case in Massachusetts. A convicted sex offender rapes a 6-year-old boy at a public library in Massachusetts. He was on probation. Why are we giving people probation if they're convicted sex offenders? Because we don't have enough room in our prison system, because taxpayers don't want to spend money keeping America safer. Imagine that. We talk about it all the time on the show. When are we going to get tough on violent criminals? Probably never. And General Motors has postponed the engine plant that it had planned in Flint, Michigan. This is the Chevy Volt, the electric car that General Motors has been talking about, the future of the industry. And now General Motors, because of economic conditions being bad, they have canceled construction contracts on the big Chevy Volt plant scheduled to be built in Flint, Michigan. This is not good news for General Motors. This was their only hope in sight. And now they're putting it on the back burner.
Bad move.
To me, it sounds like General Motors knows it's not going to make it. And so they don't want to even start building a plant that they're not going to be around for. And that's my personal opinion. And they're saying that they're not ruling out the possibility of making the Volt engine in the future. But because of bad economic conditions, they're not building it now.
They were supposed to launch
if not now, then when?
Exactly. They were supposed to launch that car in 2010. So what's the deal? Listen, that's the future right there, an electric car. And so that's bad news.
All right. And speaking of cars, Jeff, as you know, I spent a lot of time doing research on the show. And here is a question that maybe you'll get because you are a car buff.
All right.
Drivers of this vehicle, according to a recent study, are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket. Drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket.
All right.
What vehicle is it?
All right, John, pressure's on now. I should know this. Drivers who drive this car are more likely to get a ticket.
Well, let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket.
All right, let's see here. All right, there's a couple vehicles right now that are in my brain, but I can only pick out one.
Please, Jeff, please don't think out loud.
Yeah.
That's where you get into trouble.
Let's see.
Your thoughts are yours.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't let us into...
I share a lot.
I know. Please don't give us any insight as to what you're thinking because it's scary enough.
All right, John.
And I will give you this. I will give you a C for overacting, but go ahead.
This is a tough question, and I should know it, so I feel pressure.
Drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket.
Corvette. It's a Corvette.
Drivers of Corvettes are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket. Good answer, but that is not. Repeat. That is not the answer I'm looking for. So if you know the answer, we'll hook you up with the John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt. Drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a ticket.
Was I even close? Did it crack the top 5? Is there a top 5?
I just have the number 1 vehicle.
Okay.
I don't have...
All right.
So if you know the answer, we'll hook you up with the John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt. 877-97-JOHN Jeff. 877-975-6465. And if you're in law enforcement, this one might be a little easy for you.
Yeah.
But give us a call.
And also, since we're talking about getting tickets in your car, are there certain cars that you drive third shift cars that you've owned, and they, for some reason, were a ticket magnet? Okay, maybe you were driving a bright red sports car or flaming yellow sports car, and for some reason, you got a lot of tickets in that. Or maybe it's just because you were driving fast because you had a fast car.
Listen, anytime there's like a Corvette that's yellow or fire engine red, you're going to get a ticket.
I had
because
a yellow car.
You know, when you drive a yellow Vet, isn't that like a woman getting breast implants? You just want attention.
I've had a yellow car. I've had a red car. I love, if you get a Corvette, you get it in yellow or red. Love those. Yeah. You do get noticed though.
You do like attention when you drive.
You're
like a woman who's had breast implants.
I appreciate the fine quality of a beautiful paint job. And I owned a yellow car before. And the great thing about owning a car, it was Corvette yellow too. It wasn't a Corvette, but the paint was Corvette yellow. And it was a little sports car. And I remember when I would go to the mall, if I would always be able to find my car in the parking lot. All I'd have to do was stand on my tiptoes, look around. Oh, there it is. It's way over there, because it was so bright. Such a bright yellow car that I never got lost in the parking lot.
All right, 877-97-JOHN Jeff. Join us on the third shift. Let's go to Rick in Orange County. Good morning, Rick.
Hey, Rick. Hey, John and Jeff. How you guys doing? I'm really looking for some advice if you guys can help me out here.
Okay.
Okay, back on November 14th, 2008, I turned myself into a alcohol treatment center down in Marietta. I completed the 28-day program, and my wife had towed my truck down there with all my clothes in it, and she said, 28 days ain't good enough. So, I accepted her boundaries and I got into a sober living. Today I have 82 days sober.
Good.
And I accepted her boundaries. She won't let me see my daughter. And then then I had to play the double agent role. And I went up to the P.O. box and I found another man's name on there.
All right. Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal right now. You still need to work on yourself, Rick. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm glad that you've taken personal responsibility. You went to rehab. You're now, in a living sober, you're a sober living environment. That's great. But that right now needs to be your absolute number one priority in your life. Okay. That absolutely has to be your number one priority. I understand you got a kid, you want to see your kid, but you want to be 100% when you see your child, okay?
Yeah.
And don't let this other stuff get in the way. If she's seeing another guy, listen.
Well, the other guy's a felon. He's got a rap sheet that's...
All right, Rick.
And so now I'm thinking the safety of my daughter.
Okay.
Well, hold on a second. How is it that you know this guy or you think you know him?
Yeah.
Okay, in the mailbox, it had his name on it. So then I did a peace call with the sheriff because I have no restraining order, nothing against me from going to my own house. And so I picked up some, I picked it. The sheriff runs everybody, all the parties that are at this house. And he came up on the probation and have to...
All right, but Rick, let me bottom line this, because you have a lot of drama in your life and a lot of it you've created.
And you got a little child involved, yeah.
So,
and I take my part, I take my responsibility.
I know, but Rick, it's time for you to listen.
Yeah, you got to listen. We're going to tell you what to do. We're going to try and help you out here, okay?
Okay.
Let's bottom line this.
Yeah.
Number one, if there's no restraining order, then you go to your house. Right?
Yeah, well, I'm accepting her boundaries of not...
Well, but here's the thing. You do not have any restraining order against you. So therefore, you can go to your own home. And she may not like it, but you need to say, listen, I need to talk to you because I want to see my child. Now, if she says not ready yet, well, what would make her say ready?
Yeah.
So you need to get that answer. Now, if she's just putting you off because she's dating another guy, then obviously she's not being sincere about the reason why she's keeping, your daughter away from you. So now is the time that you need to have a conversation with her and say, listen, meet me for coffee. I got a number of things I need to talk to you about. If she says no, then just say, well, listen, either you meet me for coffee or I'll be at the house over the weekend.
Yeah, and you need to then sit down and say, listen, we need to talk about what's best for our child. Okay?
So again, in life, if you create drama, it will be used against you. And it's one thing to say, oh, I've taken responsibility for my drama. But you know something? It's almost too late. Taking responsibility for things that you screwed up, it doesn't erase the screw up. Because maybe Rick's wife has moved on because Rick's wife got tired of Rick being Rick. Okay? And you can only push someone so far, and then they get to the point of, something? I don't want to deal with this person anymore. And when you become a liability in your relationship, more than likely, you will be dumped for somebody else who may not be any better, but you just might get dumped. So the lesson here is don't create drama that's going to affect the relationship that will give that person the reason to get rid of you. All right? And I appreciate people who take responsibility for their actions, but normally it's too late. It's already happened. Okay? The key is to avoid the drama. That's the key to life. Avoid the drama, not take responsibility for what you created because it's already too late. So when I hear people say, I paid my debt to society, well, I would prefer you say, I did not put myself in a situation where I had to pay for my drama. So there's a lot of choices in life. And I suggest that you make the right choice, or else you'll be, trying to make up for your mistakes for the rest of your life. All right, Rick, we wish you the best. Good luck. Yeah. Gary is next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello, Gary.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good tonight. Great listen to your program all the time. You guys are great.
Thanks, Gary, for plugging into the Third Shift Network. We appreciate that.
Yeah, matter of fact, I missed one of your 10-year reunion. I was one of the first ones that got one of the tickets, and I had to work that night. One of the unfortunate things I had to do.
Oh.
But I guess it was a great party. I was talking to some other people that went to it. They said it was just great.
We had a good time.
Yeah, maybe we'll do another one soon. So we'll have to do a little brainstorming.
I sure hope so. I'd like to meet you guys. Anyways, I'm trying to call for that useless trivia question.
Yes, drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket. What vehicle is it?
I think I heard this before from you guys. I thought you told us it was a Scion.
This question has not been asked before in this particular manner, so that is not the answer I have here.
Maybe next time, guys.
A lot of the car guys love to trick out their little Scions. They're cool little cars.
Yeah, they are. They really are. My daughter has one.
Yeah, you can do a lot with those.
Yep. Well, guys, you have a great evening.
Okay, Gary.
Gary, thanks for thinking of us this morning.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Take it easy, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
877-97 John Jeff. Justin is next in Bloomington, Illinois on the third shift this morning. Hello, Justin.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good, Justin. How are you?
Pretty good. I got an answer for your useless trivia.
Drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket. What vehicle is the police magnet?
Well, I'm going to just give a guess because I see a lot of them. Is it a minivan?
Oh, not going with the obvious choice.
Why would you choose a minivan?
Well, because you see them everywhere.
Think about soccer moms. I mean, women driving. They're always tailgating. They're you know what it was? I got buzzed because I said women drivers. Michelle, you got to be honest. Women pay less for auto insurance, but let's face it, guys. We're better drivers. Women just get out of more tickets.
All right, minivan is not the correct answer.
That was the real buzz.
Yeah.
The other was editorial. Okay.
Justin, thanks for the call. Michelle obviously did not like what she heard from Jeff.
An issue.
I have to stand up for my people listening too.
But would you say though? I mean,
can you have your people call our people?
But seriously, and it's no disrespect to the ladies, but I will say this. I mean, when you see a crazy driver, oftentimes it's a woman tailgating someone in the fast lane. I mean, I remember there were a few
Jeff,
rides.
is this going to be a long story?
I remember there were a few times in my life where I thought I was going to die because there was a woman driving and she was tailgating someone doing 80 miles an hour on the freeway.
Maybe she was putting on her makeup or something.
See, they do that too. Guys aren't doing that.
I'm just saying. I don't know.
All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls. And do you know what vehicle is 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket? Chances are you're driving this vehicle. Maybe your insurance rates reflect the likelihood of it getting a ticket. If you're in law enforcement, give us a call. This one should be an easy one for our men and women patrolling right now on the third shift. So if you know the answer, give us a call. You'll win a John and Jeff Show third shift t-shirt. 877-97 John Jeff.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
The morning radio commute just got earlier. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Thanks for joining us. 877-97 John Jeff. 877-975-6465. Let's go to Joanne in Los Angeles. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Good morning, Joanne.
Hi, good morning. I have a guess for the useless trivia question.
All right, here's the question this morning. Drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket. What vehicle is it?
I believe it's convertibles.
Why would you say convertibles?
Well, they sure love to get me.
Oh, well, that's because you got the top down and they want to check you out.
Jeff, you're married.
No, I'm just saying the cops.
Oh, I thought you said her top was down.
Her convertible top on her car.
Were you talking about your convertible or something else, Joanne?
Just the car, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What type of car do you have?
I got to be careful with Jeff, so that's the reason I'm asking.
Well, I have a Mercedes, and I don't know. I really haven't had tickets in this, but I have had tickets in other cars, and I always got a ticket when I had a convertible.
Joanne, that is not the answer I have here.
Darn it!
So you didn't get out of any tickets?
I did my best, but to no avail. You know, I gave them the starving 6 kids at home story. You know, the I can't take off work to go to court story.
Did you cry?
I did.
Oh wow!
I did try that at one point too. I was actually on the way home from a funeral, and I got one, and so I was probably crying already. But yeah, I tried every avenue, and none of it worked out for me.
Yeah, that's not a good day when you go to a funeral on the way home. You get a ticket.
It is not good. No.
And then you decided, you know, not to put the funeral sticker on your car, the orange one. It says funeral, you know, so you're part of the procession. So when you tell the officer, yeah, I just got back from a funeral, he's like, yeah, right. Doesn't believe you.
You know, I took that off because I think it's kind of ridiculous looking anyway. And I that probably would have been a pretty good alibi.
Well, it would have been, you know, would have added to your case. But, you know, people, you know, they lie too to get out of tickets. So sometimes, you know, cops are like, well, I don't think this person's telling the truth.
Yeah.
And other times, you know, they're able to use officer discretion and, you know, let you off with a warning.
I never got lucky. I always get pulled over by the CHP. It's always the CHP for some reason, and I spend a lot of time on the freeways, and they've never let me go.
What color is your vehicle?
The color I have now, I have a Mercedes now, and it's white.
Okay.
It looks like the rental car thing, you know, but it's good because I actually work on the waterfront, and the birds love to hit these cars, so...
I think they fly around looking...
Geronimo!
Yeah. Splat, splat, splat.
That's right. They do it pretty good sometimes, and it's everywhere.
I used to have a car without fail. Every time I would get it washed, I would park it, and I'd come back the next day, and it would be sprayed with bird shrapnel all over the car.
Yeah, it's not easy to get off either. But.
Oh yeah, it's you got to get it immediately because it's very acidic and it'll burn into the paint.
Well, Joanne, listen, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. 877-97-JOHN. Jeff, Javier, you're next on the third shift. Good morning.
John, Jeff, good morning.
How you doing, Javier?
You know what? I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Pretty good.
All right. Listen, first off, I want to tell you guys how awesome you guys are. I think you guys are doing a great service to everybody out there. You tell everybody what they need to hear.
Well, we appreciate the vote of confidence, Javier.
Yeah, what can we do for you this morning?
Okay, I wanted to go back to the woman about she's having the ACO, or she has 14 kids now, right? That's it?
Yeah.
Now, I know in China, you're only allowed to have 1 or 2 children. Now, I feel that maybe it would be good for us to pass a law to follow that concept.
So become a communist country to limit population?
Not become a communist country, but lay down some laws about how many kids you can have. Because
well, that would be a communist country you tell people how many kids they can have.
Now, listen, I'm not one of these, oh my God, Big Brother's watching us. They're all clamping down. But I think when you start telling people you can only have 1 or 2 kids, that's when it gets, in my opinion, into the danger zone. And that can be very, very scary. But listen, one thing in this country, we have what's called freedom of stupidity. Okay, so this woman has the freedom to be an idiot and pop out kids, even though she can't afford them. She had 6. Oh, that wasn't enough. I got to go get in vitro. Now I've got 8, grand total 14. So she's got a Brady Bunch, the original 6, and 8 is enough, the final 8. But, we do have the freedom to be stupid in this country, and we'll be judged upon that. But I understand what you're saying, but
don't you think it's getting kind of ridiculous?
Well, in her case, absolutely. Yeah, she's irresponsible and she's not a role model and she should not be celebrated for doing this. She should not get paid $2 million for going and sitting on Oprah's sofa and telling her about, her magic day where she popped out 8 little ones. There's no daddy in the picture. I mean, these kids, it's going to be an uphill battle. But she's figured out a way to milk this spotlight and maybe make some money off of it, you know. And for me, that's the wrong reasons to bring children into the world.
I just think that there are way too many kids being popped out these days, and there's a lot more poverty, a lot more people going on the food stamps and the WIC, and it's really not fair to this whole country.
Well, listen, when's the last time you heard anyone take personal responsibility for their actions?
Nobody ever takes personal responsibility. It's about what everybody else is doing, the government or somebody else. Nobody ever claims their own responsibility. And it's ridiculous.
Well, you would think that people would exercise good judgment when planning their family, making sure they have enough money to take care of their kids. Oh, no. The thought of needing money after you give birth to a child is an afterthought. I mean, I need money to support my kid? Really? But you're right. Maybe some, classes in common sense might do the country good. Javier, thanks for the call.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Richard. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hi, Richard.
Hi, I want to take a guess at your useless trivia.
Yeah, drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a ticket. What vehicle is it?
A Mustang.
Why would you say Mustang?
I work security at night, and I see a lot of jokers driving around, kind of, I guess, drag racing their Mustangs. So I figured that would be the car.
Yeah, they're fast cars, big motor, V8, powerful. People like to drive their fast cars fast. John, is that
is a Mustang a guy's car?
Oh, yeah. It's a total guy's car.
All right.
Yeah. Except for the Mustang in 1970, between 74 and 78, when the Mustang, Ford neutered the Mustang. And at that point, the Charlie's Angel edition of the Mustang 2, which was basically a Pinto. That's what it was, with Pinto parts. That's when it was a girl car. But other than that, throughout history, John, the Mustang it's a guy's car.
All right. I'll take your word for it. But that is not the answer I have here.
Ouch.
Richard, thanks for thinking of us this morning. What are you doing? Are you working third shift?
Yes, I am. I'm working security right now.
All right. Well, listen, we appreciate you joining us on the show this morning. Give us a call back sometime, all right?
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Have a good morning. Let's go to Steve. You're next on the John and Jeff Show. Thanks for holding, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, John and Jeff. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just had a kind of a funny story. I turned you guys on a little while ago, and you were talking about Lost in the Translation, and had a situation where I was in Germany with my ex-wife, and we were visiting some of her friends, an older couple, really kind of formal type of situation. So I was a little nervous. So anyway, we go in. They don't speak much English, and they start serving us wine. They open up, a nice bottle of wine, and we go through a bottle of wine, and I guess the guy asked me, would you like some more wine? And I said, oh, I'm fine. And so,
okay.
I'm fine.
I know where this is going.
Yeah, he goes and opens another bottle of wine. And I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't tell him that, but I was just being polite. I was trying to be very polite. So anyway, he opens another bottle of wine. We go through that bottle of wine, and then he says, so you guys want something else to drink? And I go, oh, I'm fine. Really. And he opens, by the end of the evening, we are just hammered, laughing, and just, this is like a 60-year-old couple, and at the time, I was probably about 25, 26, and so we had the greatest time. I ended up getting sick as a dog that night, but it was kind of funny. He kept opening these nice bottles of wine and thinking that I was an alcoholic, I guess. But it was pretty funny, and he thought I just wanted more and more and more. I was telling him I didn't. So
yeah. Sometimes when you're overseas, you're out, you're playing an away game. And you got to be careful about what you say and how you say it, because again, it gets lost in translation. Then all of a sudden, maybe at the end of the night, you get a bill for like $500 because, you told the guy to open up all this wine.
Exactly. Fine. Wine.
Yeah. Well, luckily, we didn't get the bill, but he certainly opened up some nice bottles of wine, and I'll never forget it. But anyway, I thought that was kind of
classic memory, man. You'll always remember that.
Story.
Yeah.
But anyway, hey, I got an answer, I think, for your useless trivia.
All right, this vehicle, or at least drivers of this vehicle, are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket.
Okay, is it a Honda Civic?
Why would you say a Honda Civic?
Okay, Honda Civics generally are tricked out. They're a smaller vehicle. They can rev them. People rev them really high and run them fast on the streets. So I'm thinking that the law enforcement are looking out for this car.
Steve?
Yeah.
That is not.
Oh.
I thought you were going to say that he nailed it because you presented a good case on the import tuner scene. Yeah, I mean, they lower the Hondas, build the heck out of the motors. They're out there racing.
I thought, because I remember the Honda CR-V, the little one, or CVC, I don't know what it was.
CRX?
Yeah, CRX. Those things were in and out of traffic, and I thought, and just along that same line, but...
yeah, those little Civics, and then, of course, the Acura Integras that they race, and that car, they rip those things off left and right because they just, they part them out.
Oh, man, there'll be a Porsche or anything of that quality.
Yeah. All right, Steve, thanks for plugging in, and thanks for your story, okay?
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, when we come back, more of your phone calls this morning on the John and Jeff Show, 877-97-John Jeff.
Plus, coming up, finally, from somewhere in the news pile, as we span the globe, we go down under. Where? Australia. A man is stopped by airport security. Why? Because he had a surprise in his underwear. Find out what was stuffed in his Hanes next.
The John and Jeff Show.
John and Jeff, rocking the third shift.
877-97-John Jeff. 877-97-John Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live in the AM America. Let's say a big what's up to Mike. Mike, good morning. You're on the John and Jeff Show. Hi.
I wanted to answer a question.
All right, here's the question. Drivers of this vehicle are 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket.
Hummer.
Why do you say Hummer?
I saw something on the news about 2 weeks ago.
Was it the mainstream media that we can't trust, or was it one of these religious right medias that we can trust?
Mainstream.
That's exactly right.
What?
That's right.
How?
Drivers of Hummers, especially Hummer SUVs, considered, because there's certain, different types of them, I suppose, 5 times more likely to get a traffic ticket according to research because drivers have a sense of power while driving a vehicle like that. They become a little bit more aggressive because of the vehicle that it is. It's bulky, it's big, it's powerful, and it's basically get out of my way attitude.
I'm bigger, so I'm badder, I'm bolder.
Right, and I also think there's a backlash against people driving Hummers, so I think the police are like, oh, you think you're big time? All right.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Your light's out.
Well,
here's the ticket.
Last summer when gasoline was $4 a gallon across the nation, I'm sure the guy driving the little Geo Metro that the Hummer used to tailgate and high beam him saying, get out of my way. I'm sure that guy in that little Geo Metro would drive around that Hummer while he was driving by. Go ahead and suck some more gas.
So there you have it. And now, Jeff, the 3 vehicles that are least likely to get a ticket. Mike, do you want to go double or nothing, or do you want to stick with that shirt that you already won?
I'm going to stick with the shirt.
You're a smart man.
I'll take a stab at it. I'm not going to win anything. Okay, I think one of them, John, least likely to get a ticket, Toyota Camry.
Buick Lucerne.
Sounds like a yogurt, like a Lucerne yogurt.
Okay, there's actually 3 vehicles. The Jaguar. XJ is least likely to get a ticket compared to the average vehicle.
Wow.
Drivers of the Chevy Tahoe.
The big Tahoe, that's an SUV.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing about the Tahoe and the Hummer, they share a lot of I think it's like the same frame or something. So it's essentially the same vehicle, except the Hummer has the big body on top of the Tahoe frame.
But the three vehicles that you're least likely to get a ticket in, the Buick Lucerne, the Jaguar XJ, and the Chevy Tahoe. And the vehicle you're more likely to get a ticket in is any Hummer. So there you go. Hey, Mike, congratulations. You got yourself a John and Jeff Show third shift
I drive
t-shirt.
a Honda Civic.
There you go. More bang for the buck. You get that good gas mileage. They're reliable.
I like my Fords, though, but hey.
You like your
I
what?
go with gas mileage. I like my Fords. I used to have to drive a V8 Thunderbird, but I had to get rid of it because I couldn't afford the gas.
Well, now you're driving around on a Honda, saving gas. So there you go. More.
I got my Ranchero, though.
Okay. All right, Mike. Thanks,
All right,
brother.
thank you.
Okay.
Hold the line, Mike, and we'll get you that t-shirt.
Yeah, good job. Stand by, Chris. We'll hook you up with the t-shirt there to take your information. All right, John. Story here from the news pile. As we span the globe, John.
Yes, Jeff.
We stop in Melbourne, Australia. All right? It's where my dad was born, actually. Melbourne. Some people say Melbourne, but it's if you're Australian, it's Melbourne.
Australian for beer.
There you go. Right. Apparently, airport security. They're doing their job at the airport. Airport security noticed a man at the security checkpoint standing in line. The guy was sweating. He looked nervous, and his pants were twitching. So airport security's like, hey, check that guy over there, right? Yeah. He looks he's sweating there. What's up with that? Why are his trousers twitching? So they pull the guy aside. Say, excuse me, sir, what's going on? He's like, oh, nothing. I'm okay. And then they say, what's in your pants, mate? The guy says, nothing, mate. There's nothing in my pants. He froze, and then they had to search him, John. And
some poor guy has to search this guy.
Imagine this visual. They have to pull this.
You bring in the rookie.
They bring in the new guy. Probably put on some latex gloves, and they say, okay, there's some activity going on in this guy's pants. All right, you want to check him out there, Junior? All right? Let us know what you find. So apparently they pull him aside, John, and they found stuffed in his Fruit of the Looms. What do you think they found?
A kangaroo.
No kangaroo. 2 live pigeons.
What?
2 live pigeons.
Jeez.
Apparently the pigeons got excited and flew out of his tighty whities. And apparently this guy had 2 pigeons stuffed in his underwear. Apparently.
And what is his explanation other than being mentally ill?
The guy, I guess,
that was his dinner?
He was into pigeons, and he wanted to smuggle them, I guess, into Australia.
Wow.
or where he was going.
It's amazing how people do the stupidest things just to go to jail.
I mean, you're standing in line, and all of a sudden you're sweating, you're nervous, your pants are twitching. And last time I checked, pigeons, they're making noise. So apparently the guy was. I think there's a correlation between mental illness and pigeons, and we gotta spend more money in the stimulus package on identifying the link there. Remember, Mike Tyson was into pigeons.
As I said, we need to spend more money on mental illness in America.
That's our third shift weirdo of the morning. They pulled him aside. They weren't too happy with the fact that he was trying to smuggle pigeons in his pants.
All right, let's go to Fargo, North Dakota real quick here.
All right.
A former mental health hospital psychologist who apparently became interested in child porn while he was treating sex offenders has been sentenced to 7 years in prison. Here's a guy who is a psychologist, and because he is treating sex offenders, he claims that he suddenly became interested in what his clients were doing. Like,
Oh, let me check that out.
So apparently he decided that he would download and subscribe to websites for more than 6 years that had sexually explicit images and videos of child porn.
And he used his job as the excuse?
Well, he claims that he was somehow, exposed to it because he, as a psychologist, had to talk to all these sex offenders. So after talking to them and seeing photos of little kids, he became, aroused to the point where he decided, oh my God, I'm one of these people too.
I'm a perv.
So after spending 20 years treating sex offenders, he became one. And now he joins them, Jeff, in prison.
And hopefully in the back
for 7 years.
And hopefully on the back of his jumpsuit, it says, that he's into kiddie porn. And then put him in general population and let the inmates have a field day.
All right, send us your emails at our website at johnjeff.com. And if you want to represent the third shift, check out our third shift gear at johnjeff.com. Have a great day. Thanks for joining us.
See you.
It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show at 888-PARTY-15 or 888-520-9710.
John and Jeff Show. John and Jeff Show.
All right, let's go to Henry. Henry, you're on the third shift free-for-all. What's going on?
What's going on, John and Jeff?
You're going on the radio, brother.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my call. My main thing is I just called my main topic. I told your screener I just wanted to say thank you for your great services. You guys have a terrific show. Without you guys, it'd be a long evening, a long morning. So you guys are doing an excellent job. Keep it up. You keep it going for everyone else. And secondly, I just wanted to say, if I may, to let listeners know that if they have extra money or extra time, if they can send out products to our troops overseas, to our men and women. I have a younger brother out there right now, his second tour. So a lot of people don't understand that, they go by what they see on TV. So they assume that there's nothing going on right now because it's not on TV a lot. But there's still a war out there, and we still have troops over there overseas, and they need things like necessities, wipes, whatever you can send. That's basically what I wanted to say.
All right. Well, thank you. And I think you bring up a good point. You're right. The little things we take for granted here, Iraq being a desert, the wipes, the little handy wipes, the baby wipes, whatever wipes that, those things are like gold over there because everything is so dusty. Also batteries.
Exactly.
Because when they have their little, their DVD players, they have their little electronic devices, socks. You can never have too many pairs of socks. And chew. Some of the guys like to chew. So anything you can do to help. And thanks for bringing that up, Henry.
No problem. And one more thing. And to those that, to the family that already have somebody over there or a friend, I'm supporting them. I know what they're going through. Like I said, I have a brother out there. And, just got to keep strong and, got to keep going. That's what, they're out there for us, for everyone, and unfortunately, a lot of us, we take things for granted, like on a daily basis. And, they're lucky, they're glad to wake up on a everyday basis, like we wake up, we complain about work and whatnot. But, just wanted to get out there. So, yeah.
And a big shout out to all our troops. God bless our troops and God bless America. It's the greatest country in the world. And we have a lot of brave men and women out there in harm's way right now. And every day, they're just trying to stay alive. So every little bit can help. If you can help out, it's great.
All right, let's go to Michelle. Michelle, you're next on the John and Jeff Show. Hello.
Hi, you guys. I just adore you two. I was going to comment on something that was a rollover from Tom Leykis' show, but after hearing that whole Dan story, I'm just pissed off. I'm annoyed.
We'll try to focus on one thing if you could.
He's what I like to call a bitter Betty. How dare he? I think that anybody in this day and age under the age of 50 who's made any kind of success out of their life has walked in the shoes of the average American man. And I'm sorry. I just feel like he is just bitter because maybe he hasn't gotten or, achieved his goals. And that's his own personal issues. And how dare he begrudge you guys your success when he doesn't know maybe how hard you guys have worked for it. And I know because I've been the successful girl who had a successful job and was making a lot of money. And then that job ended and I had to go back to school and I'm restarting over again. So I know exactly where you guys are coming from on that end.
Yeah, well, listen, hard work, that's all it takes. Listen, no one handed this job to John and myself.
I know that.
When we were trying to, you know what I mean? You have to work hard, and once you get it, you have to work hard to keep it.
My best friend in the world has a syndicated radio show, and she's worked for years to get there. I know it doesn't get handed to you. So my point
to achieve success in any business, the most successful people are the ones that worked harder. It's just listen.
It's a fact of life. Exactly.
Most people do not have the life of Paris Hilton, where you can just ask Daddy for money,
right?
And Daddy will give you all the money because he feels guilty. Okay. Most people don't live in that lifestyle. So in order to be successful in almost any business, the person who worked harder is the most successful. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. I mean, growing up, I came from a middle-class family. My dad worked for the phone company for 35 years.
So did mine.
And yeah, we have a lot in common. Your mom is from Ireland.
Did you guys both go to college?
Yes.
Okay.
Michelle, can we finish this conversation?
But hold on, Michelle. We were, my dad.
Your dad worked for the phone company for 35 years.
Yes.
I think my dad worked for the phone company for like 38 years.
I didn't have a silver spoon in my mouth. My dad didn't spoil me. We weren't rich. I worked for everything that I have today, and I have to keep working to keep what I have. And so it's good to live the American dream. And I did that. And my parents, thank God, they encouraged me to do what I want to do. They encouraged my brother.
Okay, well, I can top that. My dad's been in federal prison for like 20 years, and I was a professional ballet dancer with American Ballet Theater my whole life.
Oh.
So literally, and then of course, you have to, it's not something you can do forever. You have to retire young. Without a college background, and you don't get a college background if you choose that life.
Well, here, and you bring up a good point, Michelle. And the point is simply this: there's almost a length of time for any one particular job. Okay, you really have to be realistic, and so many people aren't realistic about the things that they want to pursue. I might have the aspiration to fly the shuttle one day, but if I don't work hard or apply myself, it's not going to happen. So if you're in a dead-end industry or a dead-end job, then you need to do something about it instead of complaining about it. I mean, if the writing's on the wall at your employer, then you need to be proactive rather than react to a layoff or a shutdown. Oh, I lost my job. I did the same thing for 20 years and the plant shut down. That's not a smart thing, because if the business is going bad, that's the writing on the wall. That's the warning signal to maybe pursue something else. So I think you have to know what you want. You have to know your business inside and out. And if it's a failing business, then you better have plan B and C ready rather than wait until you get your pink slip and then be bitter that other people are doing what they want to do.
Yeah. Everyone has, I believe, a talent inside, a God-given talent. Some people, everyone's different.
All right, let me ask you this.
Okay.
What is the God-given talent of Tom Green?
Tom Green can...
to annoy people? What is the God-given talent of Robin Williams? To annoy people?
Robin Williams is a
what's the God-given talent for Jim Carrey?
Well, no, they're all talented, and they have their talents, and yeah, you can only take them in small doses. But everyone,
Thank you.
Everyone has a God-given talent, but very few people actually follow through with that God-given talent. Let's say you have an ability to play the guitar, and one day you want to be playing on stage at the Grammys. Well, you have to work for that. You have to work up to that point. But see, a lot of people quit They get to a certain level. Oh man, I can't do that. Geez, the business is too tough. I'm not that good. They quit. They end up working somewhere the rest of their life saying, wow, I could have done that. Very few people actually, like when you say, this is what I want to be when I grow up, they actually do it.
Right.
Because somewhere along the way, their spirit was broken.
Or they're lazy.
Or they're lazy. You're right. And then they just say, shine it.
The reason why people aren't successful at whatever they said they wanted to get into is because they were lazy. They didn't want to work as hard or harder than the other people who wanted the same thing. It's as simple as that.
You're right. And so if you have a talent inside and you're young right now, or even, you're even going through a midlife thing, do everything you can in your power to develop that talent. Whatever it is.
And be willing to pay your dues.
Yes, and be...
I'm not going to work for less than 90,000.
Right.
I've been having this lifestyle all my life. I'm not going to work for less than 90.
Yeah, you have to... I mean... When you're a beginner, you have to... You're not going to get paid. You're not going to get paid a lot, and you do have to pay your dues. But if you stick with whatever you do, you're going to inch your way up the ladder. And one day you could be at the top. But very few people... in life, John, want to get on that ladder. Very few people do that. When you think about it, we're all born equal. We all pop out of our moms. It's a boy, or it's a girl. All right, we're all born equal.
But some people have gifted brains.
Some people are a little bit more gifted than others, and some people are very gifted and waste their God-given talent, and they end up on drugs. They end up just blowing it.
What about the atheists? What is their God-given?
Well, they don't believe in God, so I guess they would just be given a talent.
Oh, okay.
So, but I mean,
so they have talent, but God didn't give it to them.
Everyone is born with some talent, and it's just a matter of finding that talent, cultivating that talent, getting support for that talent, and then going out into the world and saying, you know what? How can I carve out a niche and make a living doing what I'm good at? Whether it be designing a building, playing a guitar, yapping on the radio, or being an actor or an athlete. Everyone is given that talent. And the key is never give up, never say no, don't quit, and be willing to roll up your sleeves, get dirty, and eat a lot of top ramen, and tell yourself, I will succeed. And if you do, you'll make it. The only reason you fail...
What about the people that are on American Idol that think they're good when they're not?
That's not...
You are giving them hope, Jeff, and they can't sing. And that's why American Idol will be on television for the next 50 years, because there isn't a shortage of people out there who are honest and objective about their talent. They have a dream, but they're not realistic. And American Idol auditions is a perfect example of people who are not even close to being realistic about their talent.
Well, you're right. And I could never...
And people like you, Jeff, keep throwing around God-given talent, and these people believe it.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show. He admits to his drinking problem with Dunkin' Donuts coffee, and he admits to falling off the wagon again with chewing tobacco.
Jeez, these guys do have issues.
It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's go up to the Bay Area and say big what's up to Sal. Sal, you're on the third shift, free-for-all.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's all up in Frisco.
All right.
I had an answer for you on that one, but I wanted to touch, too, on the fact that these guys are just he's sending you these emails regarding talking about what it is to be an American. Come on. You guys don't even listen to your show. How can you be so judgmental?
Well, listen, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and not everyone enjoys the show. And there's 22% of people that listen to the show actually hate it. We call them the 22%ers. And it's just, we can't figure it out. We want to launch a study and hook up electrodes and probes to figure out what's going on, but
it's like going to a bad restaurant every week.
Yeah, but
now would you give them more power if they give you the right answer or the wrong answer?
They're the 22%ers, and they pop up from time to time. And so I don't really want to hook up electrodes, and I definitely don't want to go buy some probes. So, with that said, we just let it lie, and it happens. So anyway,
I had an answer, I think, to a Jeff's trivia question.
Okay, I'm going to unload this audio nugget, and then you tell me what it is. Here we go.
All right, let me hear it.
Okay, what is it?
Is that the closing sounds in like a Lost before they go to commercial?
No, it's not.
Oh.
No, it's not. But I could see where you might think that's what it would be. But no, that is not. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, hey. But again, you guys, great job. Don't pay attention to the haters out there. It's just funny that someone's got to complain about something, and don't take it to heart, guys.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Sal. We appreciate the call. We're still hoping that Danny in Massachusetts will call in.
Yeah, we're
regarding his email, where he says that Jeff and I have not lived the lifestyle of average Americans, that we were handed everything, that we lived a privileged lifestyle. We had caviar for dinner when we were kids.
Yeah, we never ate fish sticks or tater tots. It was always John, filet mignon,
Nothing
silver
but
spoon.
the best. Nothing but the best.
Oh, yes.
For John and Jeff.
Yes. Nothing but the best. Come on.
All right, let's go to Jason. Hello, Jason.
Hey, John. How you doing tonight?
I'm fine. Would you like to say hello to Jeff? He's 50% of the show.
Well, I referred to you because you're the one who spoke first. And Jeff, yourself?
Oh, and I'm doing quite fine, sir. And how are you?
I'm all right. I just
Splendid.
I'm not quite a 22%er. I'd say I'm 50-50. Some nights I love you guys. Some nights I can't stand hearing you.
But do you listen anyway?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I like the show. I'm usually pretty conflicted on. I'm usually half and half as far as my agreement.
Okay.
But what I want to say is it kind of seems to me that you guys are kind of missing the mark when it comes to some of these, so-called victims. A lot of these guys haven't really felt sorry for themselves or blamed anybody or blamed society or anything like that. They just kind of stated facts. And John like with the 17-year-old the other night, the kid said, $365 isn't realistic for everybody. People with low incomes, really can't afford that. And John said, well, I can tell you're a victim because you like being poor and blah, blah, blah. But the kid wasn't feeling sorry for himself. He was just stating, this is the situation. $365 really isn't realistic for me. And,
well, it has everything to do with priorities. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. But that's my point. That's not that. You came up with a number that you felt was appropriate for the holiday. And he said, this isn't really realistic because certain people aren't in that position. And that's his priority. That doesn't mean he feels sorry for himself. That doesn't mean society owes him anything. That doesn't mean he has a victim's mentality. That kid sounded like one of the smartest, most responsible 17-year-olds. And I guarantee you, 15 years from now, the kid's probably going to be going somewhere.
I hope so.
Yeah, we're pulling for him. That's great.
But what I'm saying is you took something he said and immediately made generalizations about that. And you did attack him.
No, I questioned him on what he was saying, and you perceive that to be an attack. Here's the funny thing about the choice of words you use. Anytime there's a disagreement or I hold someone accountable, you call that an attack.
No, I call that specific situation an attack.
Well, how could I attack the guy? I'm talking to him on the phone, and I'm questioning him.
Well, I can tell you're a victim. I can tell you like being poor because you only have one job. That's an attack on.
Well, he was complaining. He wasn't
complaining.
He was complaining that he only makes X amount of money.
No. He wasn't complaining. He was saying this is my circumstance.
No, he was complaining when someone says I only make blank. And I can't do this and I can't do that, then I said, well, maybe you need to get a second job or work.
How about?
Sir, may I finish? God, maybe you should be his defense attorney, or maybe you should have a benefit for this guy that you care so much about. The guy calls in, he's complaining he only makes $8.50 an hour, part-time. He took the job. The terms of the job is $8.50 an hour. Who do we blame for that? The person who took the job at $8.50 an hour. There's nobody else to blame for that.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Nobody was blaming anybody. Nobody was complaining. Nobody was whining. Nobody was feeling sorry.
Well, he was whining because...
No, he wasn't.
Well, when you complain that you only make that amount of money, then you're complaining.
No, he wasn't complaining at all. And see, you took that and you ran with it. you automatically.
Well, sir, we have a difference of an opinion, but that doesn't make you right.
No, I am right. Whether you choose to acquiesce that or not, I'm right.
Okay. Well, if you go to bed feeling better about yourself, then that's fine.
Me being right or wrong in this conversation isn't going to make or break my confidence. It's not that important to me. But
then why did you bring it up?
Why did I bring it up?
Obviously, it's important to you because you're saying that I'm wrong about something.
It's not important enough to affect my confidence in myself or, make me feel better. Like, come on now.
Well, I just said if it makes
That's ridiculous.
if it makes you feel better, mission accomplished. If I help you feel better about yourself, then
it doesn't affect me either way. It's the fact.
Okay. Your opinion is never a fact, by the way.
It is in this instance because you're wrong.
The definition of a fact is never your opinion, sir. So consult your local dictionary. But a lot of passion tonight about people who complain about their life.
Yeah.
I say people who usually complain about their life, they like being victims. They were brought up as victims, and they want people like this gentleman to back them up and show them pity. And I say work harder, and you will get what you want in life.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think women who keep their maiden names in marriage are high maintenance.
We're two guys who think there should be a law requiring prenuptial agreements before getting married.
We're two guys who think if you're old enough to serve your country, you're old enough to be served a beer.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Rocking your radio live all night long, party people. It is the John and Jeff Show, third shift free for all.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show at 888-727-8915 in Los Angeles. Call us at 520-9710.
That's right. Welcome to the third shift free for all. More topics, better variety. Stand by for stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. The best part is you can talk about anything. To jump on live, well, it's easy. Pick up the phone, call now, call now, call now. Plus, if you need relationship advice or advice on almost anything, the free advice department is open. And John, it's a Grammy night here in Los Angeles. And a lot of awards were given out last night for great musicians, artists, great songs.
U2, the big winner.
Yes. And a lot of great performances. But there was a Grammy I wish they would have given out, and that would have been the Grammy for the cheesiest song of all time. And so what I did before the show, I was in a mood. I came up with my own personal list, John, of the 10 cheesiest songs of all time.
All right.
So coming up a little bit later on, get out your barf bags, hide the dogs. They might start barking. You may need earplugs, John, because I will unload my personal top 10 cheesiest songs of all times, and we'll take your nominations later on for the cheesiest song of all time. It'd be great if every year they would do a cheesy Grammy Award, but they won't. But we will. So there you go. So we got that coming up a little bit later on.
All right, it is the third shift free for all on the John and Jeff Show. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to bring up, pick up the phone right now. Give us a call. Or maybe you need a second or third opinion. If there's something bugging you in your personal life and you can't talk to your family members, your coworkers, you can talk to us. We'll give you a second or third opinion. Then it's up to you if you want to take our free advice. All right? Write down the telephone numbers, 888-727-8915 in Los Angeles. Call us at 520-9710. And Jeff, coming up later this hour, find out why a first grader got suspended from school. A first grader.
Wow.
What could a first grader do to get a 3-day suspension from school?
Did the kid bring a gun to school?
He did not bring a gun to school.
Did he kick the teacher in the crotch?
He did not kick the teacher.
I'm out of guesses.
All right, we'll find out later this hour. A first grader suspended from school for 3 days. Find out what this little rugrat did. in just a few minutes on the John and Jeff Show. All right, let's go to Bill. Bill, you're next on the third shift free-for-all. What's going on?
Hey, John and Jeff, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, Bill?
Man, you guys had me on hold for a long time.
Well,
I'm not used to that.
Well, we can put you back on hold.
Hopefully you had a speakerphone.
All right, well, I did.
Okay.
Here's Danny's email. Okay, the problem I have with Danny's email.
All right, Danny
has 3 jobs.
All right, hold on a second. Danny's a gentleman who emailed us saying that Jeff and I are spoiled brats. We didn't work hard for what we do today or what we've done in our life. And now you will respond to Danny in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. How much will you guys bet me that he is a high school dropout? Probably 2 or 3 kids. You mentioned that, didn't you?
I did.
That he had children.
I suspect that he's probably a dropout and he has kids. Yes.
And he's having a hard time. So he's mad at John and Jeff because John and Jeff started their careers at 14, 15, washing dishes, working in a restaurant. Okay. This is a typical example of our youth today, or youths. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard youths before?
Must be a regional thing.
Yeah. Well, our youths today want to be handed everything. Most of our youths today want to sit in the living room, and it's a shame that most of the parents let it happen. Our youths sit and play video games all day. Okay? We have, our dropout rate now is worse than it has ever been since the early 60s. Do you guys realize that?
Yes, it's about 50% on average, which is really scary. I mean, I never thought it was that high, but I've done a little homework. In some places, it's a little lower than that. In some cases, it's a little higher. But I agree with you.
But there are still more kids that are young people that work hard and aspire to do things. I mean, you can't make a blanket statement.
No, he's stating a fact that the high school dropout rate
is higher than it used to be in the 60s.
Okay.
The early 60s.
So we have a culture of people saying, I don't need to go to college. I don't need to finish high school.
I don't need to do anything now. My parents are going to take care of me because my parents have worked for me. And that's what's really starting to bother me nowadays, and it's getting to be a problem. I'm not sure how to explain this, but I don't understand why. We have free education. These kids just aren't taking advantage of it. But if we watch MTV, okay, we watch MTV, I want to be a rapper. I want to be a band member. I want to do this. I want to do that. I don't need to work. I can have fun. Let's look at the show Jackass. If I just go out and act stupid, I can make money doing that. Do you guys have any comments on that?
Well, we're
that's what our youth is seeing. Our youths.
Wow, you really like unloading that word.
Now.
But Bill, I will say this. I agree with almost everything that you've said. And the reason we're not interrupting you is because you're on a roll. And I think most people listening do agree with you. I think the primary reason for people dropping out of high school is quick cash that can be made, especially on the streets. Why am I going to sit in a geometry class when I can make $300 on the street? I don't need an education. I can make money doing blank. And you just have to go to our prison system to find the high school dropouts in this country, because eventually they're going to check in a local jail or prison. The majority will.
Well, yeah, and I think there's also the word respect in 2006, I think, is tarnished. The letters are a little bit messed up here, but I think there is a lack of respect, I think, for authority, and I think for educators. And I'm trying to think, John and Bill,
what year this happened?
What year did respect start to get tarnished? When did it start to, just kind of the letters start to get a little dingy? And when was that?
I think if you were born in the 80s, that was the generation that said, I don't think I want to work hard.
Well, when did
and have you noticed service at fast food restaurants began to go down in the 80s?
Here's the deal.
And that's because people thought, why should I, flip a burger?
Right, you're right. They don't want to do that now. I think kids nowadays don't want to work in a fast food restaurant in certain areas. There are certain parts of the country where you'll see high school kids working at fast food restaurants.
Yeah, but we took pride in washing dishes.
How about this?
We took pride in flipping
because
burgers.
You had a paycheck.
You're right.
When you were 14 years old, you went and you earned what? $1.65 at the time? And by the time your week was done, you had $90 in your pocket. Okay?
Yeah, you had a chunk of change.
You enjoyed it. You enjoyed it.
Right. I think there should be a mandatory class in high school. You know how in high school you have to take 3 years of math, 3 years of English,
yeah, but
or
Jeff,
whatever.
if you drop out, you're never going to take that mandatory class.
You're not going to get there.
How about this though? How about this though? Your sophomore year, a mandatory class. It's called Dishwashing 1A, and there's plenty of restaurants in every town, and you have to work washing dishes. And basically, what you're going to do is you're going to learn how to work hard. You're going to learn how to eat a little humble pie. You're going to learn how to deal with smelling like a A1 sauce stink. And then you're also going to learn, if you don't get an education, if you don't elevate your game, this is what you're going to end up doing. So I think it would be a good pilot program in high schools all across America, your sophomore year, when you're 15 years old, Dishwashing 1A.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The people that are educated in this country are already getting their education.
I know,
this whole excuse of, well, if I had a better teacher, I could have been somebody. It's all an excuse. Nobody wants to take responsibility for their personal decisions in their life. They always want to blame the neighborhood. They want to blame the school system. Listen, when you turn 18, you are your own person. So make the best of it.
You're on your own.
Yeah. So you can't go back and say, well, my mother didn't do this. My mother didn't do that. Okay, now you're 18. Now make your own decisions. Go back to school, finish up, go to college, get a trade, whatever the case is. But I'm tired of excuses that people have for their lack of success. And the reason for their lack of success is because they're lazy.
You're right.
And there's nothing worse than someone who's lazy. If you're physically able and mentally capable of succeeding and you're not succeeding, it's because you're lazy.
You're right. If you can't make it here in America in 2006, you're not going to make it anywhere. And free education is everywhere. You know, John, people blame the education system. Well, listen, you can go to, there's free education. All right. And you can go to a junior college and then you can bust your butt and then get scholarships to go to a higher.
But Jeff, that would take work.
I know. But see,
you would have to apply yourself.
Yes,
you would have to care.
You said the magic word. It would take work. You have to apply yourself.
But there are a lot of people.
We don't, our kids today don't apply themselves like they should. Everything should be given to them. And, it's the baby boomers that caused this. I hate to say it, because I grew up, when I was growing up, I was born in the 50s, 60s, I was going through school. I was the first one in our family to graduate during the 60s. And my father was so proud of me, he couldn't take it. He was a steel worker up in Pittsburgh. And they were constantly getting laid off. And he was so proud of me because I was the first one in our family that graduated from high school. And back in the 60s, early 60s, if you graduated from high school, you were doing good. If you were from Danny's neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
All right, Bill, listen, I think you've given us a lot to think about. I agree with I think 99% of what you said, I take exception to blaming the baby boomers.
Yeah.
This whole Generation X, whoever you people are, maybe you're responsible for the bad customer service and the laziness in today's workforce. But to blame it all on the baby boomers, no, I think if anything, the baby boomers are funding Social Security that are keeping a lot of elderly people afloat right now.
I also think there are a lot of fine young examples of young people out there working hard, making it happen, and living the American dream, and going up that ladder of success. But there are a lot of people too that are lazy. But and there are people from every community making it. Every community, every background, and the common denominator is hard work, and that's what they're doing, and that's why they're succeeding. It's hard work for any type of success. And success isn't handed to you. You just got to go out and you got to work, you got to sweat, and you got to give it 110% and have relentless fire inside.
And it's also the decisions you make in your life. You have to be responsible for the repercussions of those decisions. For instance, this gentleman, Danny, who emailed us saying that he has to work 2 or 3 jobs to put food on the table. How many responsibilities does he have? How many kids does he have? Does he have any habits that are too expensive, like prescription drugs or methamphetamine, cocaine, marijuana? Does he have a drinking problem? Why is it that he has to work 3 jobs to put food on the table? It has everything to do with choices in life. If you decide to have 3 kids, well, you better make enough money to support 3 kids. And I don't want to hear you complain about it either, about how hard it is to raise 3 kids on your salary. You decided to have 3 kids. So keep your complaints to yourself. You don't hear me complaining, oh, I bought this piece of property, I can barely make the mortgage. No, you don't hear me do that. Why? Because I'm not stupid enough to put myself in that situation. So if you're calling, whining, and complaining about how bad your life is and how you can't afford all the things you need in your life, then you didn't plan well, did you? And so the rest of us should feel guilty for you because you're an idiot. And that's where we're at with a lot of people. Look at me. Look how bad my life is. I'm barely getting by. I decided to have 4 kids. I got married too young. I got kids too young. I dropped out of high school. Poor me. Pity me. Give me a handout. And the reason they feel that way is because they were brought up that way. Get some government cheese. It's free. I mean, really, I'm tired of hearing people complaining about their situation. You put yourself in that situation, now you got to pay for it. If you bought a house that's too expensive, that's your problem, not the government's. Certainly not ours. Hopefully Danny will email us and tell us why he has to work 2 or 3 jobs just to put food on the table. I mean, how much food is this guy eating?
Well, hopefully he'll call us. We have a line open for him. We've activated the line, and I'm looking at it right now. And
even a homeless person can live on $5 a day in food. How much food does this guy need? He's got to work 2 or 3 jobs for food? It's a lot of food. What are the odds that he has an expensive car in his driveway with 20-inch rims and a $2,000 stereo system in his car?
Well, maybe he can call and
he's got TiVo. He's got all the video games. Oh, but I'm poor, John and Jeff. I got to work 3 jobs, put food on the table. Does anyone have any pity for those people? I don't. But maybe you do.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show.
It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show, now with more topics,
better variety,
and your phone calls.
Call now
at 888-PARTY-15 or 888-520-9710.
All right, let's go to Tony. Tony, you're next on the third shift free-for-all. Hello.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Good, Tony. What's up?
Hey, I just was going to take a shot at your audio nugget.
All right, you want to take a stab at this mystery audio nugget? All right, what I'm going to do, if you just tuned in, I've got an audio nugget here, and I need you on the third shift to identify what the hell it is. So let's listen, Tony, and then take a guess, okay?
Sure.
All right. Okay, what is it?
Is it the annoying music from The Weakest Link?
No, it's not.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
I'm so glad that woman went goodbye. I mean, I've never wanted to, well, believe me, that woman.
That show lasted for about 4 months and was very strong, and then it just...
Because of that woman. She was so annoying. You wanted to slap her.
Yeah, didn't they replace her with somebody else, and then they were gone like 6 weeks later?
Yeah, that was hot. What year was that? 99, I think?
No, I think more recent than that.
More recent than that. But no, it is not the weakest link.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
I appreciate it anyway. And as much as I hate saying it, I miss being out there. I was stationed out at Camp Pendleton for 2.5 years. And
okay.
I bet you miss the ladies, too.
Oh, yeah. Especially up there in Venice and down there in San Diego.
There you go.
Yeah.
But listen nightly, and you guys rock. So.
All right, Tony.
Thanks for giving me a shot.
No worries. Maybe someone will guess it.
All right, I'll be listening on my way home. I got to run to the bank here real quick, and we're gone. So.
All right, be careful.
All right. People going to the ATMs at all hours of the
got to be careful.
Day. Yeah, always do a little perimeter check. Do a 360.
Yeah.
Anytime you're at an ATM. You know, if there's some cars parked near an ATM, you may want to just drive by, make sure nobody's in it. It is a little creepy going to the ATM, even though there's a mirror there.
It's weird.
I do turn my head about 4 or 5 times. I just want to get that money and get out of that area.
But what happens when you're in a hurry? Sometimes you get nervous and then you hit the wrong transaction, or you forget to get your card. Have you ever done that? Have you ever walked away from the ATM?
No.
And your card got swallowed?
No.
Wow, that's happened to me probably 3 times in my life.
And they're videotaping, so if you think that you're putting in 20 and claiming you put in 60,
yeah,
it's not going to work.
Yeah, if you've ever run into any ATM weirdness, let us know. Maybe you got held up. Maybe your card got eaten by the machine, or maybe it spit out a boatload of 20s. Just kept spitting them out. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. I keep hoping that would happen, but...
what would you do if it did? Would you keep the money, or would you go into the bank?
I would think about it, but I think I'd have the angel on one side of my shoulder and the devil on the other side saying, do it, keep it, keep it, keep it. And the angel will be like, don't, you'll go to hell.
You know what I always do,
busted.
Jeff? You know what I always do? I always ask myself, what would Jesus do?
I would turn it in, but boy, maybe that's happened to you. What did you do? What did you do?
All right, let's go to Ron. Ron, you're next on the third shift free-for-all.
Good morning, John and Jeff.
Hi.
Hey, I want to take a stab at that audio nugget.
All right, can you tell me what the hell this audio nugget is?
Okay. Is it from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
That is not the correct answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
But it does kind of sound like something from that.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like the music when they're trying to, what is it, the caller, they call the lifeline caller. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Ron, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. There's another TV show that ABC burned out. It was so successful one night. Then they said, let's do it twice a week.
Right.
And then it was still successful twice a week. Let's do it 3 times a week.
I know.
And then by the time you saw Who Wants to Be a Millionaire 3 times in 1 week, you said to yourself, enough already.
Yeah. Now they've got that Meredith Vieira hosting it, I think. And, it's kind of like, you know what I mean? It lost all of its horsepower, all of its fizzle, all of its pizzazz.
Listen,
all of its you-know-what.
Regis is the host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Anyone else attempting to do it will be unsuccessful because his personality, the whole format of the show, it was a show really designed perfectly for Regis.
Yeah.
And then even Regis didn't want to do it more than once a week because you burn it out. And he was smart to say, you know something? This is a sinking ship. I'm getting off it.
Right.
And who was watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire these days.
Oh yeah, I remember it was. I mean, they would almost must see TV. People would say, "Hey, are you going to watch Millionaire tonight?" It's like,
oh, there's another game show out there that I'm still trying to figure out because I watched it midway into an episode. Is Howie Mandel is hosting Deal or No Deal.
Oh man!
And I'm still trying to figure out the game. I'm catching it like halfway through, but they basically taunt you, take this money and run, or try to make some more money by calling out a number, and then there's a beautiful model that opens the briefcase, and there's a certain money amount that's in the briefcase. I'm still trying to figure out if I like it.
Is Howie Mandel still bald with a goatee?
Yeah, and it's hard to imagine that this guy used to have some hair in his head.
He looks like a wrestler. Like I expect him to, all of a sudden say, "I'm going to clothesline you." It's just like, whoa, what happened? Howie Mandel. Now he's got the bald thing and the goatee going. It's like, I don't know. And remember he had that TV show? Didn't he have like a talk show?
Yeah, that was uncomfortable to watch. Anytime you're nervous at home watching someone's TV show, that is a clue that the show is not going to last. For instance, Magic Johnson, when he was hosting the late night TV show, you could tell Magic Johnson was not comfortable doing what he was doing. And here I was at home feeling bad for one of the most successful athletes in the NBA. Here I am, little me, sitting in my house saying, God, I feel so bad for this millionaire because he's so uncomfortable doing this. Now, I would have done a TV show called, instead of doing a nightly talk show with Magic Johnson, I would have done a once-a-week show and called it, get this, One-on-One with Magic Johnson.
It's a good idea.
Where Magic Johnson sits down and talks to some big celebrities, okay? One-on-one, a play on basketball, Magic Johnson, a charismatic guy, sitting back, relaxing without a studio audience, no pressure, just shooting the you-know-what.
No cooking. They wouldn't be like in a kitchen chopping onions, and none of that would be happening.
But Howie Mandel, when he was doing his daytime talk show, another uncomfortable moment in my house. Yeah. And I like Howie Mandel, but I don't want to see him cooking. And it's the same thing with what's his name? Tony
Danza.
Tony Danza. These guys, they get these talk shows, and I don't know what it is, but they got to get the pots and pans out the first week and start cooking something. It's like, man. Please stop the cooking on talk shows. That's why we have the Food Network.
That's why we have the women hosting the shows. I mean, Emerald, that guy's solid. Bam.
Well, he's on the Food Network.
He's on the Food Network. He's an expert on food. But when you got like these other, when you have a male talk show host saying, okay, and now we got Valentine's Day coming up, so we're going to cook a Valentine's Day meal, or come on.
I mean, who wants to see Matt Lauer make lasagna on the Today Show? I mean...
Or how about this?
What?
How about this?
Have we run out of celebrities that you have to have Matt Lauer stir the stew?
Yeah, and here's another thing that bugs me.
And what do we have in here, Martha? Well, we have some croissants, and we have. Oh God!
How about this? Fox and Friends in the morning. I hate when they go out onto the street and there's like a chef there for 90 seconds, and he's cooking up this meal, and they're saying, "Okay, all right. So what do you got in there? Oh, I got a little paprika and a little." What the hell is going on?
I have a big problem with Fox and Friends because, shouldn't they be telling us the good news in Iraq rather than barbecuing in Midtown Manhattan? Shouldn't they tell us all the good news that's going on in Iraq? Instead, they're wasting time cooking.
Right. You're sitting there at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., I'm eating a bowl of Cocoa Puffs in my underwear, sitting on the floor, and they're cooking up fancy steaks and lobsters, and I'm thinking, I want to know what's going on in the world. Why are we cooking? Why are we cooking?
It's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's go to Jason in Oakland. What's going on, Jason?
How you doing, John and Jeff?
Good. What's going on?
Nothing. I had an answer for your video, Nugget.
Okay, we're going to unload this audio nugget, and let's see if you can guess what it is. Listen very closely. All right, what is it?
It's from the Celebrity Fit Club on VH1.
Could you repeat that, please?
It's from the Celebrity Fit Club on VH1.
Guess what, Jason? You're absolutely right. That's, John, when they step on the scale and they get weighed. I love that show. I love Celebrity Fit Club. It is the best. You got to check it out on VH1.
You know, I've watched that show 5 or 6 times, but I'm so focused on how much Chastity Bono weighs, I'm not paying attention to the music.
I love it.
I mean, really.
But it's great because
I want to know if she's gained another 5 pounds. I'm not even paying attention to the music that's going on during the weigh-in.
It's amazing because when they step onto the scale, it's like this platform thing. It lights up, and then it goes, it's a funny thing because the camera goes backwards and then forwards, and then they wait for the result. And they say, your weight, 199 pounds. And then I like when the sergeant, man, that guy's got his arms folded, the fitness guy that he's known as a sergeant. And he's always saying, your next target weight is to lose 5 pounds. It is the best. You got to check it out.
Now, is that 5 pounds for the entire week?
I think it's until they go to the next weigh-in, and I don't know if it's 1 week or 2 weeks.
Is it
I think it's 2 weeks. I think they weigh in every 2 weeks.
So
I can't really tell because sometimes the days would be different because like at the bottom of the screen it's something like 38 days or is it 45 days the next week. So it seems like it kind of varies a little bit.
Yeah. I think they need to come clean on this because people are losing 5 pounds, but over what period of time? And they always say since your last weigh-in. Well, was that 10 days ago or was it 5 days ago? So I think they might be misleading the public there. But anyway, Jason, congratulations. You got yourself a John and Jeff Show third shift T-shirt, 100% American made by Americans who work hard on the third shift. We appreciate the call. And hold on a second. We'll get all your information.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations, and you rock. And you can check out the Celebrity Fit Club on VH1. It's solid. And John, coming up, the Grammys didn't give out the cheesiest song of all time, but I've compiled a list of the top 10 cheesiest songs, in my opinion. Plus, we'll ask you the question, what do you think is the cheesiest song of all time? Coming up next.
What's all that noise? This is the John and Jeff Show. Have you ever pulled into your garage and found yourself alone in the dark, just listening to the radio with the engine off and John and Jeff talking to you? Well, you're a little strange, but not crazy. You're just listening to the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's say big what's up to Jeff Rockin' Brea. Jeff, you're on the third shift free-for-all.
Hey, what's up, John Jeff? It's an awesome show.
Thank you.
I had a horn blast for you guys. I know I could do it. It's a 1996 Freightliner. It's an old dinosaur, but I think we can win it here.
Okay. If you just tuned in here, what Jeff is referring to, he's a trucker, and he's going to blow his air horn and try and set a record for the loudest, fattest, bass-fortified air blast on the third shift. Right now, Randy is the world record holder, also the 2005 champion. So, Jeff, you want to take a shot at it?
Okay. You ready?
All right, here we go.
All right.
Okay. It was a solid blast, but I think there were some weather conditions, John. Would you agree? I like the tempo. It was all on the techno tip. I like the beat of it.
The dun 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 dun.
Yeah, that was very good. Musically, it was great.
So you do have some aspirations to be a musician someday. We can tell.
Yeah, it was.
All right. Okay, let's keep in mind Jeff's air blast, and now let's listen to the world champion,
Randy.
Okay. Randy on the third shift. Randy, are you ready?
Oh, yeah. You guys want it?
Yeah.
All right, here it goes.
Oh, man. Do you hear it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough to beat. That really is.
Yeah, another Albertson driver's coming over and yapping at me. I'm live on the radio right now.
I know.
Rock on.
What idiot talking about radio?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Rock, dude.
Yeah, it's cool. All right, you guys, take care, man. Have a good one. Be safe.
All right.
Thank you, Jeff.
And Jeff, and a big shout out to Jeff and all the Albertson truckers keeping all the groceries moving all across America, and to all truckers.
Yeah, what about the truckers at Safeway, Stop and Shop,
Yes.
Ralph's,
Yes.
Pavilions, Vons?
All the truckers, union and non-union. There you go. You guys rock. You guys do a great job, and thank you for listening. And I think he's got a good future in Air Blast, though, because it was very creative. I'll say that.
Everyone wants to play a song with their horn.
You know.
All right, let's move on. Joe is next on the third shift free-for-all. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, what's going on?
You're going on.
Right on, man. Hey, John, you're definitely on a roll tonight, but I just wanted to touch on the ATM thing real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, if you make a deposit, I know at my bank at least, I don't know about others, I won't say the name, but if you make a deposit into the bank and you actually put the money in the envelope and stick it into the ATM, it'll automatically credit your account $100 depending on how much you deposit, right? So let's say you're really bad off, you're hard up, you need some cash. You know, you can just get some paper, stick it in the ATM, and then you'll have $100 credited to your account.
Yeah, but you'd have to have $100 in it to get it.
No, the thing is, like, it credits automatically. Like, I can go to my to any bank and put the money in right now at 4 a.m. on the East Coast, and then I can go right to the house, go online to my online banking, and boom, right there, I got it'll say, you know, I put in $300 and I have $100 available just for the benefit of the doubt.
Right, and they'll do that because they're making the assumption that
you actually put the money in there.
That you put it in there, but to get something out of it, I don't think you'll be able to do that.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. You know, I'm not that bad off myself, but I figured maybe if they credit you that $100, maybe you might be able to go back and withdraw it or something like that.
Well, the ATM slip will say how much they think is in the account, but for you to get all that money out, they're gonna hold that until it clears.
Yeah, I would agree for definitely for the full amount. I was just thinking maybe on the 100 they would give that up. On a totally unrelated note, I went and checked out you guys' website. Jeff, tell me about the bodyboarding scene on the left coast, man, because I'm big into it right here on the East Coast. I love to spend time down at North Carolina coast doing that, and I was wondering what the winter's like down there.
Well, you know, the water is cold. You need a full winter suit, and this week was a pretty good week for some pretty good surf. So all in all, conditions, you know, vary, but it's you got to be hardcore if you're paddling out this time of year.
Yeah, it's like right now, I think our water temperature is right around 49 degrees, and I'm in a 3.2, man, and I've been I'm pretty cold.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you definitely need a good wetsuit if you're going to paddle out this time of year, unless you go to, you know, Hawaii or whatever. That's what I love about Hawaii, John, Maui. You can paddle out anytime. You don't need a suit. You don't need a wetsuit.
Yeah,
it's all good. All good.
Cool, guys. Well, thanks for taking my call. I really enjoy the show. You guys have a good night.
All right, and rock on.
All right, there's Joe. All right, Jeff, a story from the news pile. A first grader has been suspended for 3 days after school officials said this little rugrat allegedly sexually harassed a fellow first grade student.
What?
The male first grade student, whose name has been withheld. Why? Because he's a minor. And the young girl is also a minor. Officials say that he sexually harassed the young girl in class by allegedly putting his 2 fingers. Oh, I got to be careful here. Got to be careful.
Yeah, you're on thin ice here.
Got to be careful here.
Water's cold below the ice. You don't want to fall in. What happened?
How can I say this?
Yeah.
School officials say the first grader sexually harassed a female first grader in class by allegedly putting his 2 fingers inside the girl's waistband while he sat on the floor in front of him.
What?
While she sat on the floor across from him.
It must have been circle time or story time.
Hopefully it wasn't show and tell. The boy's mother said that her son doesn't know what sexual harassment is. But the young boy, Jeff, the first grader, suspended for 3 days for allegedly sexually harassing a fellow first grader in class by putting his fingers inside the girl's waistband. So.
Wow. Listen.
Jeff, what should the punishment be for this perverted first grader?
This little kid isn't a pervert. He put his hands in her waistband. The kid's curious. He's into the ladies. I think to say a 6-year-old is sexually harassing someone and the 6-year-old doesn't know what sexual harassment is, does that do more harm or good?
Well, I think kids know right from wrong, even at that age. You're not supposed to be, doing that, but kids do it.
They do it, yeah. It's
so I think what you have to do is, if this girl complained what she did, then schools right now are so nervous that if they don't report every little thing, then the school could get sued for withholding information, and
they get their hands tied.
So what the schools are doing, most of them anyway, is report every little thing that goes on. He pulled her hair. Oh my God, that's an assault. We have to, call the police. So there's so many lawsuits. There's so much at stake now that. But no, I'm just teasing. I don't think this kid is
no, he's not. He's
a sexual deviant.
No.
But he is a little too aggressive in class. When I was in first grade, I did not attack the young Catholic girls in their school uniforms.
Were there any hot ones?
A couple, even at that age.
Yeah. Any Asian girls?
No Asian girls in my school. Had to wait until I came to California for that experience.
None in college? Like 1 or 2?
I don't think I saw an Asian woman in college.
So it wasn't until you were strictly representing West Coast that you... Wow.
Yeah, the only Asian women I saw as a child were the women in the background on Hawaii Five-0.
So even at a young age, you watched Hawaii Five-0 and you said to yourself, like that kid in the 80s with the 280Z commercial, you looked at it, the 280Z, John, the Datsun, Nissan said, someday. You look at the Asian girls and said, someday.
No, but I was like... Wow, very exotic. And I'm 8 years old and I'm saying, wow, those girls are pretty exotic.
Someday.
Better than the girls with braces in school. More of your calls coming up.
97.1 Free FM, John and Jeff with a warning. We have to say this. If you're squeamish, faint of heart, pregnant, or you're with your dog, you may want to plug your ears next hour or turn off your radio because we're about to dissect the cheesiest songs of all time. There's some sappy cheese here, and I just want to warn you ahead of time. You've been warned.
All right, so there's your warning. We'll take your phone calls, 520-9710 or 888-520-9710. It's the third shift free-for-all on the John and Jeff Show. Talk about whatever's on your mind. If there is something in the news you want to discuss, we're all ears. Pick up the phone and give us a call.
Plus, your nominations for the cheesiest songs of all time. We all have them. There's these songs we can't get out of our head. They drive us crazy, 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 crazy. And they're cheesy. And that's what it's all about.
All right, we're coming right back. Stay with us. Thank you for turning off the music stations. And thank you for keeping it on 97.1
Free FM.
So, what does Free FM mean?
That they may take our lives.
Free FM. Free FM.
But they'll never take our freedom.
Yeah, it's got kind of a ring to it, doesn't it? Well, we don't care because that's what we're doing anyhow. So, F you.
97.1
Free FM.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think women who keep their maiden names in marriage are high maintenance.
We're two guys who think DNA tests should be mandatory before a man's name goes on a birth certificate.
We're two guys who think nobody should get married before the age of 30.
The John and Jeff Show.
The John and Jeff Show.
Rocking the third shift live all night long, party people. It is the John and Jeff Show, third shift free throw.
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show at 888-727-8915 in Los Angeles. Call us at 520-9710.
All right, welcome to the show. We start things off with shout-outs. Here's what you do. You email us at johnjeff.com. Let us know who you are, where you're at, and what you are doing. All right, let's start off with LA, the OC. We got Rose in Norwalk. We got Henry in Ontario. Big shout-out going out to Joe Vinyl. Also, video gamer Alex in La Puente. And we have the security at CLU and TO. And a big shout to all the limo drivers buzzing around La La Land tonight.
Hopefully they got some good tips.
Yeah, and some stories. Boston, we got a new third shifter, John, Foz. So we welcome Foz.
Welcome, Foz.
To the third shift. Also, happy birthday to Kelly. We got Adam. He's a big video gamer in Cambridge. Chicago. What's up to Janet? Also, we got DJ Raymond. He's a club mixer and bartender. Looks like Rena. Tony is in New York. A big happy birthday to you. San Francisco in the Bay Area. What's up, Kenny? What's up to Michelle? In beautiful Santa Cruz. I love Santa Cruz. Home of Wilbur Entertainment. Also, what's up to Mr. I and DJ Frey? Susan checks in Seattle. San Diego, what's up to Ryan? What's up to James? What's up to Corey? And Clovis in National City. DZ is in St. Louis. Big Al kicking back in Madison. Trucker Bill rolling through Augusta, GA. Tycho is in Louisville. Charleston, we got Daryl and the crew at Comfort Inn. G-Rob is in Greensboro. What's up to Mandy in Virginia? And we've got Sioux City Fire Department EMTs listening. Also, Deputy Tom right now is listening. Thank you so much. We got a big shout going out to Emilio, all Caltrans crew, all armed servicemen and women. If you're in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Guard, you guys rock. Thank you. What's up to Mr. B? Also, all J&J MySpacers, a big shout out to you. All limo drivers. And our hottie of the day is Natalie. You guys all rock the third shift free-for-all.
And if you need a third shift or an insomniac shout out, go to our website. It's johnjeff.com. Tell us who you are. Tell us where you're hanging out. And then listen for your shout out every morning at this time exclusively on the John and Jeff Show.
That's right. It is the third shift free-for-all. More topics, better variety, stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. You can talk about anything we're talking about, or anything you want to talk about. To jump on live, it's easy. Pick up the phone. That's right. Call now. The free advice department is open if you need relationship advice or advice on anything. Plus, we'll check out news and nonsense from the news pile. And John, last night, the Grammys, I'll give it overall the telecast. I'll give it an A. It was a better show this year than last year. But John, the Grammys forgot to do this. They should have given out an award. And, we've been talking about this for years, but every year they don't do it. So all we can do is dream and hope maybe one day they will. They give out usually, John, best artist, best single, best new artist. But wouldn't it be great if they gave out an award for cheese, for the cheesiest song of all time? And we all know them. They're stuck in our heads. They're really the soundtrack of our lives growing up as a kid, getting a wedgie in junior high. And in the background, you heard a song that just, this is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. We all have them. So now it's time to vent. It's time to rip. And it's time to unload. And John, I've compiled 10 songs. And to me, these are the cheesiest songs of all time. Some of them are from the 70s. Some of them are from the 80s.
Oh, let me guess. And some of them are from the 90s?
Exactly. Sprinkled in there.
All right, let's hear some of these.
All right. John, this song is number 10. And just listen.
John, that is the classic from Ace of Base, The Sign.
The Sign, 1994. How many times did you play that as a DJ?
I think every 90 minutes.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Number 10, in my opinion, Ace of Base, I Saw the Sign. Number 9, John. See if this brings back some memories.
You are obsession. I cannot sleep. I am possession. Unopened at your feet. There's no balance. No equality. Be still. I will not accept defeat. I don't have you.
Oh.
Yes, I don't have you.
I think that's the band Animation with Obsession coming in at number 9 on this week's countdown.
Animation. Yeah, but they were like, I remember.
What did I say? Animation?
Animation. Animation. I'll give it to you. But the video, really cheesy. I mean, they're like really overacting in the video. I just remember playing that song over and over and over again. And really, even at a young age, John, doing what I love, being a music DJ, I did think several times of jumping out the window when I heard number 9, in my opinion, Animation. You Are My Obsession. John, number 8, as far as the cheesiest songs of all time, not only was a song and a hit on radio that was way overplayed, but also, John, it was on a TV commercial. See if you can tell me what commercial. All right.
Okay, that's the band Baltimora. And the song is Tarzan Boy.
Yes. And name the commercial for extra credit.
Was it a soap?
It was not a soap. But there was a product, and it was really weird because the product, John, in the commercial, it was really bad, I think, CGI, and it was swinging in the jungle from vine to vine while you heard the song in the background, Baltimore's Tarzan Boy.
I thought it was like a bar of soap or something.
No, it wasn't. It was a product that would reside, John, in the bathroom. I'll give you that.
So I'm close.
You're close.
I can't think of it.
All right. Maybe you can guess the product for the song Tarzan Boy Baltimora. And if so, I'll throw in a t-shirt. All right, John. Number 7 on our countdown. We flash back to the super cheesy 70s.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. But they fought with expert timing.
All right, I remember this song. Carl Douglas, Kung Fu Fighting. And my sister bought this song as a 45. And it skipped. And it was always, everybody was kung fu fighting, 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 fighting. And it skipped at that all the time. It was almost as if it was produced that way. Fighting, fighting, fighting. And then my sister would put like a penny on the record player.
Right.
And then it would maybe continue on. But that's Carl Douglas. Everyone was kung fu fighting.
You know your music. And I was, when I would hear that song, my sister had that record as well, maybe my brother. And I remember in my living room, my parents would get mad at me, John, because I would jump onto my coffee table as a kid wearing like burgundy and green and yellow Toughskins, the jeans you would buy at Sears. And I remember I was doing the hooah, fast as lightning thing and a big rip in my jeans. And it was an embarrassing moment. And I still remember it years later.
I guess those tough skins weren't that tough.
They weren't. And why would someone say, yes, we're going to allow kids to wear burgundy and green jeans? Can someone please, for the love of God, tell me why? That's child abuse. All right, John, number 6, I believe is from the 90s. Listen.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
All right. Now, this may be... Do you remember this one?
Yeah, I heard it a lot on the radio, but I was not playing music at that time.
This is one of the reasons I got out of music radio.
Chumbawamba or Chumbawamba?
Chumbawamba.
Chumbawamba,
I think
yeah.
Tubba thumping?
I don't know what.
It was basically a song about getting sloshed.
Can we all just be honest here? The 90s was just terrible for music, okay? We had suicide grunge. We had this. We had the Macarena. I mean, can we all just agree that the 90s just were terrible? I mean,
there was some.
Really.
We had Ace of Base in there from the 90s. We had Chumbawamba, too. Coming up, we got the top 5. So now it's time to ask you on the third shift, in your opinion, because everyone's a music expert. We all have
That's the problem. That is exactly the problem. I go back to the American Idol auditions. Everyone is an expert.
Coming up, we got the top 5, and let's ask the third shift right now to pitch in here. In your opinion, third shifters, what is the cheesiest song of all time? If you could only pick one, John, what would it be for you?
The cheesiest?
Yeah, cheesiest. Just, over and over and over again, and just,
It's got to be I think that the cheesiest songs belong in the 70s. I think that was when, there was, the Bay City Rollers, Saturday Night, or, I mean, when I was young, I really listened to a lot of radio because there wasn't cable and there wasn't video games. And so when you were growing up, you listened to the radio, and my sister would tape songs off the radio. We had, Jeff, hundreds of cassettes from Kmart.
Oh, yeah.
3 cassettes for 99 cents. That was the quality of cassette tapes. So as a kid, I would just get these cassette tapes and put them in the deck and just be fascinated playing. And so my sister was taping off the radio all of these songs from the early to mid 70s. So I began to, listen to all this stuff. So from the Bay City Rollers, SATURDY night.
Plus the haircuts and the checkered pants. I mean, I would have rather worn Toughskins.
Then, of course, there's that song.
About the dog?
Seasons in the Sun. We had joy.
We had fun. We had
seasons in the sun.
Terry
Terry Jacks, I think. and if we can find the song.
I think we've got it somewhere in the library of cheese.
What we'll do? We could break into one of the offices here at the Third Shift studio and probably get that song.
Yeah, maybe we could go to the oldie station down the hall here at the broadcast Third Shift Central.
So anyway, we'll take your nominations for the cheesiest Lifetime Achievement Award for a Grammy Award. Everyone is getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. And have you noticed they seem to die within a year of getting this Lifetime Achievement Award? That is like the kiss of death.
You're right, yeah.
It's basically your obituary.
Yeah.
You have about 364 more days to live after you get a Lifetime Achievement Award. But we'll take your nominations for the cheesiest songs that the Grammys have yet to recognize on the John and Jeff Show. 888-727-8915 in Los Angeles. Call us at 520-9710.
John and Jeff.
You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show. Now with more topics, better variety, and your phone calls at 888-PARTY-15 or 888-520-9710.
The most prestigious night in the music industry was last night at the Grammy Awards in Los Angeles. And The Grammys are, I mean, if you get a Grammy, you've made it in the music industry. And of course, people like Milli Vanilli received a Grammy. And that was the kiss of death for their career because now everyone was scrutinizing this particular band. And we found out they were the king or the kings of lip syncing.
Right.
And if you saw the VH1 Behind the Music on Milli Vanilli, if we hadn't won the Grammy, we'd be okay. But, you know, so sometimes be careful what you wish for, because in their case, they lost everything after winning the Grammy.
Now, which one off themselves? Was it Milli or Vanilli? One of the Milli Vanilli dudes ended it. He called it a day.
Yeah, I don't know.
And now there's only one Milli or Vanilli left.
Yeah, I don't know, but just blame it on the rain.
Right, but that was a cheesy song.
Yeah. All right, we happen to get access to the vault here in somebody's office, and I've selected a couple of songs that I think deserves consideration for the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award for the cheesiest song of all time.
How about a Lifetime Achievement Award?
That's fine, Jeff. I think you might be overthinking it, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
All right, so here are my 3 nominations for the cheesiest songs of all time.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold dark night, when everything's a little clearer in the light of day.
Wow.
And we know the night is always...
Wow.
The band called the Starland Vocal Band, the song Afternoon Delight. No wonder so many illegitimate children were born because of that song on the radio.
Yeah, absolutely. And also it was done in the movie Anchorman. They did a rendition of that. But boy, when you think about, John, the cheesy, sappy 70s, you think of that song.
Yeah. All right, here's my second nomination for the Grammy, a consideration nomination for the cheesiest song of all time.
Okay.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend. We've known each other since we were 9 or 10. Together we've climbed hills and trees, learned of love and ABC, skinned our hearts and skinned our knees. Goodbye, my friend, it's hard to die when all the birds are singing in the sky, now that the spring is in the air. Pretty girls are everywhere. Think of me and I'll be there. We had joy, we had fun, we had seasons in the sun, but the hills that we climbed were just seasons out of time.
Okay, to this day, what is he singing about? What is he singing about?
I think he's reminiscing about the good old days and struggling with the death of his father.
I thought it was like a death of a dog or something.
No, that's another song.
Oh.
That's another song called Shannon, where a guy is hoping that his dead dog finds an island near a shaded tree or something like that.
Talk about, and a big word in the 70s that was thrown around a lot. Hey, man, how's that pot? Yeah, it's pretty good, man. Yeah, that song, man, Shannon. Yeah, man, what a bummer. I mean, some bummer songs out of the 70s. Seasons in the Sun. Well, Shannon.
It was a laid-back, kickback era. And listen, when you're smoking a lot of pot, everything sounds good.
Hey, man, what a bummer. Hey, Brady Bunch got canceled. Yeah, the damn Oliver.
All right, my final nomination for the cheesiest songs of all time. We're hoping that the Grammys will embrace this category like they've embraced so many others. Hopefully we can get the Grammys to consider a Lifetime Achievement Award for the cheesiest songs in American pop culture. Here is another nomination.
Marching band came down along Main Street. The soldier blues fell in behind. I looked across and there I saw Billy waiting to go and join the line. And with her head upon his shoulder, his young and lovely fiancée. From where I stood I saw she was crying, and through her tears I heard her say, don't be a hero, don't be a fool with your life. Billy, don't be a hero, come back and make me your wife. And as he started to go, she said, Billy, keep your head low. Billy, don't be a hero, come back to me.
Wow, definitely a 70s vibe. You got the tambourine, and probably one of the only pop songs
with a snare drum.
With like a, were those bells in the beginning? It almost sounded like
flutes.
Flutes.
I'll tell you why. It's because it's a song about a fallen soldier in the Civil War.
Really?
Yeah. If you listen to the lyrics.
I didn't. Wow. You know,
It's
I was
a fallen soldier.
I was a little kid.
And the mother is saying, you know, don't be a hero, come back. But guess what? He's a fallen soldier on the battlefield.
Another bummer song from the decade that was a total bummer, man. And
Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods sang that song, Billy, Don't Be a Hero. And for whatever reason, I remember them appearing on Merv Griffin's show, the afternoon talk show. Well, it was like, Remember Merv Griffin would come out on his TV show and he'd be like, ooh, we have such a good show for you today. Oh, we have Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods singing their hit song, Billy, Don't Be a Hero. You know, it was one of those things.
Man, and coming up, I got my top 5. John, those were mighty cheesy, might I say.
Oh, and I found another one we'll get to later.
All right, plus my top 5. What is your number 1 cheesiest song of all time? It's your song. It's your cheese. Unload it here. Back up your dump truck full of cheese. Beep, beep, beep. And unload it live.
All right, let's go to Brian in Los Angeles. Brian, you're next on the third shift free-for-all.
How you doing there, John and Jeff?
Good. What's up?
Good. Yeah, I got the all-time cheesiest song, man. Here it goes. Yeah, this is live from Flying Brian coming after you 4 weeks in a row. The cheesiest song is We Built This City.
By Starship.
You remember that one?
By the way, that song was voted the worst song of all time, I think, on MTV or VH1.
It was also in the magazines. I don't know if it was Stuff or Blender or one of those magazines.
It's because Grace Slick and Mickey Thomas from Jefferson Starship got together and came out with that song, and every Jefferson Starship fan said, we're through with you guys.
Yeah, you guys sold out, man.
Hey, did they come out on that Ed McMahon show also?
You know what?
Ed McMahon, Star Search?
Yeah, there you go, that one.
No, I think
we're losing you on your phone,
There was nothing worse, though, John, back in the 80s when the classic rockers tried to jump into the video age, and it was really scary. It was really, really scary, and that is a classic example of that cheese factor. We built the city on rock and roll.
Remember Rod Stewart came out with Love Touch? It was a theme for a movie.
No.
And that was a little uncomfortable.
What about that song, Do You Think I'm Sexy? I mean, that Rod Stewart trying to... No, the one where he's all, if you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, sugar, let me know. And,
wow.
We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city.
This is Starship.
Yeah.
We built this city on rock and roll.
You like those drums where they go...
Yeah, it's a drum machine.
Say you don't know me.
Wow. A lot of cheese.
Yeah, well, when you're accustomed to hearing something else and then you hear this. But listen, those people have to eat too.
Right.
They needed to make some money, but Starship, or there was Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, then there were so many versions that people just got confused and annoyed.
I think they ran out of starships and airplanes and spaceships. So I think they didn't want to go with Jefferson Blimp. They had to stop at just Starship.
Yeah. Oh, I own Starship. No, you don't. I own Airplane. I mean, it's just like, this is what was going on.
Right.
I own the rights to Jefferson Airplane. Right. Okay, I'm going to be Starship. You be the Blimp.
Right, exactly.
I mean, and the result is we built the city on rock and roll. Wow. All right, San Diego. Michael, you're next on the third shift. Hello.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, John. How you doing tonight?
Good. What's going on, Michael?
Oh, I got a bone to pick with you, Jeff.
Okay, pick it.
You stuck that Kung Fu song back in my head. I lost it back in the early 80s. And now it's playing again.
Oh, my God. Well, I did warn everybody that they were about to embark in an hour of cheese, and there could be some harmful side effects, such as itching and twitching and sweating.
Kung Fu fighting, oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Everybody was Kung Fu fighting.
God, that's like kryptonite.
Those kids were fast as lightning.
That's me.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, it was a little bit frightening.
Yeah, you guys are...
But they fought.
I give.
Michael.
I give.
It's back in your skull, bro.
By the way, we use that to torture Al Qaeda.
We do.
It works, trust me.
They squeak out all sorts of intel when we blast them cheese. That's and I support it because we need to get all the info we can and whatever means of torture we need to use.
And John McCain says that is acceptable torture.
Yes.
I got a couple of fast things I want to say.
Okay.
First, I want to give a tip of your hat to your pre-screener. She's working really hard.
Did you ask for her phone number?
No.
Okay, would you?
I got enough problems.
Oh, why? So you think our screener, producer, Yvonne?
She's a very nice lady, and she's working really hard.
Okay, did she tell you to say that, or?
Well, she did promise me $20.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, point number 2.
Point number 2, you guys ride my Freightliner. I consider you friends every night, and I can beat that guy's record anytime. I'm in the truck stop right now, but I'll call you back when I get out there.
Okay.
Okay, number 3, I need the advice department.
It's open.
Well, I got divorced really nastily back in 98. Went into hibernation. You can understand that.
Hopefully not like the Unabomber.
No, God, no. Just, basically cut myself off from dating, just concentrated on my career. I've been driving truck for 30-some-odd years now, and I love my job.
Do you have a beard?
No, I do. I got to shave today.
But not like a full-on Unabomber beard.
No, God, no. Just the usual...
Good.
A couple days scruff.
No, because sometimes after a divorce, things, you can kind of...
Some people let themselves go after a divorce.
Yeah, when Forrest Gump ran across the country, he didn't get a haircut or his beard just grew out. So we just want to make sure that you're okay.
No. I'm cool. Matter of fact, I did just the opposite. I threw myself into my career. I got myself in shape physically.
Excellent.
I'm in tip-top.
Okay, what can we do for you, Michael?
I started dating last year.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I am actively dating 7 women.
Ooh.
Not 6, but 7.
7.
One for every day of the week.
How is Miss Tuesday doing?
It's like a composite of the perfect woman.
All right, let me ask you this. You're dating 7 women.
Yep.
Even Hugh Hefner only has 3 girlfriends these days. He had 6, but,
he's cutting back.
He cut back a little bit.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, and I hope you don't take this in the wrong way.
Go ahead.
But how heavy are these women? Are there any women over 200 pounds in your stable?
No.
Okay.
You got a lean stable.
Nobody over a size 12.
Size 12?
Yeah. The smallest is like a size 6.
All right. Well, let's talk about your 7 ladies.
Well, no, they're just friends, but we all,
With benefits?
Of course.
You got to be careful, brother.
I am.
I mean, you got to be really careful because you're dealing with 7 different personalities.
I think we have found the modern day BJ and the Bear, the trucker with all the ladies.
Yeah, except without you don't have a monkey riding shotgun with you.
No.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that BJ and the Bear. The guy could, he had to have the monkey go with him, and he had a sleeper cab. So just imagine what was going on in that cab. You got a sleeper cab, you got a monkey.
And by the way, that was Michael Jackson's favorite TV show, BJ and the Bear.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's when it all started.
Oh.
I got to have one of those. Get me one of those.
I got to get myself a monkey because, well, I believe, why can't you share your bed?
Was it BJ and the Bear?
It was BJ and the Bear.
It was.
And before that, it was Moving On with the 2 guys.
You know what? Moving on, you're right. They had a green Kenworth conventional.
It was a blue KW conventional.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Michael, you're dating 7 women. What is your question?
How do people do it? I'm tired.
Of course you are. You're like an athlete. I mean, you don't get a day off.
That's why Viagra was invented for guys like you.
It's not just that, okay? It's not the benefits thing. I'm not, I'm so careful and prudent about that. It's not even funny.
Okay, but why? I mean, you're traveling America, so you have 7 women in 7 different cities?
No, I now run between Phoenix and San Diego. I've been driving truck too long. I had enough of 48 states.
So they're sprinkled in Phoenix and in the San Diego area.
All right, what we're going to do, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back to Michael in San Diego, who has not 1, not 2, not even 5 or 6, but 7 women actively in his life. We're going to find out what he is complaining about. Some guys can't find 1 woman. You're trying to figure out how to juggle 7.
Right, you've got a good problem.
So we're going to put you on hold. We're going to come back to you because obviously you're in a jam right now. And you know why, Jeff? Because all of those 7 women want to see Michael in San Diego on Valentine's Day.
You're listening to the John and Jeff Show.
I'm all for that.
Here's 2 guys with major issues, but we don't want to talk about it right now. It's the John and Jeff Show.
Coming back at you live. Let's return to San Diego, where before the break we were talking to Michael, and Michael is working and going out with not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 ladies. Michael?
Yeah.
John asked a question before the break about Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Is this what you're struggling with? These women all think that they're your girlfriend, and now you have 7 women that need attention on Valentine's Day.
Well, no, they all know that, there's no commitment from my part, and there's no commitment on their part. We're all just dating.
So what's the problem with having 7 women?
The Valentine is part of the problem.
Oh.
But the other part of the problem is I think maybe I bit off more than I can chew.
Well, yeah, it sounds like you may
cut back.
Well, you may.
Well, hopefully you didn't leave any teeth imprints.
No.
Yeah.
Cutting back on ladies is hard. I mean, it really is.
It isn't. You just say, I'm done. I'm through. Or
I can't be that way.
Well, here's what you do, Michael.
Hold on. You got to be honest.
I'm being honest, yeah.
All right. Describe the woman one of the women you want to get rid of. What does she look like?
She's 5'3". She has reddish brown hair. Cute as a button in the face, but
a lot of freckles, though, right? Yeah.
You can play dot to dot.
Yeah.
Redheads, they don't have it easy because there's a lot of freckles there. There's a skin cancer issue.
Yeah. With redheads, they're either smoking hot or they're...
Don't forget the temper. They got a temper.
Fiery redheads.
Especially the ones with the green eyes.
Look out.
Yeah, look out. Well, listen.
I predict this woman will stalk you for the rest of your life. So you may want to keep the redhead in the stable because she'll go psycho.
Right.
Give us a description of another woman that you want to unload before Valentine's Day.
That would be Heidi.
Heidi. And what does Heidi look like, Michael?
She has long brown hair, blue eyes. Problem is she's got a lot of tattoos.
Has she been to prison?
No, she just likes tattoos.
Okay, I would get rid of her.
Because of the tats?
I don't have a one, and I'm not into them.
All right. Well, if you're not feeling the tattoos, and if you're there at the unveiling and you notice that there's a big snake crawling up her back, spitting out flames in a 1957 Chevy.
A dragon that comes up her back.
Yeah, it can get a little annoying, a little alarming. But so now you're down to 5 women. You know,
I say get rid of the tattoo chick because it's too much drama in their life.
It's a little creepy for me.
Yeah, it's listen, a woman who puts tattoos all over her body is desperate for attention, and that's the last thing you need when you have 6 other women to deal with.
Well, here's another
your
thing.
time is precious, Michael.
Right, here's another thing.
That's my big complaint. My time is precious, and it's my biggest complaint is I didn't have any time for myself. What was I thinking?
You're gonna at this rate, you're gonna need open heart surgery, and they're gonna need to slap in a pacemaker. I mean, that's so now you're down to 5 women. So you got rid of the redhead and tattoo chick with the screaming, puking dragon on her back. All right, let's try and eliminate another one.
I'm comfortable with 5.
All right, so we've helped you out.
Yeah, and what you should do is.
Yeah, I just can't be rude. You know what I mean? I just can't say see you, bye.
Yeah, but Michael, do all of these women call you every day?
Yeah. I've got one, the one I told you about, the redhead, 5 to 6 times a day. It's to the point now where, I got the caller ID on the cell, and I see that number, I'm like, ignore.
All right, let me ask you this. Why do you think you're so charismatic to these women? Is it because are you a sugar daddy to any of these women?
God, no. I'm just a simple working guy.
Mm-hmm.
I drive a truck for her, and what can I tell you?
But they like that.
Are these women truckers, or are these women at truck stops? What are they?
No. I don't.
So all of them have
just people
teeth.
I have met, and we've conversed, and
are any of these women missing teeth?
No.
None?
Neither am I.
Have you opened their mouth and like you do a horse and look in there? And no, seriously. Have you?
No, I haven't done that.
Because you don't want to be like kissing and all of a sudden you're like, what's that sour milk taste? And you find out she's missing a tooth.
All right, Michael, our advice to you is to be honest or be a better liar and say, oh, my schedule has changed. I'm working a different route. I'll be on the East Coast.
Right.
So, I
got the perfect excuse.
But I'm really concerned about the redhead because I predict.
Psycho?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the deal.
Oh, scary.
Here's the deal. Pull the Alaska card. All right? Tell Miss Redhead and Tattoo Chick that you got a job in Alaska. You're going up there, and it was good knowing you, but I got to go. See ya.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's far away. And
all right, Michael, we want a weekly update on how you got rid of some of these women.
Wow.
In your life. So we wish you the best, and give us an update next week, okay?
It's going to be my pleasure. One last thing. Cheesiest song lifetime. 1910 Fruit Gum Company, Yummy, Yummy, Yummy. And it's the stupidest song on earth.
Yummy, 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 my tummy, tummy, tummy. Yeah.
I love in my tummy.
Okay, there you go.
That's it.
All right.
Guys.
Rock on, drive safe. All right, John, I've got the top 5, in my opinion, cheesiest songs of all times. We have to go to the year 1983, John. This is my number 5 song as far as the cheesiest songs of all time. Let this marinate in your ears. Kaja Gugu.
Our producer Yvonne was dancing in her little studio over there.
Wow,
so
I did not see
apparently
that.
struck a nerve with her. Kaja Gugu, the lead singer of that band named Lamal.
Right. Who also had a hit, I think, in the movie The Neverending Story, where they had this creepy dog-looking thing that flew. It looked like a rat. All right, John, number 4 was a monster hit.
Latin women will dance. They'll find a way to dance to any song. And you know something? They're able to pull it off for some reason. White women, they don't really pull off dancing as well as Latin women.
All right, well, let's see if she dances to number 4 on my personal cheesy countdown. Number 4.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flow like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn turn off the lights. And
Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
Number 4. All right.
You know something? I think that song would have been more successful if nobody knew who was singing it.
Right. All right. Here is number 3, John. This song, when I heard it, I wanted to go nuts. Number 3. Everyone have fun tonight. Everyone Wang Chung tonight. And number 2. Here's number 2.
Well, hold on. I got Wang Chung. Hold on. The band is called Wang Chung, and they're telling everyone to do the Wang Chung. That's like U2 saying, everyone do the U2.
Right. And here's number 2.
If you smoke pot, you like this song. I'll tell you that.
Don't worry, be happy.
Song I wrote, you might want to sing it note for note.
Okay, don't worry, be happy. That was so annoying. Very, very annoying. And John, we got a song here that is the at the top of the countdown. And this song, in my opinion, is the cheesiest and most annoying song of all time. And that's Hanson's Mbop.
Oh. We don't, something, let's not even play it.
We won't.
Because I think...
Saved by the Bell.
It could be a safety issue on the third shift.
Saved by the Bell. .1 Free FM. Next hour, if you want to unload your cheesiest songs, you can. Plus, we'll take a look at the news pile, stuff you'll only hear right here on the third shift. And we got the free advice department open. So there's a lot going on. Jump on live.
And Jeff, some emails from some of our third shifters.
Oh.
So we'll get into some of the emails. And you can always email us at our website. It's johnjeff.com. If you don't want to get on the air, we understand you're busy working on the third shift.
That's right. So pick up the phone right now wherever you are in SoCal. If you want to talk about something, call us now.
520-9710 or 888-520-9710. It's the John and Jeff Show, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. right here on 97.1.
Free FM.
Due to the mature and graphic subject matter, viewer discretion is advised.
John and Jeff Show. The John and Jeff Show.
We're two guys who think every father paying child support is entitled to itemized receipts.
We're two guys who don't trust handing over our car keys to a stranger who calls himself a valet.
We're two guys who think violent criminals should never get out of prison.
The John and Jeff Show.
Waking you up live in AM, party people, it is the John and Jeff Show, third shift, free-for-all!
It's not your imagination. The third shift goes by twice as fast when you listen every hour to the John and Jeff Show at 888-727-8915 in Los Angeles. Call us at 520-9710. We want to thank all the third shifters, all you insomniacs, everybody working hard in the graveyard. Thanks for staying up all night with us. We really do appreciate it. Everyone waking up and everyone on that morning commute. It's 7 minutes after the hour.
That's right. Welcome to the third shift free for all. More topics, better varieties, stuff you will only hear right here on the third shift. If you want to talk about anything, pick up the phone right now. Call now, call now, call now. Also, if you need relationship advice or common sense, real deal advice on anything, the free advice department is open. And last night we had the Grammys here in Los Angeles. The big winners, U2 and I believe Mariah Carey, won some.
They're calling it the big comeback for Mariah Carey after, the breakdown.
Right. So
kind of sounds scripted to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. The big
I divorced my husband who was 50 years older than I was. Then I went through a breakdown. I began mumbling to myself in public, and now I've come back with a new album.
Yeah. It's
sounds like it was scripted.
I can't wait to see.
And did you notice every dog was barking last night in America when Mariah Carey was singing on stage? I mean, this woman hits these notes, and every damn dog in America has to salute her in their own way.
My neighbor's dog pulled a prison break and jumped the fence, got out. They're still looking for him. I was talking to my neighbor during the break. They're still looking for their dog. I mean, yeah.
Car alarms were going off throughout the night across America after Mariah Carey gets on stage. I mean,
dogs.
Can we just bring the decibel level and the pitch down just a little bit.
I'll tell you.
People are trying to sleep during the Grammys.
What I like to see is a Mariah Carey car alarm. I mean, if someone's going to jack your car or rip you off, you just, that alarm goes off and people would run when they hear those high notes.
You know what I find annoying is when she's singing and then she's using her hand, like when she's going on the high notes,
Another level.
Yeah, she uses her hand
like she's climbing a ladder.
To accentuate
how high
the next pitch or whatever she's trying to achieve, and everyone's using their hand as they're going. And it's
Are you climbing a ladder? What's going on there? Is it a meter?
It's almost like they're the conductor of their own orchestra, and they're just hitting all these notes, and it's almost like they're bragging about it. They're rubbing it in everyone's face. I can hit this octave. I can do this. I can do that.
Right.
And I don't know what it is, but Mariah Carey always stretches out a 3-minute song into 6 minutes because she drags out all of the lyrics. Like,
It's,
and so it's a 6-minute song when we could just live with 3 minutes.
And dogs could not escape. But you can talk about the Grammys. Also, a Grammy that they didn't give out and they should give out, and we've been talking about this, and we want to talk about it this morning, is they should have given out a Grammy for the cheesiest song of all time. So you, the music listeners out there, if you want to help us out and contribute, in your opinion, the cheesiest song of all time, and so we got that going on. Pick up the phone, grab a cup of coffee, a Red Bull, a Mountain Dew, a Jolt Cola, and jump on live.
All right, write down the telephone numbers. 888-727-8915 in Los Angeles. It's 520-9710. Let's go to Reno, one of my favorite cities, and talk to Glenn. Glenn, you're on the third shift. Hello.
Hello, John and Jeff.
How you doing? You sound like you're calling from an echo chamber.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me pick this up and it won't echo.
There you go.
It's probably bad enough that I puke. Anyway.
Are you a radio guy?
I X-radio.
Yeah,
actually.
X-radio. I can tell.
You have to take your pick. I've had 327 different jobs in my lifetime.
Wow. That's a West Coast record.
You should never admit that because that tells the employer that you're not focused.
Oh, I'm focused when I'm there. I mean, I'm 100% for the employer. That's what, you give them an honest day's job. Right?
But for you to count the number of jobs you've had is somewhat troubling.
Well, I haven't had that many lately. Let's put it that way. I don't bounce around quite as bad anymore. Couldn't.
But 327 jobs, for you to know that off the top of your head seems to suggest that you have a checklist on your refrigerator.
No, actually, it was kind of like a reverie type thing. I decided to actually figure it out, so I went through tax records.
Wow. And you have that kind of time in your life, or were you
now
audited?
I do, yes.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. That's amazing. That's a lot of jobs.
I could tell you were in radio because you have the pipes.
Plus, you said the word puking.
That I've got.
Plus, you said I won't puke, and that's when you puke in radio, it's like, hey, how you doing? All right, here's Mariah Carey. That's puking.
Call now for rush delivery. Here's out of order. Anyway.
I think I've heard your voice.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I grew up with Ronco present. I never paid attention to the Merv Griffin show, just the Ronco ads,
That's right. Well, hey, so did I. New from K-Tel, Ronco.
That Ron guy's mustache is a little
it's
uncomfortable.
Fiberglass.
Yeah,
I would feel uncomfortable if I was at a gym in the men's restroom and that the Ronco dude was there for some reason. I'd probably want to leave early, like I maybe wouldn't
shower. He started out selling music compilations of all the single hits, and then he starts selling you knives to kill yourself after you listen to all those.
No, remember that though? It would be all, and we were speaking of cheesy songs, and all the cheesy songs would end up on a new from K-Tel hits of 1978, original hits, original stars, and then wow,
there were the stuff I had on 45s that I was glad I couldn't buy a turntable and play anymore.
Yeah,
so, I was always suspect of anything that was not available in stores. If it's so great, why wouldn't it be sold in stores?
Yeah, this offer is not available in stores because, well, there was some licensing problems and there's some legal issues. Oh, we're not going to tell you about those yet. Okay.
You're right, though. If it was so great, it would be available in stores. When people want to buy something, they go to the store. They don't sit in their beanbag chair eating SpaghettiOs thinking, you know what? Those set of knives, I'm going to buy it. Except for the time I bought the Juice Man thing. I got suckered into that. I think I was hypnotized. I think that's what they do on those infomercials, John, is they hypnotize you, and then you get sucked in like I did, and then you end up calling a number and ordering the Juice Man.
Yeah, but it was great. Actually, that came in handy because you could use that to really take out your aggressions on all those Power Rangers figures that you had to buy your kids back then. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, Glenn, what's on your mind?
And not be anybody. Well, I called up originally a long time ago, too, because of Danny the Whiner. But we've covered Danny the Whiner. You know, really, you can do anything you want in this country. Wherever you are, you put yourself there. I made the decision in 1973. I quit high school, joined the service, found out I was 4F. When my dream fell apart, I was ROTC, Sea Scouts, and Civil Air Patrol at the same time. I had nothing but uniforms in my closet when I was a kid. And so when my dream fell apart, I became a drifter. And people would call that today loser. Well, no, if you lost, you played. I never played. I just drifted from town to town.
Like on a TV show like that, Michael Landon, A Highway to Heaven, he'd roll across America and just show up.
Yeah, I didn't really save anybody, though.
Didn't Lorenzo Lamas in Renegade do the same thing?
Yeah, there's always
he did the same thing, but I was more of a Bronson type, you know.
And even MacGyver, he was going from city to city looking for the next science project.
You're right, though.
Yeah,
there's always these TV shows that it's a drifter. And think about it. Would you trust some dude, all of a sudden he shows up in your one-horse town and he tells you, oh, yeah, hey, you know.
I'm new in town. I'm looking for a place to stay.
And then he fixes your life. I've never seen that happen. I've been all over America. I have yet to see in a small town in America somewhere, some random town, a stranger come to town and then fix everyone's problems.
Well, you got a leather jacket and long hair. You can invite him in your house, okay?
Yeah.
You wake up, you're minus your television set, all right? You know.
Come sleep in my house, and you got like a young daughter. Yeah,
Well,
right.
The problem is a lot of people trust men in leather pants.
Yeah.
That are going city to city with their...
I mean, think about it. A guy that shows up with
cowboy, you got to have cowboy boots on.
Wearing like leather and riding a bike, and you don't talk a lot, and then you come to a strange town, and everyone trusts you, and they let you crash at your house, and then that person who doesn't talk a lot, who could be a criminal, fixes the problem.
Yeah, there you go.
In an hour.
Nobody ever did that. I made do with a tent, and I never asked anybody to trust me except for the employer. I hit a town. I would clean up in a restroom. The only dishonest thing I ever did was that when I filled out the W-2 form, the address I put down for him to send my tax information was the address of whatever gas station I cleaned up at in that town, because it's the only address I knew in whatever city I had arrived in.
So would you ask the gas station attendant, hey, I'm looking for some mail?
Yeah, no.
He didn't want to pay his taxes.
If you make less than $3,000 a year, the government really doesn't care if you ever file. They don't.
Well, that would be a grand total for the year, not $3,000 per employer.
No, that's the grand total for the year.
Yeah.
You know.
Wow. So what do you do these days, having had over 322 jobs?
Aviation petroleum engineer.
All right, petroleum engineers are
name for I fuel airplanes for a living.
Okay.
Petroleum engineering, I read in Investors Business Daily, is a specialty that not a lot of guys or women are going into. And I'm not sure if they're actually talking about exactly what you do, but petroleum engineers are paid well, and there's a shortage of them.
Right now, yes. Yeah.
So there you go.
You have to go through, you have to know hazmat, you have to know fuels, especially if you're in the aviation industry, because you got the TSA looking over your shoulder nowadays. So, the new stormtroopers, and that kind of thing, when you tighten up and you start doing FedRecs, then the job becomes more difficult. They have to pay more for the hassle.
Right.
But it's also important. If you screw up and you don't do something right, you could actually, cause death or injury to a pilot or his passengers. So, do you
have nightmares about that?
No, not really.
Okay, well that's good.
I love
because
airplanes, and I've loved aviation all my life. I've had a ride in a MiG-15, a B-25, F-4U Corsair. I've experienced all kinds of things, but I had to do something all of a sudden because I took on some responsibilities. I married a woman with 2 kids who promptly gave me a son. And I ended up with 3 children. She's gone. I still got the 3 kids.
Where did she go? Vegas?
No, she's still around town, actually. She didn't get that far. She just took off.
What happened?
How did she tell you she was bolting?
I bored her to death, really. I'm History Channel, and she's Game Show Network, you know.
But she left her kids?
Mutual custody, yeah.
Okay. Is she on drugs?
What?
She on drugs or alcohol?
No.
So why couldn't you watch the History Channel, and why couldn't she watch the Game Show Network in a separate room?
Well, she could, but she didn't like being separated. She expected quality time. To her, idea was me watching either classic television shows that I remember the endings to, or while combing her hair, or something like that. That was her idea of a good time.
Wait a minute. You were combing your wife's hair?
Yeah, if I would sit there for 6 hours combing her hair or whatever, and watching game shows and reruns of the Brady Bunch, then that was fine.
Well, I have no problem watching reruns of the Brady Bunch. What's troubling is you combing her hair like
Laura Ingalls,
like Mrs. Brady did with Jan.
Yes, or Alice. Alice would always get excited combing Jan's hair.
Yeah,
hey, I'll go in and look after the girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alice always eager to clean the girls' bedroom.
Right. You never notice Alice really taking an interest in the boys. It was always the girls. Oh yeah, Mr. Brady, I'll look after the girls.
Alice would always walk.
Alice was a little spooky.
Alice would always have her hands in her pocket. Hello, Mr. Brady.
Well, hey, how's it going? Hey, okay, wow.
And she totally ignored the only guy that was after her.
Yeah, I tell you, Jan needs a Wonder Bra there. Well, I'll pick one up at the store after I get the meat from Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
well, Glenn, listen,
scary.
we appreciate the call. Check in again.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you've
you've lived. Song. It's that methadone version of the Hee Haw Show for the bacon cheddar ranch burger. that would qualify. That or In My Airplane, Royal Guardsman, 1967, I believe.
The cutoff date is 1970. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't know there was a cutoff date.
Sorry, cutoff date.
Oh, okay.
No.
You said of all time.
Okay, all right. You're right. I'm just messing
we
with
can go back to Three Little Fishy and the Itty Bitty Pooh.
No. We don't want people to fall asleep.
Yeah,
We're trying to keep them awake. Yeah.
All right, Glenn, thank you for the call. A man with 321 jobs. Things not to say during a job interview. I've had 321 jobs, which means they're not going to stick around if they get hired.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show.
It's open phones on the John and Jeff Show. Now with more topics, better variety, and your phone calls at 888-PARTY-15 or 888-520-9710.
All right, let's go to Jamie. Hello, Jamie.
Hey, John. How y'all doing?
Good. What's going on, Jamie?
Well, I got time to take care of your question.
Okay, yeah. Earlier on the show, I asked a question. We were playing a cheesy song, and the cheesy song was Baltimore Tarzan Boy, and that was used in a commercial. And can you tell me the commercial?
Listerine.
Guess what? Yeah, you're right. We'll hook you up with a John Jeff Show limited edition t-shirt. John, that's the product. You remember, flashback to the 80s, I think. There was Listerine swinging from vine to vine.
What does the, let me ask you something. What does the Backbone of America shirt look like?
Go to johnjeff.com, and we have the graphics at the website.
Yeah, there you go.
I wrote a song about you guys, but I want to do it on another night if it's okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Do you have it on any music that goes with it, or is it just vocals?
Just vocals.
Do you know any guys in a band?
I used to play drums a little bit back in my younger days.
All right. Well, listen, work on it. Give us a call back, and we'll have you on the show.
Yeah.
So, the cheesiest song of all time, I guess I'd say one of the stupidest songs of all time, would have to be Brand New Key by Melanie.
Wow.
Brand New Key by Melanie.
I don't, I've got a brain.
Well, you know, we're going to have to take your word on that.
Yeah, but thank you.
But Jamie, thanks for the call, and congratulations. You got yourself that John and Jeff Show limited edition third shift t-shirt, and you can check out the shirts at johnjeff.com. But once again, these are only for the hardcore third shifters.
Only for the hardcore, the headstrong. You know who you guys are.
And speaking of third shifters, Jeff, we have an email from one of our listeners who would like to make us aware that not just taxi drivers, police officers, exotic dancers are listening on the third shift.
Okay.
She is saying, what about all the medical and laboratory professionals, John and Jeff, on the third shift? We're hardcore too.
Okay.
And that's from Heather in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Wow. And the thing about Heather, you never run into a Heather that is ugly. You notice that?
It's true. You'll never find a Heather who's obese.
You'll never find a Heather that is ugly. All Heathers are attractive, and they're pleasant.
And they're usually blonde.
And they're pleasant. You notice that? You never walk around meeting a Heather that's, sour all the time. It's always like, God.
And have you noticed almost every woman named Jenny is annoying?
I think there's something to that. Yeah.
Okay. And here's another email from one of our listeners. Caesar writes us.
All right, Caesar.
He nominates Jenny McCarthy as annoying, but also hot.
Okay.
So he's saying that Jenny McCarthy is hot, but annoying. And you know something, Caesar? Jenny McCarthy is more annoying than hot. That's where you and I will somewhat agree and disagree. But
party at the Palms.
Yeah, Jenny McCarthy just kind of acts like a guy's sense of humor, and that's a turnoff for me.
You could take Jenny McCarthy to a baseball game and she'd fit in because she'd stuff a hot dog into her mouth and drink a beer. But then when you bring her home to mom.
But when she's finished eating the hot dog, wow, 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 wow. I think there's a need for Jenny McCarthy to talk and entertain people she's around. Somebody told her that she's funny. Someone told her that she's entertaining, and now she believes it. So when you're in her company, she feels the need to entertain you. Instead, she just annoys you. So,
have you seen that show where she hangs out?
Why do I want to get annoyed, Jeff? So you think I'm going to go out of my way to be annoyed by somebody? Of course not.
She does wear swimsuits a lot, and she's always hanging out by the pool with other hot chicks.
I don't care what she looks like. If someone's annoying, they're annoying.
Wow. You don't... Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's no fun in being with a beautiful woman who talks way too much. All right, let's go to Chicago and talk to Tony. What's going on, Tony?
Yeah, I've been at home for a little while here, but at any rate, I want to get your opinion. I've been with a woman. I'm just outside of Chicago, Glenview, Illinois, actually, and we've been together for like 9 years, and I gave her an engagement ring in July.
All right, hold on.
We're gonna
problem number one of the dissection here. We're dissecting, and we're hitting the pause button.
We're going to have open heart and brain surgery going on at the same time here.
You're with the girl for 8 years.
Yes.
And you don't get engaged until the 9th year.
Well, we broke up for a year in between a little bit, okay? So she kind of pressured my little butt to get engaged, so I did it. Then, 6 weeks later, she left me with a $5,000 ring on her finger, and I'm asking you guys and the people out there, is it appropriate for her to give it back to Tony?
Well, it is absolutely... I think she should give it back.
But she's not.
But she's not, because you got taken.
Well, let me ask you guys this, okay? I'm trying to use the pen instead of the sword. I mean, obviously, okay? And what really gets my goat is, she says, Tony, we need some break. I love you, honey bunny, Gucci, all that kind of stuff. And then she says, I'm living out by Dana's house. It's like 50 miles from Glenview, out in Geneva, Illinois. And then all of a sudden, she's still working in like the Glenview area, like a mile from my house.
Tony, you're getting played like PlayStation right now.
All of this, by the way, all of this information that you're obsessed with is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's cut to the chase, because it's only a 4-hour talk show.
Okay.
All right.
So
listen, this
how do I
woman.
get the ring back, guys?
Okay. Do you have a receipt for the ring?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you have a picture of the ring?
No, I don't.
Okay. I suggest anyone out there who purchases this sort of an engagement ring is to take a picture of it. So if and when there's a legal battle going on, you can show that you purchased it. This is what it looks like. and you have the receipt.
Well, put it this way.
Tony,
you got to listen, dude.
Okay.
I think the other part of the reason why she took off is you may have annoyed her, but that's just a projection that we're making on election night.
She may have gotten really, really annoyed, but...
Yeah. So the bottom line is this.
Yes.
You could file a small claims... Are you cleaning the toilet while you're talking with us?
No, I'm not.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Oh, actually, I was cleaning the sink, to be honest with you. I've been on hold for 45 minutes.
But sir,
Okay, go ahead.
if you could show some respect to the third shift.
Okay.
I mean, you cleaning your dirty, filthy drain during this conversation shows us that this is not that important to you.
No, it is important. I apologize.
All right, stop cleaning.
Okay.
All right.
You could file a small claims lawsuit against her, claiming that she took an engagement ring without fulfilling her end of her responsibility to marry you. And in most cases, you will win that lawsuit, if you don't annoy the judge. And I'm concerned that you might. Okay? Have the receipt, file a small claims suit against her, and hopefully she will call you and say, what are you doing? Just say, hey, give me my ring back and you can move on with your life. I'll move on with mine. And you just might have her give you the ring without going through the small claims. That's the suggestion that we have for you, and it usually works.
And Tony, she is now your ex, and you should never get back with this woman again, ever.
You know what? Everybody has said that. The thing is, guys, there's a few more. It doesn't have to really be small claims. I mean, I got a couple of things in my pocket here. The bottom line is she's into me for some other stuff. And what really...
Tony, listen.
Cut your losses and get the ring back. Everything else...
I think what the issue is, Tony, you want to continue the drama with this girl because in some sort of weird way, you stay in contact with her. The drama keeps... giving you a reason to call her, to contact her, to spend time with her. There's
no time or there's no contact.
Well, but you want to.
You want the opportunity to have.
Right. How much was the ring?
$5,000.
$5,000. Try to get the ring back, but just remember, Tony, it's over.
You think she's going to say, here, Tone, here's the ring back?
I don't know, Tony.
Well, I've been through that already, and I said, honey, give me the ring back.
And what'd she say?
Bob Fongo, she said. She ain't going to give it back.
All right, then here's the deal. Then you get legal on her butt and drag her butt into court. And that's what you do, small claims.
What I want to ask you guys is, okay, when a woman gets a certified letter, okay, in the mail, right there, they're going to have fire coming out of their mouth. You know what I mean? In the meantime, it's been 5 months now. So I really believe that I'm not asking for anything that, nothing that doesn't come to me, but, she walked out of here with a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house in a nice area up north of Chicago, and with a suitcase, the dog, and the ring.
Tony.
What big deal, dude?
Tony.
I mean, not big deal, but here's the deal.
What does that information have to do with you filing a small claim lawsuit? Okay, how
do I do that, guys?
Can I bottom line this?
We just told you how to do it. I don't know if are you still cleaning?
What do I do? Go to the courthouse?
Yes.
Tony, come on. Do we have to do everything? Do we have to come down and hold your hand, bro? Come on.
No, it's not that, but I got lawyers that they're going to charge me $300 to write a letter. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it takes, bro. If you want that back.
Can I bottom line this?
Yes.
You don't need an attorney in small claims court. You file the necessary paperwork. It's easy. You make an allegation against her. Mm-hmm. And the court has a date, and she is served with papers, and some people show up, some people don't. If they don't show up, usually you automatically win the judgment, and then you can get the court to possibly track her down and have her wages garnished and all this other stuff that can happen. But sometimes people will respond when you mean business by suing them for X amount of money. Some people will respond and try to settle the matter before they go to court because it does scare some people. It may not scare her, but we'll find out. But my advice to you, Tony, is that you are obsessed with things that are irrelevant to the case at hand at this point. You telling us that she left with the dog and everything else, I truly believe, and I agree with Jeff, you can't wait to get another opportunity to convince this woman to be with you again.
You're right.
Okay.
All right, now we need to fix that.
Not only do you need to file a small claims suit, but you probably need to see a therapist because
Yeah, how about it, man? You
Tony,
got that one right.
this isn't funny, bro. You
I
shouldn't
know,
be
it's
laughing.
not. I'm sorry.
Tony, listen, first of all, you're a bad listener.
I agree with that.
I'm going to give you an F on listening.
Okay,
Seriously.
let me write this down.
All right.
So far, you have an F for listening.
We're going to unload the real deal here.
Okay.
And we're going to say F, while on the annoying scale, a 10 out of 10.
Right. So you get an F on listening skills. You get a 10 right now on the annoying factor.
And a 10 is equal to Robin Williams on
No
a
wonder
talk
she
show.
left me, huh? You know what I mean?
Well, Tony, you need to now fix yourself. Stop focusing and obsessing on this woman. Rule number 1 you broke. You broke up with someone years ago. Then you got back together with her. All right? It didn't work out.
He's codependent.
She is History Channel. You have to get on with your life. Get some counseling for yourself so you're not codependent. Tony, did he fall down a waterfall?
Tony?
We lost contact.
Tony? Houston?
Tony?
We got a problem.
John and Jeff. This is the John and Jeff Show.
Clinically proven to keep you awake on the third shift. It's the John and Jeff Show.
All right, let's go to Virginia right now and say big what's up to Lamar. Lamar, you're on the third shift, free for all.
Hey, what's up? Actually, it's Lamont with a T.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is it?
Lamont.
Lamont. Okay.
Lamont.
I'm sorry. I got Lamar here on the old screen.
That's okay. Well, two-party here. First, the most annoying song that I've heard, I'm sure y'all have heard it, Snap, with I've Got the Power.
Oh, man. I have to.
What was that, like 89?
I think it was like 88.
Early 90s. I Got the Power. It drove me nuts every time I heard that song. I just wanted to reach through the radio and just choke them both.
I remember. It's getting kind of hectic.
Oh,
it's getting.
I've
got the power.
The only good news is a lot of hot girls dance to that song in the clubs.
I have to admit,
that was the good news on that one.
Yeah, I'd be up in the club in the DJ booth and spinning that. I Got the Power.
Jeff.
Oh, remember the other version though with CNC Music Factory? They had to get it abbreviated right. I've Got the Power, and there was like both versions of it.
Then they had that and the same and a couple. There's a couple. Dun, 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 dun. Everybody dance now. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh man,
Everybody dance now. Dun, 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 dun. It's getting kind of heck. I've got the power, and so I remember mixing those two, CNC Music Factory and Snap's Power. That would be like the big killer mix. And at night, when the peak of the club, when the club would be really vibing, that's what it would be. It would be right when Snap and CNC Music Factory, everybody dance now, would be. Here we go.
Oh God, there you go, though.
See what you started, Jeff?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me your boy.
Somebody scream!
You doing the step?
All you single ladies in the house, make some
Doing that
noise.
butterfly step, ain't he?
Oh my God.
Yeah, the ladies love that song in the clubs, boy.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
everyone would make a mad rush to the dance floor, and it would be packed. And it would usually be around midnight. That's when the club would be peaking, because here on the West Coast, 1:30 last call to kick everyone out. But that's what would go down.
I remember one day I walked into a club called Peppers in the City of Industry, California, and there was Jeff on stage with 6 women dancing around him, and I said to myself, we got problems in this country.
There I was on stage. See, here's what the mistake was.
Wow.
At Peppers, they would give me the cordless mic, and I would walk around.
And that was a mistake.
I would walk around the dance club while the music would be playing, and I'd be all the single ladies in the house. Where you at? Where the single ladies? I'd be running around. I'd be sweating, dancing. It was fun.
The hammer pants.
I have to admit, I had some bad pants. There were some.
You had the baggy pants.
I had a bad haircut too. I had a bad haircut. I had bad pants, and I had bad freestyle mic technique.
Hey, I had the Bobby Brown slope, so I can't even lie with you right there. I had the Bobby Brown slope,
the slanted haircut.
Yeah, and the polka dot pants to match it. I can't lie there. I had it bad.
Oh my God.
Hey, if it got you the ladies, well, I'm not gonna complain.
I used to shop at this place called Oak Tree, and I had like a brown and a green and a white suit, man.
And maroon,
like all like autumn colors.
Everything was brown.
Right, everything was brown, and I would walk into a club thinking I was, hey man.
The early '90s was all about brown.
The cross colors, that's what it was called.
Yeah, cross colors T-shirts. Yellow.
Cross color too. Everybody had the blonde streak or the gold streak on the side and everything.
We did a promotion at the radio station. John and I, when we worked at the hip hop radio station, we did a promotion with cross colors at the time.
Yeah.
And we would give out, like, it would be the radio station and cross color T-shirts together. And we would give those things out. And it was like, they were like gold, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it didn't last more than about a year and a half.
The whole cross colors phenomenon.
That's because everybody was going colorblind, man.
Oh, that was, wow.
Yeah. I still have one of those shirts. At my house, I have in storage a sample of almost every shirt, because I used to have like 50 of them, but now I've kept one shirt just so I can go back in 20, 30 years and just kind of remember where I've been.
Yeah, I think
I gave all mine to Goodwill.
I think I burned those suits or gave them to the Goodwill. I can't remember, but
I see a couple of homeless dudes with some bright green pants on every now and then. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
everybody dance now.
Yeah, I'm like, go ahead.
Oh, my God.
Bobby Brown and Hammer with the balloon pants. And then even Vanilla Ice jumped on the bandwagon.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, God. I heard y'all playing that earlier. Like, oh, no, not that. Because all I'm hearing now is word to your mother all day now because of that.
Now, do you agree with me? If nobody knew who that person was, that song would have been just even bigger than it was.
Yeah, man, because I looked at him, I was like, who is this nut doing this? What's wrong with his head? That dude had like a ski jump on his head.
Yeah.
I was just like...
See, his whole image took away from the song. I mean, the song was a huge hook. And of course, David Bowie apparently didn't give permission, or they just decided, we're just going to go with it. And then when they sue us, we'll try to get more publicity for it, then pay the licensing fee. It was actually a brilliant marketing strategy, except for all the dancing that was going on. And I do blame Bobby Brown and New Edition for everyone dancing and singing at the same time.
I remember, though, in the behind the music when they're talking about Vanilla Ice, and he's talking about, when we did the sample, it was a little different. David Bowie's song went ding, 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 and ours went ding, 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 ding.
It was so lame.
What the hell?
Big difference. One extra ding, okay. One extra ding is I gonna take off. You still a little million spot. It ain't gonna work. Just cut your hair and cut your losses. You know, right?
Yeah. No wonder he was alleged to have been almost thrown out of a hotel balcony. I mean, you pull that.
Come up with that song like that. Did you hear the rest of that album? Oh.
Ding, 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 ding.
Well, Jeff and I had, I guess at the time, the privilege, the honor, but now maybe the misfortune of giving away his 5.0.
Yeah.
But you know something?
He was a good guy.
He was always nice. And the guy, I think, has been...
he got paid.
Well, I don't know if he really got paid, but
made some money.
He certainly put up with a lot of stuff that the average human being probably shouldn't have put up with. But what about the rapper named Snow?
Informer.
Remember that guy?
No, please, not that.
I had to go there.
No, not Informer, yo, not Informer. Oh.
Informer.
It was like
93, 94.
Yeah, he was from Canada.
Informer.
God, that was like, I remember playing that in like the top 5 countdown. I'd have to play every night.
And then, of course, Marky Mark and the Funky Place.
Boy, me, what the hell you saying, dog?
All right, Lamar, thanks for the call. Call back another time. We'll reminisce about the bad hip-hop days.
Trees.
All right, send us your emails at our website. It's johnjeff.com. Have a great day, and thanks for listening.